I don't know. I have like. Oh no. I don't know. I actually have no clue. I don't know. Um, Tanzania. Actually, so easy. Actually, so easy. I knew that the whole time, guys, and I didn't. It didn't take me forever to guess. Oh my god, I'm goated. Oh my god, I knew it the whole time. I could have also done Zambia. I don't know. I was about to guess this one, but I didn't know how to spell it. I just know this one's on the. It's on a lake, and I'm like, oh, this lake is here. Actually, so easy. I wonder. I was able to get 100% on this a few days ago until I stopped streaming. Oopsies.
Benin.
Oh, I already. Okay, wait. Benin is this
Libya.
one.
Djibouti.
I'm very curious how well I'll do this time. Djibouti. Okay, yeah. See, this one's on the lake. Liberia. Is that one? Rwanda. Is the top one? Zimbabwe. Why don't I remember where Zimbabwe is? Isn't that? That's not Zimbabwe. Is this Zimbabwe? This is Zimbabwe. Yeah, okay. Nigeria. Madagascar. Western Sahara. Tanzania. No, wait. Tanzania is this one. Guinea-Bissau. Okay. Thank God. Okay. I think this is just Guinea. This is this island down here. Somalia is this one. DRC, I know that. Cape Verde is these islands. Egypt, this Eswatini. No, this is Eswatini. Hell yeah. Burkina Faso, Senegal, Namibia, Lesotho, this one, Uganda. I think Uganda's this one. Fuck, Uganda's that one. Damn it. Okay. Kenya, Sierra Leone, Sudan, Gabon, Guinea, Chad, Ghana. Is this Ghana? Wait, this is Ghana. Wait. This is Ivory Coast. This is Ghana. Okay. Mali. Tanzania is that. This is Brunei. Comoros, these islands. Republic of the Congo. That's okay. I think it's this one. Fuck that one. Fuck the fuck. Oh no, Togo. I knew that one too. I could have gotten that if I took more time. Damn it. Cameroon, Morocco, Zambia. Is this one? Niger, Angola, the Gambia. Is this river? Sicily. I think is this one. Yeah, Botswana. Big one down there. South Africa, Ivory Coast, South Sudan. I thought, oh yeah, these islands, Algeria, Mauritania, or whatever. That one, Central African Republic, Eritrea. That's what it is. I remember how to pronounce it. Okay. Mozambique, Equatorial Guinea, Ethiopia. I'm not upset with that. 93%, 3 minutes. That's not that bad. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that one. I can live with that. I also have to remember, I started paying for GeoGuessr, so I should actually probably play it a little, whatever. I don't know how this new like shit works. Ever since I like, I'm used to just doing like the maps, but like now there's all this like weird, wacky shit. It's like I don't like what is happening. Like what the fuck? Like what is this? I have zero clue what this is. What was the original name of the Willis Tower? Sears Tower, I think. Like, what? This is not GeoGuessr, bro. How am I supposed to know? Natural grass. Oh, manual scoreboard. Damn. Liquid mercury. Yeah. Okay. Cool. 2 out of 3. Like, what? What is this? How do I? How do I play the game? PPG destroyed you. Thanks, man. So true. I love getting destroyed by him. By the guy who gets drunk and pisses on his carpet in his head. Yeah. Like, what? I just want to play the game. How do I play? What is happening? What is this?
I would keep my fucking promises, my friend.
Oh no.
Hear that? Yep. There it is, dude. Thank you for the money, shitheads. It's all going to Justice Democrats.
At least it's going to Justice Democrats.
Get in there, baby. There it is, dude. There it is. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I know. He's known for that. You want to know what's funny? My teacher found my channel, okay? And for whatever reason, the debate he watched was the one I had with this guy. And it's like, how do I... I'm very tempted to... It's like, he's 50 years old almost. It's like, yeah, am I really going to have to describe to him the Twitch politics sphere and how this guy is known for pissing on his carpet? Your channel comes first on YouTube? What do you mean? If you search political person guy? Or... We search PPG, yeah. Maybe that's why that one got so many views. Hell yeah. But he didn't know who political person guy was, obviously. He just, like, found my channel. But they're, like, famous companies. This one's actually pretty easy most of the time. Samsung, yeah. Samsung's in South Korea. So it's like, oh, Seoul. I can do famous companies all day, baby. So easy. Oh, fuck. Okay. Well, biggest cities is easy too when you think about it. What's this? Jakarta, maybe? Second largest on this continent and 5th in the world. Oh, wait. I don't know. Do you know his shit has comp? Or do you know? Oh, this shit has comp. Yeah. I'm not good at all. So. I don't even know where this is. I don't know, man. St. Paul. Oh, wait. This is Mexico City, isn't it? Because the pink taxi. I know that much. Yeah, hell yeah. Space travel? What does that mean, bro? I'm gonna be guessing shit on the moon? Oh, wait. Oh, I shouldn't have done this. I don't know. Isn't it like there's one of these in Florida and one of them in Texas, I think. I don't even know where in Florida, though. Like, yeah, there's one. I'm pretty sure there's one in Austin and there's one near Miami, but I don't know. I don't know. Fuck, it was the one in Florida, near Orlando. It's just the Kennedy Space Center. Okay, we're not doing that one again. Songs with place names, I guess. The boss sang about the streets of these cities. Chicago? I don't know any. This hint is totally useless for me. Museum of Boston, maybe? I don't know. Philadelphia Exchange. Wait, is this Philadelphia then? Probably it's just Philadelphia. Because this looks like the... I mean, this is all the historic shit that Philadelphia would have, I guess. Yeah. Historical events. I might be able to do this one. Okay, this is the Berlin Wall. Right? I'm pretty sure this is. Dude, they're taking a picture in front of me. That's awesome, dude. I'm pretty sure this is the Berlin Wall, right? I don't know. Checkpoint Charlie. I don't actually know what a wall was exactly, so I guess there. Yeah. Easy, chat. Easy. Well, thanks, Marcosa. Thank you, man. Oh, wait, hold on. My alerts are on my shorts, and I'm kind of assuming he subbed from shorts, to be honest. Because that's where most of the YouTube subs come from. Oh, thanks. Oh, wait, shit. Thanks, I don't know how to pronounce it. Okay, hold on. I gotta add this. I gotta add the stuff. Hold on. Thanks, Jacob Moore. Hold on. I think it's just. I'm pretty sure these people. I'm pretty sure it's going through my old subs. I don't know. I don't know if these are all new people. Hold on, let me add group. There we go. Now it's on YouTube Shorts too. Okay. Thank you, people. Thank you. I don't know. There's no way all these people are subbing right now. At least I highly doubt it. I'm pretty sure it's going through my old subs. And the alerts are just now updating. I'm pretty sure that's what's happening. They watch the PPG debate. Unless something is like heavily blowing up right now. I don't think that's what's happening. Or maybe it is. I guess this is kind of getting views right now. Okay. But see, I only actually gained 1 subscriber since I started stream. So I'm assuming some of these alerts are old alerts. They really like their GeoGuessr gameplay. But see, like, I don't... Like, how do I just play the game? Okay, level 3. Okay. We do also... I don't know, I don't think any of my regular viewers are here right now because I'm streaming so early, but, yeah, oh, fuck, can't show that in stream. Sam Harris just did a podcast with, John Spencer, probably. And we've read some John Spencer stuff before. He's like an expert in urban warfare, and we've read some of his articles before, which I thought were pretty good about Israel. Yeah. Why does no one like John Spencer? Because he's pro-Israel, and like he's there probably are like valid criticisms of John Spencer. People don't like him because he will say stuff like, "Oh, Israel's doing more than any other country in the history for preventing civilian casualties," which is like true in some sense. Like they actually, I have his thread, one of his threads bookmarked. He actually went to Gaza. Why? Yeah, he went to Gaza twice. I think he goes over in his podcast. I watched like the first 30 minutes or something of this podcast. So the first 30 minutes I pre-watched. Yeah. Oh, why is this over here? How do I just... How do I... Why did it do that? How do I just go to the tweet? Dude, I love Twitter so much. Okay, it's bookmarked. Why when I click on it, doesn't it just open a tweet? Why does it open in some weird sidebar? Can I like copy the link of the tweet or something? Why does it do that? Okay, can I share it? And then there's no share. How do I? Okay, wait, share, copy link. Dude, that's awesome, dude. I love Twitter. Okay, this was like a thread he posted on Twitter. We read some of his like actual, not just Twitter thread things, but I think the Twitter thread is like pretty simplistic and useful. Yeah, I think we read 2 of his articles. This one, Israel's created a new standard for urban warfare. Why, we'll know in a minute. And civilian, not this one. Israel implemented more measures to prevent casualties than any other nation in history. These 2. Yeah, so he's like Israel has done more to prevent civilian casualties in war than any other military in history, and above and beyond what international law requires, and more than the U.S. did in its wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, setting a standard that will be both hard and potentially problematic to repeat. Here again for all the not so experts are many of the measures and steps the IDF has taken. 1. Evacuated civilians out of cities to a high percentage, 79%, before beginning the full ground invasion in conventional attacks that seek to destroy enemy defenders. The U.S. did not do this in the invasion of Iraq. It's probably true if we consider all the urban wars. Yeah. I think I haven't done the reading into it yet. I think the one thing that that like one sort of valid disagreement I've seen, although he's like an actual expert on urban warfare, so I would expect him to know stuff about it. Some of the stuff I've seen him like criticized for, and actually Destiny in his most recent debate did this too, where he's like, "Oh, we've seen like historical civilian casualty rates of like 90%." I think if you look into it, I think the actual ratio, instead of being like 1 to 9, it's more like 1 to 4 for like stuff like I'm pretty sure the Battle of Mosul, which he mentions, had a ratio of like 1 combatant to 4 civilians. And it seems like Israel's basically in line with that. It seems like Israel's probably basically in line with that. But the humanitarian agencies in the UN say it's genocide, so it must be. The UN hasn't even said it's genocide, right? I mean, the ICJ, I think, no, the ICJ didn't even say it was plausible. I mean, yeah. Even the ICJ didn't actually rule on the genocide being plausible. They just ruled on it being plausible that I think they ruled on it being plausible that South Africa had the right to sue or whatever. I forget exactly. Fuck, I should know exactly what the ruling was. Plausible rights, yeah. Shoot, I have the civilian casualty ratio shit in here. We haven't read into any of it yet. To protect, yeah. The U.S. did not do this in the invasion of Iraq, Afghanistan, Panama, Vietnam, Tet counteroffensive, Korea War, Seoul, Philippines, Manila, nor the attacks during the counterinsurgency campaigns against ISIS, such as the 2016 and 2017 Battle of Mosul. Civilians initially told to stay. 2. Provided safe routes in humanitarian zone for evacuating civilians. Despite the reports of the IDF conducting operations near the routes and zones, they emplaced IDF soldiers along the route to protect civilians, while Hamas prevented civilians from using the routes, attacked civilians on the routes to include shooting, and emplaced rocket launchers next to the route and zone. 3. Use more than just flyers to notify, locate, and encourage civilians to temporarily evacuate main combat areas. Israel's dropped more than 7.2 million flyers. Also made 79,000 direct phone calls. Sent over, we have this in our notes, but yeah. Sent over 13.7 million text messages. Left over 15 million pre-recorded voicemails to notify civilians that they need to leave combat areas. The U.S. has never deployed these measures, never deployed these other direct electronic measures, especially at this scale to reach civilians. Damn. Conducted daily multi-hour pauses of all the combat operations during the battle. Blah 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 blah. The military maps he mentions. The military maps, which have the like separate evacuation zones. Can Hamas just move where the civilians would tell them to move? I mean, kinda, but it's obviously. I mean, the individual militants, some of them can move, yeah, but like. That's Hamas retreating. Like, that means Israel has conquered territory. Like, that's Israel gaining territory, right? If Hamas just leaves to other territory, then Hamas is no longer in that territory. Hamas is no longer ruling over that territory. That's literally like them retreating, basically. But I mean, kind of, yeah. That's one of the things. That's why like it's very meaningful that Israel warns people, because you're giving up the element of surprise. And you're allowing Hamas to like know where you're doing operations, where you're not doing operations. Handed out the military maps, and I know Sinwar is in Gaza. Sinwar I don't think is no. Or even half the hostages are alive. Yeah, I mean I don't know at this point, but I don't even know. I know one of the problems was that one of the problems to one of the recent hostages problems because I know a lot of civilians took people hostage on October 7th. There were civilians that crossed over the border into Israel and took civilians hostages, which is why Hamas doesn't even know where all the hostages are, let alone if they're alive. Yeah, but I think in that ceasefire deal, they said like an unspecified number of the hostages would be remains. Conducted roof knocks at the beginning of war. Roof knocks are probably bad because they're not a very effective warning. But conducted roof knocks at the beginning of the war. The IDF employed their practice of calling and texting ahead of an airstrike as well as roof knocking, where they drop small munitions on the roof. Notify everyone to evacuate the building before a strike. No other army does this. The relevant methodology to track civilian presence in real time, or by the way, he might go over this. One of the things that they did was they had drones with speakers on them. Drones with speaker attached to tell residents to flee. Yeah. He also, I don't know for sure if this is true or not, because I haven't seen any actual evidence of this happening. But he said they parachuted speakers into northern Gaza, warning civilians to evacuate. But I couldn't actually, I found the video of the drone, but I couldn't actually find any like videos or evidence of this happening. So who knows? Who knows? So I don't know. I don't actually know for sure if that's happening or not. Develop the methodology to track civilian presence in real time, and use that methodology to drive operations. The IDF Civilian Harm Mitigation Cell, commanded by a one-star general, can now track the presence of civilians in real time using cell phone presence, satellite, and drone footage, and street BDA. The data creates color coding of the IDF military maps, which restrict where the IDF can operate, conduct strikes, etc. And place legal advisors at low levels, lower than the U.S. standard operations, and directly in the targeting process. The IDF has legal advisors incorporated into the targeting process, a deliberate step, and present at a brigade and division level. Impose restrictions on the use of force. This includes altering rules of engagement and release authority for strikes and operations during battle. Implemented control measures such as restricted fire lines and fire end zones. No fire areas protected on protected objects. objects, buildings, sensitive sites, and more legal requirements for conducting an operation, entering or even returning fire in some locations would require the Chief of General Staff of the Israeli Defense Forces approval. The Chief of the General Staff of the IDF. Yeah, 10 conducted large-scale operations where the IDF encircle locations such as the Al-Nasir Hospital, but also entire neighborhoods, tens of thousands of people, and con units that are encircled and then told them to evacuate through IDF positions, increasing the risk of the IDF. And then large facial recognition assets are used to identify Hamas members trying to blend in with the evacuating civilians who are detained without harming civilians. Rather than argue the IDF did not do the above measures or provide a military, how it's done more and more. Critics and pundits either cherry pick from the practices or say it does not matter because the IDF measures have not been effective based on the kabuki dance of statistics they can find and frame, compare them to the war in Gaza. Or compare the war in Gaza to single battles that do not have nearly the same context, but still the problem is that the IDF has been effective. I think I probably already have this article written down somewhere in my Notion, but I don't think I don't think we've read it yet. I don't know, probably. IDF, yeah, blah, 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 blah. You know what? In the first few minutes, 30 minutes or whatever, this podcast I listened to, John Spencer made a good point, which I've never thought of before, and I can't believe I've never heard anyone talk about this before. This is supposedly the first conflict in history where during the war, Hamas somehow magically has a daily updating casualty figure down to the single digit. That's unprecedented in any war ever. There's never been daily updated casualties down to the single digit before. Even in individual battles, he goes over in Mosul in Iraq, the government didn't have an estimate for civilian casualties 2 years after it happened, let alone daily updated figures. Yeah, it is kind of Yeah, I've heard I've had chatters before criticize him for comparing it to the Battle of Mosul because Mosul was a really huge battle, obviously. Battle of Mosul, the biggest urban battle since World War II, with the US-led Iraqi security force killed 10,000 civilians and destroyed 4,000 ISIS in the city. That's the ratio of 1 to 2.5 combatants. Yeah. The 1945 Battle of Manila, which did have some variable similarities to Gaza, like a high number of defenders, tunnels, and hostages. The American military killed 100,000 civilians to destroy 17,000 Japanese defenders. That is a 1 to 6 combatant to civilian ratio. Videos are so staged, the way they bring out dead children, the same guys cry every time is kind of fucked up. What video specifically talking about? Are you talking about the... What video? I don't know. Oh, wait. No, I think I've seen the video. I might have seen the video we're talking about, actually. Talking about videos from the IDF or ones from Hamas? I think I saw allegations that there was a, IDF Gaza dead children. I think I saw allegations there was an IDF video that was staged. But yeah. So, I watched the first 30 minutes of this podcast. Sam Harris does a really good job of kind of pointing out, he's literally literally no justification for war makes sense in the context of a dead child being pulled out of rubble. Like there's literally yeah, I mean you see that video and like there's just no justification for war like makes sense just like within the context of that video, right? And then you cite the like 30,000 figure. And you think there's 30,000 dead people being pulled out of rubble. It's just like there's no way. There's like no context in which war seems justifiable. Yeah. And Hamas knows that, of course. Hamas knows the West can only tolerate so many of those videos. Which is why they potentially inflate the casualty count, or at least a ratio of civilians to or sorry, not the ratio of civilians to combatants. The ratio of women and children to adult men doesn't really make any sense. There's no good reason that we would see like 70% women and children killed in this conflict when in previous conflicts it wasn't. Yeah. We might read this later. Also, how does civilians benefit Israel anyway? Well, I mean, the viewpoint is that Israel's committing a genocide, right? Like the viewpoint is that like Israel is evil, that they want to conquer, that they want to ethnically cleanse Gaza to basically conquer it for themselves. I think this read, so I know I haven't read it yet. Yeah. The one I don't know. I still need to do more research into the stupid power target things. I think I don't know. Fox just did a video about it too. One thing I read actually, I don't know if this is true or not, is that people can confuse what civil pressure means. So like when the IDF says they blew up a building to put civil pressure on Hamas, it might not necessarily mean like they want civilians to be upset at Hamas, right? And like overthrow Hamas, but they it might actually just be they want to get rid of Hamas infrastructure. But I don't know if that's true or not. Power targets.
Once the data is organized, it goes through a third layer called the gospel.
The gospel creates an output which suggests specific possible targets, possible munitions, warnings of possible collateral damage, and etc.
This system produces targets.
What's your take on starving them to death? They've been saying this for 6 months. I made a bet with some people saying that 100,000 people would die of hunger by the end of May 2nd, 2 months ago. They aren't responding, I would imagine. The famine is obviously concerning or whatever. I think Destiny actually had a list of like, for months people have been saying that there's I don't know if he has it here, that there is that there's like an imminent famine in Gaza, and then I think in total 32 people have died of malnutrition, possibly. I think the humanitarian aid might be one good criticism of Israel, because in the beginning of the war they seemed pretty reluctant to let any humanitarian aid in until like the US heavily pressured them to let humanitarian aid in, which doesn't seem great. Like we should have never had to airdrop food into Gaza, because airdropping food is like way more inefficient than letting like truck convoys in. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of understand why Israel wanted to do their complete siege in northern Gaza. And at least in northern Gaza, they like warned civilians to evacuate to the southern Gaza, where they could actually get aid in southern Gaza, theoretically at least. But I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't streamed for like 3 days or whatever. I saw Hamas allegedly tried to seize aid from the Erez crossing. Israel seizes Rafah. Why is it really only Times of Israel as reported on this? Why would the bomb the crossing that gives them food? Why would they? Because Hamas is a jihadist organization. They don't care about their own civilians. Hamas managed to seize a major shipment of humanitarian aid that was delivered to Gaza from Jordan early this week, U.S. State Department spokesperson Matthew Miller said Thursday, after the supplies were first to be shipped to the enclave through a newly reopened Israeli border crossing. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken viewed the aid on Tuesday, just before it departed from the headquarters of the Jordan, whatever. Yeah. Reopening of Erez. I just want to know. I've seen the footage. Where's the actual statement? Or Hamas held the aid trucks for some time. This was the first widespread case of diversion that we have seen. I don't know. I have this here. I haven't read a ton of stuff into it yet. Seen the alleged video footage, and then there was this alleged phone call recorded for Gazan civilian. I don't know what all these are yet. How reliable is this? I don't know. I haven't. We also have the. Where is it? Oh, our Gaza desk is accurate. There's actually one of the links in here. But we haven't read it yet. I don't know. It's just highly implausible that like even Hamas would have these numbers, or the health ministry, which has some amount of independence from Hamas, but I mean, obviously, yeah. All right. Well, let me claim my free shit, and then we can get started. I'm glad. Wait, no, it's not this. What is all this from? Is this? I think this is from. The criteria is like name and someone ID. I think I'm pretty sure Hamas even just recently admitted that they didn't even have the names of like 10,000 people. 10,000 people have died. Yeah. YouTube's pushing this a little. Get the Mr. Fuzzy cooking station. Hell yeah. Man, thank God I'm a member of Fallout first. Alright. By the way, did you start playing after the TV show? No, I pre-ordered Fallout 76, baby. I pre-ordered the game. This is actually the only game I ever pre-ordered because it came out and I learned my lesson to never pre-order a game again because holy shit, this game sucks. But they fixed it, but it's so good now. I love it so much, which is why I play it all the time now. It's so good. Where's the free thing? Mr. Fuzzy Cooking Station. Hell yeah. Awesome, dude. Pip-Boy paint. Cool. Alright. Let's get into it now. You can hear it, right? Yeah, I think you can. I don't know if captions... You can't really see captions anyway. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. I believe in you guys.
Welcome to the Making Sense podcast. This is Sam Harris. Well, it's been pretty crazy out there on college campuses. I will have much more to say about that shortly. But today I'm bringing you a podcast that I promised in a previous episode, where I said I would talk to someone who is an expert in urban warfare, who could help me analyze just what has gone on in Gaza. Today I'm speaking with John Spencer. John currently serves as the chair of urban warfare studies at the Modern War Institute at West Point. He is the co-director of the Urban Warfare Project and host of the Urban Warfare Project podcast. He's also a founding member of the International Working Group on Subterranean Warfare. John served 25 years in the Army, having held ranks from private to sergeant first class and second lieutenant to major. He was an active duty Army officer during 2 combat tours in Iraq. His research focuses on military operations in dense urban areas, megacities, and urban and subterranean warfare. John also holds a Master of Policy Management from Georgetown University. And his writing has appeared in the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, the Washington Post, Foreign Policy, and in many other publications. And he's the author of the book, Understanding Urban Warfare. John and I cover Israel's response to October 7th from top to bottom. We discuss the nature of Hamas's attacks on October 7th, what was most surprising about them, the difficulty in distinguishing Hamas from the rest of the population in Gaza, combatants as a reflection of a society's values, how many people have been killed so far in Gaza.
You saw us at the beginning of the stream when I had it open. I started watching a little bit of the raw footage from October 7th. I need to watch more of it. But some of it's not a fun watch, dude. Because I want to be able to kind of like point to specific things Hamas has done. It's like when people talk about the attacks on October 7th, I want to be able to say like, we had these videos of like very specific things happening. Like, for example, like there's one video where Hamas is like interrogating someone like outside of a bomb shelter, and they're like kicking him and beating him. And then they throw a grenade into the bomb shelter, and then some people run out and they shoot the people running out. Or like there's other videos where like there's literally just cars on the street, and like they just shoot the people in the cars, or they like, yeah, very specifically, like there was like a gate to enter a kibbutzim, and they wait for a car to come so the gate opens, and then they shoot the people in the car. Never watched any type of gore. Should not have watched it. Now I'm used to it. Yeah. Listen, I've been on the internet since I was a young lad. Okay, so I mean, you see some stuff on the internet, man. So yeah.
Proportion of combatants and non-combatants, the double standards to which the IDF is held, the worst criticism that can be made of Israel and the IDF so far. intentions versus results, what is unique about the war in Gaza, Hamas's use of human shields, what it would mean to defeat them, what the IDF has accomplished so far, the destruction of the Gaza tunnel system, the details of underground warfare, the rescue of hostages, how non-combatants become combatants, how difficult it is to interpret videos of combat, what victory would look like, the likely aftermath of the war, a possible war with Hezbollah, Iran's attack on Israel, and what to do about Iran, and other topics. This one is a PSA, so no paywall. As always, if you find what we're doing here valuable and you want to support the podcast, you can do that by subscribing at samharris.org. And now I bring you John Spencer. I am here with John Spencer. John, thanks for joining me.
Sam, thanks for having me.
So I will have introduced you in the intro here, but perhaps you can state what your background is and how you come to this conversation.
Sure. So I spent 25 years in the U.S. military as an infantry soldier and officer, and then spent 2 combat deployments to Iraq, both in the invasion and at the end. But then I went, throughout my career, my last job was teaching strategy at West Point, where I stood up a research center and started researching, all urban battles. And I became this chair of urban warfare studies that I am now. Well, really, when I left the military, I began this endeavor to travel the world into combat zones to understand them in real time. That has led me to where I am now, where I can uniquely provide people, I hope, understanding of Israel's war against Hamas in Gaza, which is overwhelmingly urban, which is what I specialize in.
Yeah, so I want to get your expertise here on urban warfare and use that to analyze what's happening in Gaza and what isn't happening. I think there's a lot of misinformation about the nature of the war and how it compares to other conflicts. Where else have you witnessed urban warfare beyond being in your own tours in the military?
When I left the military in 2018 and really took full direction of my new job to study it academically, I went to Mumbai to study the 2008 terror attacks, which was on 10 terrorists took down a whole city. I went to Israel multiple times studying past wars, so like the 2002 Battle of Jenin, the Battle of Suez City. When the full-scale invasion of Ukraine by Russia started, I started going into Ukraine. So I've been 4 times since the war began studying the urban battles, so Kyiv, Bakhmut, Mariupol. And then, of course, I've been to Gaza twice since the beginning of the Israel-Hamas war.
Interesting that you went to Mumbai. That's something that I've thought a lot about in the aftermath of October 7th, because it's really this pure case of jihadism that has nothing to do with Israel, obviously has very little to do with Jews, except for the fact that they did manage to find some Jews to kill in Mumbai. But I'm interested to hear what that was like before we hit our main topic.
Sure. I mean, I forgot to mention that I also went into Nagorno-Karabakh. There was a war there in 2020, and there's been another one, but I went in after that war it ended in a major urban battle over the Battle of Shusha. But going back to Mumbai, I mean, it was just fascinating in the planning that went into it. And like you said, they basically hit 5 targets simultaneously at the exact same moment, with small teams of terrorists dressed as civilians trying to blend in. And one of them being the Chabad, 2 hotels, a train station, but overwhelmed the systems. And there are, totally at a different scale, a lot of similarities between the invasion of Israel on October 7th and the Mumbai attacks on how it kind of overloaded the system.
Yeah, that was, it's all, one thing that's fascinating about this is that, to my knowledge, India did not respond. Am I right about that? At least I haven't heard about what India has done in response.
Not in a direct action, because it was verified by intelligence that it was a Pakistani-led operation. So really a state-backed operation, but using these proxy forces. And this
There was
was
plausible
that
deniability.
traveled from Pakistan into India to conduct the attack. There was a lot of political things that happened to include, demanding responsibility, but there was such plausible deniability. It was literally frustrating with the terrorist group who did it. But you're right, no direct action. There are lots of history there between the India and Pakistan, and the concern of, just like we've seen other places, the concern of escalation in that direct attack. But this is the kind of the Iran situation in the Middle East too. There is always this plausible deniability, even if in these cases where it can be proven that the terrorists were trained, financed, and launched by a state actor.
Okay, so
that's what's so freaking annoying. I feel bad for Israel. Okay, because it's like Iran gets to fund 3 separate proxy groups that attack Israel for decades, and then Israel strikes an Iranian consulate, and that's like an escalation. Like that has to be an escalation when Iran has just been doing the same thing but by proxy. That's super annoying.
On to October 7th and Gaza. I was thinking we would start our conversation with the war in Gaza, just so post Israel's response to October 7th. But is there anything you want to say about October 7th itself before Israel did anything?
Is there any actual evidence of that?
Sure. I think it's...
I've only seen very unhinged Twitter allegations. So if there were any legitimate evidence of that, it was buried under my timeline full of unhinged right-wing lunatics. It's like saying the same people that were saying like the ISIS attacks in Russia were done by Ukraine, or like the same people saying like the ISIS attacks in Iran are funded by Israel. Like it's actually, it's unhinged. Not ISIS. Oh, Kurds. Oh, that. I mean, well. That wouldn't really surprise me because like the U.S. has supported the Kurds. The U.S. and like NATO countries have been working with the Kurds at various times, like in Syria. So Iran funds proxy groups in Syria, and Israel and the U.S. and NATO fund proxy groups in Syria. That's why Syria is such a shit show. The Kurds wouldn't surprise me. I don't know about any attacks within Iran, but I mean, maybe like it would. Yeah, the Kurds supporting the Kurds won't surprise me, just because the West has supported the Kurds at various times.
I'm walking the ground of October 7th from my lens, right, of somebody who studied urban combat from Mumbai to all wars. I think that the world kind of really still has it wrong on what happened on October 7th. So I've done a lot of work on walking the ground and going to all the different sites and understanding the scale, the intention, the magnitude, the tactics, everything from October 7th. And I think the world
historically
wants to put it in the
Christians in Lebanon,
bucket,
right? I don't know enough about Lebanon to
9/11,
say, but
26/11 or the Mumbai attacks and other terrorist attacks. And while yes, there are some similarities, but it's more like a full-scale invasion. I mean, there were over 4,000, both Hamas and Palestinian civilians that crossed the border between Israel and Gaza, 22 breach sites along the border wall, 4,000 rockets launched in the first few hours with the intention of moving much farther north than they did. I mean, and I've struggled with what was October 7th. And as from a military lens, it is as clear as an invasion as you can get.
Interesting. It's somewhat confounded just optically and conceptually by the fact that, as you just pointed out, that there were Hamas, fighters. I mean, they're not properly thought of as soldiers in the state actor sense, perhaps, but they were, obvious insurgents. But then, as you pointed out, there were almost as many, or even as many or more, Palestinian civilians who came across the border and participated in the violence to one or another degree. How do you think about that?
I mean, we all want frameworks in which to think about it. I think about it as in a war lens. It's hard in this situation. Like, what was Gaza? Was it a state? And was this the launch of a state attack, right? It's not. So it falls into these two buckets of whether internationally armed conflict or a non-internationally armed conflict. But I view it, like I said, as an invasion with different forces. Yeah, the first wave of forces were these Hamas, Nukba, some even wearing uniform, forces with clear instructions. I mean, they had guidebooks on how to create as much suffering. They had guidebooks on how to wear their GoPro cameras. There's just so much uniqueness. But I view, if you cross the border, I view you as a combatant, really. So in war, there's two categories: non-combatant and a combatant. And yes, you can get into like illegal combatant and all of these things. But if somebody crossed the border from Gaza into Israel with the purpose of partaking in the hostilities, they immediately make themselves a combatant.
Yeah.
One thing I want to mention, he's right, but there is a distinction between being a member of what's called an organized armed group and just being a civilian. So civilians can become combatants, but civilians can only be targeted for such time as they are directly taking part in hostilities. But if you're a member of Hamas or another organization, you're a member of an organized armed group, and they are liable for status-based targeting. So not only can they be targeted while engaging in hostilities, but they can be targeted even while not engaging directly in hostilities, so long as they are still a member of an organized armed group. Yeah.
So let's move forward into, and I think as we talk here, I'd like both of us to be alert to any topics about which we think many people are confused. So if I just raise something about which you think there's a lot of misunderstanding out there in the public, please flag it and let's linger on it so that we don't miss any opportunities here to rectify some of the confusion. So now that the war has started, and we're talking now where there's been a lull in the fighting, and really the open question still, perhaps it'll still be open when we air this, is whether or not the IDF is going to go into Rafah. I'm sure there's some conflict happening even as we speak, but there's definitely been a lull in the fighting. What do we know about the war in Gaza, and how do we know it at this point? I mean, just how is information getting out? How do you view the quality of the information? I mean, on some level, this is the most witnessed conflict in human history, judging from social media. But in other ways, that we know that there's an astounding amount of misinformation and confusion about it. What is going on in Gaza, and how do we know what is going on?
Sure, I think that's a great question, and it's hard to say. From October 7th till today, how have we known what is going on, and how has that shaped our, basically our information about the war? And I agree with you. We used to have these terms like TikTok war.
Can you just put your weapon down and say I'm out? You're talking about Omar. Stephen, I don't know if you're actually meaning to mention that, but that was funny when in that debate, Omar, who I forget his last name, had a Destiny. He thought you could literally just put your weapon down and say I'm out and run away. I mean, you're right. You can't just put your weapon down and say I'm out. But civilians can only be targeted for such time they are directly taking part in hostilities, versus members of Hamas or other organized armed groups can be targeted based on status anytime. They can be targeted in their sleep, in their home, doesn't matter. Whereas civilians, like a civilian that crossed the border on Gaza, if they went back into Gaza, as long as they don't have a hostage in their home or anything, if they're just living a normal life in Gaza after crossing the border, they could have maybe been targeted while they were taking part in hostilities across the border in Israel. But now that they're back in Gaza, just living a normal civilian life, they can't be targeted anymore. Yeah.
Wars, they're calling this the first open source war after Ukraine, but the evolution of being able to basically being bombarded by information, not through kind of the traditional means, but through social media and other aspects, where we can see into the battle continuously, but we're also looking through a soda straw, and a lot of people are interpreting what they're seeing. Where I agree with you, we can really start from October 7th. We talked about that, on how I think people have gotten that wrong. On it was a terrorist attack.
Awesome.
It was
cool game.
Oriented towards the military. All these different immediate disinformation campaigns that seem to be gaining traction, to sticking, even in Israel's response. But once, on October 8th, Israel declared war against Hamas. Such a really great framework, a state, because they went on the news and made a formal declaration of war against Hamas in Gaza. because of what happened on October 7th. That's pretty straightforward. They set forth their goals, which, again, as time has gone and different media messages or information operations, what we call them, social media trends or whatever, there's been so much of the truth that has been translated. You asked me, how do we know what we know? So for like October 7th, we know because Hamas uploaded all their videos a lot of time in real time. So we can pretty much, people were starting to make their own opinions on October 7th based on the overwhelming information being uploaded. But it's really interesting how, despite even Hamas's videos, everybody formed their own opinion on, it was resistance. It was oriented towards the military. There wasn't this, no rape happened, all these things, despite the overwhelming evidence we all had access to.
Is all that video still up there, or has it been in some ways taken down?
No, you can go to you can just go to October. There's actually a video, I forget the name of them, like october7th.com, and where people have collected, unfortunately, all the Hamas video they can find and put it on as a record of, because, as the thread of X or Telegram, whatever, it can get lost in the threads, but no, people have, it's all still available. I saw the video that the Israeli government put together. I saw it, back in November, and it was really shocking. And I wrote about how much it jarred me, despite how much I've seen of war, how much, my own experiences.
Yeah, I haven't seen that video, and perhaps I should. I think I've been sparing myself the experience. But what did surprise you about it?
One of the biggest surprises was just the unique, because of the fact that Hamas recorded so much of the atrocities they were doing, but also the fact that, there were so many sensors, as we call them, traffic cameras, dashboard cameras, victim cell phones. What Israel did, which nobody has access to unless they've seen this video, was to take all those different points of view and then put them in time and location. So like if you're at the Nova Music Festival, the video shows you the Hamas GoPro approaching the festival. It shows you the dash camera of somebody there trying to get away and of the frightened teenager who's recording it. It brings it all together, which I think really creates this very mixed reality experience which is unique to war reporting. Like I've watched, my fill of evil things happening around the world, but how this was put together, I think was really unique. So it really jarred me. I mean, other things that I saw in the video that were very unique to me was like the video of Hamas rolling through the border, really jubilant about what they were about to do.
Yeah.
And I've led a lot of soldiers into combat, and that's not normal, even for soldiers, for anybody to be really excited, euphoric about what they were about to do. And then lastly, I found some of the videos of like the children crying out in pain. There's one scene where there's two young boys. The Hamas members had just killed the father, and they had brought them back into the house, and you can hear the boys moaning, which is something I, as a soldier, have heard, enemy combatants do on the battlefield. Like it's like the death moan, I call it. And to hear that coming from a boy was really
okay. I mean, he's talking about serious stuff right now, but you see how cool this game is, where like the quest is just bugged, and I have to try to talk to him 15 times, and then like it just doesn't fucking work. I love this game.
Dramatic, but I've also seen innocent civilians being caught in between, in war, and how the soldiers will overwhelmingly stop to give aid. And to have a little boy crying out, his eyes missing, his dad's dead, and for the Hamas member to be standing there like, shut up, be quiet, and then goes to the fridge, and that's the scene that everybody talks about where he grabs the Coke out of the fridge and starts drinking it. That was really, very unique.
Yeah, I was just, we're talking now, and on the day that Sheryl Sandberg released her documentary on the violence against women on October 7th. That's available on YouTube. And I just started watching it. I only got maybe 15 minutes in before we had to jump on the microphones here. But it shows some of the footage, which I had seen before, which many people have seen, and I really think everyone should see, of some of the hostages being dragged across the border into Gaza, and some of the young women who almost certainly have been raped. I mean, there's one who's got obviously blood around her pelvic area on her pants, and actually it looks like her Achilles tendons might have been cut, which is a diabolical detail if true. But the thing that's so striking
I've seen that
about
video, yeah.
so much of this footage of the hostages being dragged across the border is that so many of the people in the scene are absolutely ecstatic, and they're basically all you hear are shouts of Allahu Akbar, and it's coming from I mean, I guess many of these people, certainly some of the people, are official members of Hamas, but judging from the sheer numbers in many of these shots, it really seems like a lot of these people are just Palestinian civilians who are getting caught up in the mob violence. But it does strike me as unusual. I mean, it's very hard. I can imagine a lot of things. I can imagine, based on some experience of being a victim and wanting vengeance, and I can imagine being on the other side of violence, even wrongful violence. But what I find it very difficult to imagine is a scenario where an obvious non-combatant, in this case a girl or a mother clutching two children to her breast, being taken hostage, and finding the taking of these hostages a cause for celebration, right? Like, this is the win I've been hoping for. This is the thing that's going to get me shrieking to heaven in jubilation, that we finally grabbed one of these, mistreated girls who's, already bloodied, maybe grievously injured in some cases dead, where you have people, rushing forward to spit upon the corpses of, again, in many cases, obvious non-combatants. I mean, you can understand it, if this, really fully lean into the principle of charity here. Perhaps you can understand it if these are soldiers being taken hostage. But when you have a woman clutching her kids being dragged onto a motorcycle, and you have people shrieking in jubilation over this, I know why I think people are capable of this, but it's, I would say you have to believe some very specific things about the moral order in the universe and your place in it to find these sorts of moments the fulfillment of your aspirations, right? And a cause for happiness, not grim, murderous determination or sadism, but just joy. And so it's something I think people find it very hard to interpret these scenes, and I think they've just averted their eyes from them. But they do suggest that any bright line we want to draw between evil mustache-twirling terrorists, i.e. the core members of Hamas, and other Palestinians, is in fact difficult to draw. I'm just wondering how you view those scenes, because they do strike me as surprising in ways that echo the surprise you just expressed over the jubilation of the combatants coming across the border as kind of a non-standard mood for soldiers.
Yeah, it's an interesting. So it's not the first time I've seen it, to be truthful. Now, those who crossed the border and engaged in the activities in any way, to include the looters who even came forward and walked over the dead children's bodies and took their clothing back into Gaza. Like, I'm a very law of war, rule of law, a realist, basically. So have I seen similar? Of course, it's disgusting to see. It reminded me of scenes of Mogadishu, 1993. The entire
I don't know when you sent it, but yeah, this is a Bethesda game. Yeah,
population celebrating the death of American soldiers. Fallujah, 2004. Seems like the entire city coming out to dismember Americans, burn them, drag them, hang them from their bridge, and celebrate. It's not. Yes, I 100% agree with you. It's a massive problem with Islamic radicalization of populations to where you can bring
the
yourself
Sam
to
Harris Islamophobia has spread. Oh no, guys!
Taking of babies as hostages. There's so many fundamental issues with that, but I also draw a clear line because I understand the history of war, and this is again where I think people have gotten it wrong. They think that those videos didn't lead to like Israel's quest for vengeance and the way they act, that is all stemming off of what happened on October 7th. I strongly believe from being on the ground, you asked me, how do I get my information or other people from being on the ground with
That's not true, bro. They're different, bro. They're new, bro. This game is this game is a little different because it's like multiplayer and live service, which makes it worse. And you have to pay $13 a month to play it. Well, I mean, you don't have to. But it's a subscription service called Fallout First where you can pay $13 a month, which I do, to do shit. Yeah, I can't buy gold yet.
with the IDF. That is also not how soldiers approach, even after
I'm sure I bought gold
you
2
know,
days ago.
Battle of Fallujah
think
or
I
other
bought-
instances,
let's say
which is
yesterday.
fairly similar in the difficulty of distinguishing between, okay, who's a combatant or a non-combatant innocent civilian. It doesn't lead to nations or like the IDF in this case, where no matter what they do, people think they're intentionally trying to target people because of those videos, which is not the reality on the ground.
Yeah. I mean, can you imagine the reverse case of the IDF dragging obvious non-combatant women and children out of Gaza across the border?
Same here. Oh no, pull up the guys quick, pull up the videos of the IDF in the West Bank doing bad shit. Pull it up right now. Yeah, unfortunately, like I don't know, it's this is why people don't like John Spencer. Okay, really, what he should be arguing here is that Hamas like does these things like as a matter of policy, right? Whereas like the IDF does these things sort of like as a lapse of policy, and then oftentimes the it depends. It depends on whether there's a right or left wing government in power, basically in Israel. But the people who do these acts in IDF are sometimes prosecuted. Yeah, but it's not just settlers. It's sometimes members of the IDF. Like the people in the IDF are like sometimes prosecuted for these things, and then depending on various things, sometimes they're given a slap on the wrist, and sometimes they're fired, and sometimes like I think Netanyahu is was like criticized because he called for the pardon of like an IDF member who was convicted of something. BB pardon IDF criminal. I don't know. Fuck, I don't know. I've read the thing before, but I think there have been times where like the right wing governments in Israel have sort of like called for pardons of IDF members who have done bad things. Yeah.
Into Israel, and random Israelis celebrating their rape and abuse. It's just there's some glaring asymmetries.
Oh no! Pull guys, quickly pull out the videos of people watching Gaza being bombed. Yeah, I mean that's another problem. Is that like obviously the population of Gaza is like pretty radicalized, but like that, I don't know. Israel's pretty nationalistic too. Like I just talked to someone in Israel about this. Don't stop watching my live stream to go watch this, but after the live stream, guys, after the live stream or after you leave, whatever. How evil is the IDF? IDF member, yeah. It was Sample. I mean, some of you guys probably know who Sample Text is because he's talked to Ownerbox and Destiny before, yeah, and a few other streamers as well. He's in the sphere. Like I don't know. Seems like they're pretty nationalistic sometimes. Like there were, again, the thing I mentioned, the videos of people watching Gaza being bombed and cheering that Gaza is being bombed. Yeah.
Which people are losing sight of. There's just no. I'm sure we'll get into the details of what the IDF has done and what they may have done wrong. And I really have no doubt that there are examples of war crimes to be found in the war in Gaza on the IDF side, because it seems like it would be impossible for some soldier or soldiers not to have gone haywire in certain circumstances, right? I mean, this is just the nature of war, as I understand it. But what I don't think you would find is an appetite among the
Israel is a ethno-nationalist regime as well. Yeah, I don't know. I hate the term. Like, ethno-nationalist regime. It's just such a loaded term. Like, I mean, the problem, Israel exists as a state for the self-determination of Jewish people, which arguably is the reason why, like, every state exists. It's for the self-determination of a group of people. Yeah, it's just like, the settlers in Algeria didn't want, or the population in Algeria didn't want French settlers in Algeria. When they formed their own state, like, didn't they kick them out? Like, is that being ethno-nationalist? Is kicking out, like, the settlers ethno-nationalist? Obviously, I mean, people are going to say, in this case, Israel is the one kicking out the Palestinians, but, yeah, I don't know. In this case, the group is defined at ethnic lines. I mean, but that's the case for, like, a lot of states. There's an ethnicity that was given a state. Like, I mean, they're obviously multinational states. Israel's 20% Arabs. I mean, that's true, but there's still, I mean, you can be Arab Israeli. Yeah. But I mean, Israel, the purpose of Israel existing is the self-determination of Jewish people. That's the purpose of Israel.
Israelis to have raped non-combatants paraded before jeering crowds in Tel Aviv. There is just a cultural asymmetry here that is quite glaring and almost never remarked upon.
Which Japan have too many. You know what? We're actually going to go over this later in stream. I saw there was some controversy. Biden called Japan xenophobic, and then I saw Noah Smith said, Japan, like, it got mad at him for it, and I was like, isn't Japan pretty xenophobic though? Like, that was my position at first, and then apparently a lot of people said that to Noah, and he actually ended up writing a blog post about how Japan isn't xenophobic. So we're gonna read that later. I've heard that Japan is pretty xenophobic before, so it'll be interesting to see what his counter arguments are. I saw there was some Twitter controversy over it too, which might be fun to look at. We'll see.
And I agree with you. This is really that, the misinformation that is so.
But what I don't think you would find is an appetite among the Israelis to have raped non-combatants paraded before jeering crowds in Tel Aviv. There is just a cultural asymmetry here that is quite glaring and almost never remarked upon.
100%. And I agree with you. This is really that, the misinformation that is so shocking that what you have so much.
Sure would. Oh wait, shit! I just realized my YouTube short shot's a little messed up. But UPG saying you're dodging him. What? Are you a streamer or anything? You're dodging PPG? What the hell? Anyway, for whatever reason, other states aren't necessarily considered ethno-states. Israel goes beyond those states in terms of ethno-nationalism to a degree, to where if in a Western country people would advocate for the same policies Israel does regarding Jews in terms of immigration, the right of return and citizenship. But for whites, they would be called white nationalists, correct? But white, okay, well, number one, white isn't really an ethnicity. It'd be weird. I mean, a state has the right to define its immigration policies. I don't know if I consider that. I mean, if you just want the right of return to people, problem is obviously the Jewish people's situation is so unique in that they're persecuted like all throughout the world, and they were like, kicked out of their homeland and shit, and now they're in the diaspora, dispersed throughout the entire world. Yeah. Talk to him in case he's server from time to time. Oh. Well, let me fix my chat. Shit, what the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? What did I do? How did I do? Where did everything go? What? Why won't Control C work? What the hell? Where did? Why did they? Why did my webcam and the other thing disappear? What? What the fuck? I don't understand where they went. What? They're just gone. They've gone to the abyss. Wait, okay, that's in the vertical thing now. But why isn't it here? Oh no. Oh, what the hell did I do? Oh no. How do I fix this? How do I... Control Z won't do anything. Why is this... I don't understand what I did. Oh, I know what I did. Kind of. Oh shit. Why? Oh, it's fucked now though. Oh no, hold on. Oh no, it's so fucked. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. Oh no, chat. Oh no, it's so fucked. But it won't. I'm so confused. What? This should be in here too. Okay, I just have to manually fix it. Oh my god. Oh, it's so fucked now. Oh no. Okay. This is gonna take... Oh no. I gotta get the fucking overlay lined up again. Are you kidding me, bro? Bro. Shit takes so long to do. Okay. Line it up, line it up. That'll be good for now. The webcam is the most annoying thing, dude. Have this. Put it down here. don't know exactly how I had it. So it was lined up with this, I know. Okay, perfect. This is how I had it. And then add image existing. Fuck. Let's it up. What does it look like? I don't understand what happened. I literally don't know what happened. Why is this red? No. I want the red one. I want the blue one. Where's the blue one? Photo. Over. That's it. What the fuck? Where is it? Where is it? How is it not here? Hold on, where? It was just pissing me off. I literally don't know. I literally don't know what happened is the crazy thing. Okay, there we go. There's my blue. Alright. And then now I have to just get it perfectly lined up again, which takes fucking forever, dude. Dude, it's so fun. Okay, is that good? Who fucking knows? Okay. Let me make this. Line up with this again. Move this down. Okay. That looks the same, right? Except it's not mirrored. Okay, we good now? I literally don't know what the fuck I did. And that makes me upset. Like, I literally don't know what happened. Dude, that sucks. Okay. Whatever. It's fixed now. Whatever. Thank you, chat, for sticking with me and for entertaining each other by arguing about Zionism. Thanks, chat.
Misunderstanding of who the Israelis are, as in the IDF, the people of Israel, how there is an aspect of course, the law of war. I'm sure we'll talk about following the law of war in all of its intricacies in the execution of a war, but also the moral, ethical code of your society. I mean, militaries are a reflection of their societies. So, like, you're right. The asymmetry here is that you think that the Israel society would be okay with any of that, and clearly they're not. And they want to hold soldiers, if they do go wrong in war, accountable. There's so much of that's not who we are, that people don't understand that militaries take into war. They're a reflection of their society's values. So
making sure it's lined up correctly
still. Misinformation out there that it becomes confusing to people who have never been there. They couldn't tell you what the difference between Gaza and the West Bank is. They couldn't tell you what the size of Israel is, or what. There's so much they don't know, but they form these immediate, hardened and emphatic opinions about, that's just the way Israel does. Like, what are you talking about?
So back to the information question. Let's just focus on the raw numbers here. How many people have been killed in Gaza, and what is the proportion of combatants to non-combatants? And because one thing we're dealing with here is that for the longest time, people have simply been restating numbers that have come straight out of the so-called Ministry of Health, which is really Hamas in Gaza. I don't think anyone can doubt that many thousands of people have died and that many thousands of non-combatants have died. But what do we know about the numbers and the proportion, or do we simply actually not know with any confidence at this point?
Yeah, it's a great question. It's interesting how many times I've gotten the question, unique to this war only. What is the combatant to civilian kill ratio? It's just, I, of course, having studied so many urban battles, can tell you what it was in the past. I can tell you so the question was, how many have died? The answer is nobody knows. But for some reason, unique, war is a contest of will. We have to fight what the narrative is. So because unique to this war alone, and I don't say this based on opinion, but empirical evidence, this is the first war in history where anybody has had a running count of the civilian casualties down to the single digit in real time.
I can't believe no one has ever made this point before.
Correct. Yeah. I mean, we're taking the actual opinion of a third party who is affiliated with the enemy, Hamas. So the Gaza Health Ministry is a Hamas, because Hamas wasn't just the military force, it was the government, and you couldn't be part of the institution if you're not. It's complex, but to get a number from within the environment, from the enemy, and say that's the number that the entire world runs with no caveats. One, it's physically impossible to know how many civilians have died in Gaza. It has never been done in the history of war. The greatest battle since World War II was the Battle of Mosul in 2016 and 17. And a year after the battle, the Iraqi government still did not have a number in which how many civilians had died. Now, it went all the way from 9,000 to 40,000. The mayor of the city said it was over 40,000 because of how many people are in the rubble, how many people are unaccounted for, who left, and there's no report on where they went. You can imagine in a very dense urban environment, like, how could you possibly have a number? But if I ran with the numbers that we all use, so let's say the Gaza Health Ministry, as we're talking, says 33,000 civilians have died. Actually, it's not. Let me caveat myself, is that the Gaza Health Ministry says that 33,000 Palestinians have died in Gaza since October 7th. That number, if we are truthful, and we used Hamas's numbers or the Gaza Health Ministry's numbers, it accounts for every death that has happened in Gaza, no matter the cause. It includes all Hamas members, anybody who died of natural causes, anybody who died actually from Hamas's hands, because of the 12,000 rockets that Hamas has launched out of Gaza towards Israel since October 7th, 20% of those have landed inside of Gaza and killed many Palestinian people of Gaza. But if we ran with the 33,000, which includes everybody that's died, And we took Israel's number because if we're going to believe Hamas, why don't we believe Israel, who says, given our battle damage assessments, we believe we've killed 12,000 Hamas combatants. So you subtract 12,000 from 33,000, you get about a 1 enemy to 2, if not 1 to 1 of enemy to civilian ratio, which would be historically low to any urban battle. And this is a war, not a battle. So it's actually really interesting how somebody will try to take a battle from the past, especially the last 30 years, and compare it to the war in Gaza, which includes, like 10 massive urban battles together, so that they aggregate the numbers to kind of tell the message they want. It would still be a historically low, given all the context of urban combat, where you have a civilian population where no matter what you do, many of them still stay. You're trying to separate enemy from civilian or combatant to non-combatant, like the battle in Mosul, where
streams should be fixed.
It took
I don't know
9
what
months
happened.
for 100,000 Iraqi security forces to get 4,000 to 5,000 ISIS members out of the city, and they killed 10,000 civilians in the process of that 9-month battle to liberate the city. So that's a 1 to 2 ratio. But this is, the fact that every person that I ever interview asked me this question is really shocking, because it's never been the question. That's not how the law of war works. But we have this number in our head that, like, clearly this means everything that's going on is illegal and Israel is purposely killing civilians, because look how high the number is. Irrelevant of the context of the war. Like, we're not even talking about the numbers, the challenge that the IDF faced in Gaza. Nobody wants to talk about that, like the 40,000 Hamas members, tens of thousands of other terrorist members buried in 400 miles of tunnels.
I can't tell if there's a gap in my webcam overlay.
Who Egypt won't let into Egypt. There's so many complexities to this battle that no military has faced in the history of war, but nobody cares. They just want to know, what's the civilian death toll? And there is no number.
Yeah. Well, obviously, I asked the question very much in the spirit of echoing the observation you just made, which is that it's the very question shows how upside down everyone's analysis of this conflict is, and became really immediately, but even before Israel responded, there was already a massive distortion of moral and political priorities in how people were thinking about the ensuing violence. And I just want to continue to flag what is unique about this, and just the ways in which people focus on. It's almost like we have at this moment something like 1 billion people, maybe 2 billion people, maybe 3 billion people, for the first time discovering that war itself is intolerable. And the onus is on Israel, really, and the onus is on the Jews, if you want to get down to it. But there's a kind of a layer of anti-Semitism here, which we can table. It's really not my focus. But when you ask about what is the origin of all of the double standards here and the weird inversions of priorities, and for the first time in human history, the seizing upon details that no one ever thought about in any other conflict, the standards to which the IDF is being held, which no other army has ever been held, especially in the face of the challenges they're facing, which we're going to talk about, which you just began to reference, i.e. 400 miles of tunnels. The strangeness of all of this is something that I want to keep in view, but I do also want to just simply deliver the information insofar as we have it, and to concede whatever can be conceded to the people who are horrified by the images they're seeing coming out of Gaza, because it's understandable that people are horrified, and especially if they're for the first time looking at the evidence of war, the evidence of urban war. As I've said before, there really is no argument for the justness of any war, and its even necessity, that makes sense of the image of a child being pulled out of rubble, right? It's unacceptable, whatever the rationale for it. And some billions of people are having that experience on an hourly basis because of social media, and it's all being framed in the most invidious way possible against Israel and against support for Israel defending itself in this case. Let's I guess a high-level question here. it is because of this imagery and because of the way the discussion is being framed, again, largely on social media, there's this widespread allegation against Israel and the IDF that they're guilty not only of war crimes, but the very war is itself a crime. And they're guilty of genocide. They're guilty of the collective punishment of the Palestinians, the deliberate murder of non-combatants, and even the deliberate murder of journalists and aid workers, right? So they're like when you have, the 7 employees of Jose Andres's humanitarian organization killed, it is analyzed so as to suggest that Israel has intentionally killed those aid workers, as though, the killing of those aid workers worked to the advantage of Israel in some way.
Well, obviously, Israel is just comically evil.
It would be a colossal act of self-harm for them to have killed those aid workers on purpose, given the consequences for world opinion. But people seem to effortlessly interpret every casualty as something that the IDF has intended. What, if anything, in this downpour of disparagement of the IDF and Israel is true? I mean, what is the worst thing that can be honestly said about how...
I don't know. Oh, shutdown imminent? Cool. Awesome, dude. Well, there's no point in doing anything because it's fucking 5 minutes till the thing shuts down. I don't like John Spencer's answer to this question because clearly there's because the IDF is a conscription army and because it looks like they might have some like poor level of training. John Spencer says the worst thing Israel is doing is not fighting Hamas propaganda properly. It's like, can we not look at like some bad things Israel has done? Like the settlements are like universally bad. Although I think he limited it okay, awesome. Can't play Fallout 76, I guess. Just his current war, but yeah, I don't know. I don't like John's answer to this. Hezbollah commanders keep following their flights every day. Does it make any difference? I don't actually know. What did more die recently? I haven't checked the news today or anything. Kill 4 Hezbollah members. Killing individual members is not going to do that much. If they're killing commanders, though, it might. I don't know.
Israel has been waging its war in Gaza.
So the only thing that I can say would be the most honest, fact-based criticism of Israel is that it has done a horrible job on fighting the counter-narrative of what they're actually doing. One of the main reasons that is because they did not embed foreign media and journalists. And this is the example I usually give when I'm teaching a class. Mm-hmm. The first Battle of Fallujah, 2004, 4 American citizens were killed. The U.S. president orders the military in to get those who did it accountable. The world says that there is too much use of force, too many civilians are being hurt, they're committing war crimes. So 6 days into the battle, the U.S. military is defeated and told to stop because of the perception of the use of force. Very minor.
Can't fit the narrative. But I mean, well, the thing he mentions here is like you could embed like foreign journalists in. And you could like have them go over like, oh, this is what Israel's doing to like warn civilians, or like this is, you can have like firsthand journalistic experience like on the ground and say like, oh, I was with the IDF when they decided to strike, and this is how they did their proportionality analysis, and this is how they warned the civilians in the area. But it doesn't seem like the IDF is doing that. For the most part, they did invite some international journalists into the tunnels after October 7th. I saw there was one tunnel in northern Gaza under the Erez crossing that they did let journalists into.
Example of the totality
it seems like the less they care. Maybe
in Gaza, but it's a great example where they were defeated, and there were 0 media embeds in the first Battle of Fallujah. 6 months later, when they redid the same operation, 60 media embeds. So that's the honest criticism, but I could help you kind of go through every narrative, every accusation, to include the targeting of journalists, aid workers, or civilians in general, where the U.S. government, not even me, John Spencer, who's been there but doesn't have access to all the classified information, said based on their investigation, there is 0 evidence of a single event in which Israel intentionally caused harm to civilians, journalists, or even the World Central Kitchen event, where people don't want to accept the fact that accidents do happen, especially in the fog and friction of urban combat, which people just don't have a clue of, like, of what it actually takes, and they get to this point where they interpret situations, right? And I think that was really important you said that, because even the way that war crimes work, from the ridiculous use of the word genocide, a big factor is to intention based on the information you have at the moment you take your action, not the results. So everybody sees, footage of Gaza, especially northern Gaza, or sees, like you said, the unfortunate, every one of them is a travesty, civilian deaths, and they interpret, well, of course that means Israel did all that on purpose and that there was no alternative, which I think could be a part of the conversation, is that people who have no information on how war works, like you said, people woke up to not the Syrian war, not to the last 30 years of wars, not to real massacres of Russia taking 20,000 babies out of Ukraine. They woke up to and want to start interpreting, based on their knowledge, the wars that they see based on short clips and videos. Or they think that there's an alternative, which I actually think is, I've been arguing with literally like national leaders who have propositioned that there was another way. And that's not the history of warfare. One example I'll give is, there was another news story of Israel has used more 2,000-pound bombs than any other military in the last
I like John Spencer's point here. I think he makes a good point
30
here.
years, which is a true statement. But it is given as a negative to paint the picture that Israel had a choice. It could have not used those bombs. It could have just not did bombing at all. And the actual evidence shows that has been a feeling in many wars, that if you just bomb less, there'll be less damage, less civilian casualties. It's actually the inverse. Like in the 1945 Battle of Manila, where there were 4,000 Americans and UK internees, prisoners of war, being held by the Japanese in the city of Manila. And the General MacArthur said, you no air power. I don't want you destroying Manila. I don't want inappropriate civilian casualties. And still the military moved forward, and there were 100,000 civilian deaths. Because of the complexity of urban combat, you think that if there would have been just less bombing, or the fact that the actual nomenclature of a 2,000-pound bomb, we haven't talked about it yet, but one of the things, the difficulty for the IDF is that the enemy, there's no enemy on the surface. They're underground, and they're deep underground. So yes, Israel has used more 2,000-pound bombs because they're the only military in the history of war who's faced an enemy so deep underground.
I have heard before. I don't know how true this is. I have heard before that not all the 2,000-pound bombs are bunker busting. Blame the extensive use of heavy munitions, 2,000-pound bomb for restoring death toll. The population of Gaza packed together more tightly. Blah blah. 2,000-pound bomb, big. Yep, big bomb, big, huge bomb. Yep. Israel's coming to president internationally. Pound bombs are not normally used sparingly by Western militaries, experts say, because of their potential impact on densely populated areas like us. They also, I'm going to look at this map where they use the bombs. This is all in northern Gaza after they warn northern Gaza to evacuate. How much does mother of all bombs weigh? I have no clue.
Under civilian structures, in which a tool like that is the weapon that can get to that military target.
Okay, so talk to me about, I guess you can talk about urban warfare generically and guerrilla warfare generically, but what is unusual about this war? What is Israel facing that we didn't face in Iraq or Afghanistan, or didn't face to the same degree? And
Like what the fuck is this? Like, this isn't GeoGuessr. I don't know what the fuck this. Like, I'm answering trivia questions about Mexico City.
what is novel?
I don't understand.
About
I don't get it.
What they have done in the direction of being more scrupulous, more averse to producing collateral damage than we or any other army has been in the past.
Sure.
If you're going to say just that all that Israel has really done wrong is to fail to anticipate how colossally badly the PR war was going to go for them, and they failed to embed journalists who could give credible real-time information about all the efforts they're making to not kill the wrong people. And I agree, it's been, I don't know if it would have mattered had they done that. I certainly hope it would have mattered, but I agree that they have not done a good job at all of changing the narrative. But if that's their only crime, what have they done that has been scrupulous and compassionate and beyond the usual course of action for an army launched from a democratic state into combat?
Sure. So two easy, actually, things to pick apart. One is, what did they face that no military has faced, and what did they do that no military has done? So on what they have faced, one is just the proximity to the enemy.
What's this Jew talking about? Thank you, Bobby. What intelligent commentary. He's talking about the gods of war.
Right? That this is not hundreds of miles away. So if you want to use a U.S. military example, it just fails step one.
Mm-hmm.
Just the proximity to
Dude, it could be anywhere in America. I don't know.
Security,
Kansas,
the existential threat. So that's October 7th, right? But the war is
Kansas
being
State.
waged in eyesight of the homes of those,
Oops.
the size of the combatants, so 4,000 combatants launching rockets over the head of the military. So no military in modern history has faced a combatant who is launching 12,000 rockets over their heads, headed for their homes behind them. The tunnels, of course. So, this what Hamas had built over 15 years hasn't been seen in war, period. Yes, there's been tunnels in war before, but the fact that there were 400 miles of tunnels ranging from 15 feet to 250 feet underground where no military munition could reach, but solely under civilian sites. So civilian homes, hospitals, schools.
There was a flag of
UN
Hungary, so I knew it was Hungary.
on purpose, so they could deploy what they call this human shield strategy, because non-state actors, terrorists, whoever, have learned from the history of really modern wars in which you have a military who follows the law of war against a combatant who doesn't, that they use the laws, which in urban combat you immediately enter, and you already have restrictions on the use of force, right? You can't. That's the underlying thing, is do not target civilians and only target military sites. And that's really hard to do in urban areas, but there's lots of rules that we can talk about on that.
I don't really know where this
So
could be.
Hamas deployed this human shield strategy, but also
I think this might be
human
Australia,
sacrifice
actually.
strategy, where
I'm pretty sure this doesn't look like Australia, but I'm pretty sure Hungry Jack's is Burger King. Maybe this is Chinatown in Australia or something. I'm guessing Australia. Hell yeah, I'm always right, guys. Thank you. Okay.
and I don't know why.
Let me go back
We
to
can talk about on that. So Hamas deployed this human shield strategy, but also a human sacrifice strategy where, and I don't know why the world just won't take for on its head what Hamas says. Like, literally, they tell you these things, and the world's like, yeah, but the fact that they say they want as many of their civilians to die as possible.
Mm-hmm.
And one evidence of that is the fact that there are 400 miles of tunnels in Gaza, and not one civilian is allowed in them.
Mm-hmm.
The entire population, 2.2 million, could fit in Hamas's tunnels with ease. Where you take, in another example, in another war, like Ukraine's war, where the civilians did seek refuge in the subway tunnels and underground, and the hostages. So the fact that, that Hamas immediately took over 240 hostages, which really gets to the time variable, right? So in understanding the challenge that the IDF faced, you have to factor in, the rockets, the tunnels, the hostages, which really get to your alternatives on, well, just wait, just pursue some other strategy and just leave your hostages in captivity.
Yeah.
No,
So
it's
all
India,
those
but I don't know where.
variables, no military has faced that in modern times. None. And I could go back to World War II and give you some variables like the Battle of Manila 1945, the 1950 Battle of Seoul, which will get you close, but not all those variables. And especially not the variables in which Israel relies on the support of the United States. Now, all wars are contests of will. So Israel, knowing that, of course, everybody agreed it had the right of self-defense and to launch the war. But to know you have to maintain the will of the international community in how.
I think one thing, he didn't specifically mention this, but he mentioned like all the challenges Israel's facing that like the US didn't face. Something okay, this kind of sucks to say. But this is the way it works, okay? The way proportionality works is you weigh the direct and concrete military gain against the expected damage to civilian and civilian objects, right? So like when he mentions all these challenges Israel is facing, and like people would criticize Israel for having a higher tolerance for collateral damage, but like like he just mentioned all the challenges that they're facing. One, Israel's a smaller country, so like their force protection matters more because they they don't have a massive military in terms of like personnel, at least not actively deployed. I mean, they have, I think like half the population is in reserve, right? Because they have their conscription, but and yeah, the proximity to the enemy, right? I mean, the U.S. was fighting these wars halfway across the globe, whereas like Israel is a pretty small country. It's very close to these enemies, like yeah. And the rocket attacks he mentioned, and the hostages, especially, yeah. Every day the hostages stay in captivity is like an added like military cost. They have nukes in Mossad. Yeah, I just mean I think I'm pretty sure like all the men in Israel are in reserve, right? But Israel active personnel 169,000. Yeah. But yeah, also not all of these are in Gaza, right? Because some of them are dicking around in the West Bank, where they have to defend the stupid ass settlements. That's actually part of the reason why October 7th was somewhat successful from Hamas's side, because half of the IDF is defending these dumbass settlements that shouldn't even be there. Yeah.
How you respond?
But all that to say, like an Israeli soldier dying. Why is there no Hamas in the West Bank? There might not be Hamas in the West Bank, but there's still terrorist organizations in the West Bank. And actually, the reason Fatah won't hold elections in the West Bank is because they're worried more radical Islamists would win. Yeah, they don't like a boss. If their draws are going to be, I don't think so, but if they would withdraw, I would assume there'd be some level of violence against the settlements there that Israel doesn't want to happen, and there probably would be more violence against like Israel's proper territory too. But I don't think there would be. I think part of the reason there isn't Hamas in the West Bank, I don't know, the reasons just have different history. Like the population there isn't as radicalized. They're not like, the Gaza Strip has been under their blockade, right, since 2007 or whatever, when the West Bank isn't really under as much of a blockade. There might be some restrictions, but yeah, the like conditions in the West Bank are better than Gaza. They withdrew from Gaza and elected Hamas. I know, yeah.
That's a little different than, let's say, post 9/11, when, of course, the United States saw a coalition, but
West Bank is more supportive of Gaza. What do you mean?
And it did take action. Now, on what did the IDF do, which again is unique to actually and novel in preventing, we call it civilian harm mitigation. So everything you do to not
more supportive than who and how? Like I don't know what point you're trying to make here.
And the biggest thing, the only thing that has been very effective in wars in modern history, or even
that's why they won't hold elections.
If the conditions allow, wait and evacuate the cities of the civilians. So this is a very, like the biggest thing you can do. So Israel waited after October 7th. One, it had to mobilize, but then it still waited 3 more weeks and sent notice, especially to northern Gaza, where the greatest meat of these 40,000 Hamas members organized in 30 different battalions, the greatest really population of them were in northern Gaza. So it evacuated the entire northern Gaza. And they got criticized for doing that and telling the civilians to please leave these combat areas. And they evacuated 850,000 of the million population in northern
I would
Gaza. And they
imagine.
were criticized for that. But it was the standard. And how you do that through the dropping of flyers was pretty straightforward. Of course, Israel, because they have the capability and they've developed what nobody else in war does, started also using phone calls, text messages.
Oh, I'm your favorite streamer. Oh wow, thank you, Carter. I mean, Tide Pod Turtle. Oh, thank you so much, Tide Pod Turtle. Oh wow, wow, dude. Oh, is it your first time here? Even though I've known you since literally, like day I was born, because you're older than me.
Is pre-recorded voice messages to help with those evacuations.
I don't know where this is.
And they deployed drones with speakers, and then they deployed speakers dropped out
I have
of
no clue.
from the sky on parachutes to help
Spain.
evacuate with a very high level of fidelity. So that way, when you enter the environment, there's less civilians caught
Oh
in
fuck.
the middle
Oh,
of it. So
I don't
they
know.
waited.
Rome.
I heard reports
Yeah.
that Hamas tried to
Uh,
prevent people from evacuating to make their human shield and human sacrifice strategy more effective. Are those reports credible?
100%. I mean, and again, we have to believe those reports as much as we believe the other reports of course, the IDF told the civilians what road to use and where to go, and Hamas targeted them or sent them messages, took their cars, preventing the civilians from leaving. And most of that comes from the civilians in the environment and where the information comes. And as
When you say Hamas targeted those
yes,
points of egress, do you mean that, like Hamas snipers shot people on those roads?
correct, and bombed, mortared those roads. And this is the thing where people will say the other report is that Israel targeted the exact areas in which they told the civilians to go, which is usually misinformation has a kernel of truth, where like Hamas would set up a rocket firing position next to a humanitarian zone,
Right.
and then launch rockets. So Israel would respond to that, and then the world would only pick up on Israel is targeting the humanitarian areas they told civilians to go to get out of the combat area.
Yeah.
Really, the only that's a safer area, but Hamas, again, using the human shield, has wanted that narrative. And this is also
Thanks. Fuck, what am I? Oh, my alerts are broken. What the hell? Oh, it's just Carter following me again. I mean, because he follows me every fucking stream. Thanks, Carter. Hold on, but my alerts is fucked.
the
Hold on, give me a
difference
second.
to Hamas as a combatant, as opposed to most other urban combatants, even ISIS, right? So ISIS in the Battle of Mosul used human shields, but its purpose wasn't to get as many civilians killed as possible, nor was there a way to really hold the people into the area. So this again gets to the uniqueness to this war is the fact that the civilians can't get out into Egypt, but they were identified this place in southern Gaza that was identified.
Oh shit! Sorry, but dude, why would you sub when the alerts are broken? Thank you, man. Hold on, I'm fixing the alerts. Thank you. Hold on, I'll. It might actually play them when I get them working again. I don't understand what the fuck I did. Hold on, I think my alerts are here too. Oh, but they don't show up. But I broke those too. Dude, I actually have no clue what I did to break the alerts. But thank you, man. Appreciate it very much. I don't know. Give me a second.
Which is now the Al-Mawasi humanitarian zone. It was picked because it was one of the few areas that the IDF believed there were less Hamas tunnels or Hamas military in general. And initially, the civilians wouldn't go there. But yes, the Hamas, and really we can talk about what Hamas did during the temporary
Okay,
ceasefire.
no. Hold on. Let me. I'll play the alert for you. Hold on. Profile. Twitch. Alerts. Subscription.
This is a test message.
Why is it? Why am I hearing it twice? Dude, I actually fucked my OBS up so much and I don't know how. I don't know what I did. I literally have zero clue. So this is what comes up. But I'm hearing it twice, but only seeing it once, which means there's a hidden alert box somewhere, but I don't know where.
It happened for the hostage exchange, which nobody comments on, is that during that ceasefire, Hamas sent hundreds of thousands of civilians into areas and repopulated them with over 300% of the civilians that were there before the war. So like in Khan Yunis, Hamas increased the population of Khan Yunis by 300% before the IDF could start their operation in that area.
What do you make of the difference, albeit a subtle one, in how ISIS, or the Islamic State, used human shields, versus how Hamas is doing it? You say that the Islamic State wasn't seeking, though they used human shields, they weren't seeking to maximize the loss of civilian life. I mean, the only way I can interpret that is to imagine that Hamas recognizes that in this conflict with Israel, the role that global opinion plays is a lever that they really have in hand and can easily pull, and the way to pull it is to maximize the loss of civilian life, because they know Israel.
I think I'm just hearing it twice
for every single body.
It's on YouTube Shorts
and
too.
That the blaming of Israel will matter in a way that I can imagine the Islamic State did not imagine they had that same kind of leverage with in fighting the U.S. and much less local Iraqi and forces in being led by the U.S.
Yeah, it's a great question, as you really have to look at in war the strategy of both sides. So this has been trying to have people understand that the Hamas military strategy in the war is not to defeat the IDF as in military force. It is also not to hold terrain. Just in those two objectives, it's different than ISIS, who was trying to hold the terrain that it had captured.
It's
to
fucked.
include
I don't know
Mosul,
how
which
it's
is the
fucked, though.
capital of their self-proclaimed caliphate. They were really trying to hold the terrain. The Hamas strategy, in accordance with what they have done, has always been about just biding time. And why they built this vast tunnel network was to be in the tunnels when IDF came.
Thank you.
I don't think they assumed that Israel would maintain the will to continue even this far. But it was always about biding time for the world to stop the IDF, which has happened in Israel's previous wars. ISIS didn't have that strategy as their military strategy or their grand strategy, where Hamas, again, according to them, their grand strategy is all this is just in the pursuit of a political objective to Israel not existing and for there to be a Palestinian state, which includes everything that Israel is currently sitting on right now. That gets into this military aspect where you see a vast difference between ISIS and Hamas. Both used terror tactics. One was a full-out government of this region, received billions of dollars to improve the region, funneled most of that money into building this terror military that had the intention of just causing the IDF to not be successful. And that has been where, again, they say that the civilians should die to achieve that goal. And they're fine with all of them dying. In the pursuit of this, like you said, there's a fundamental misunderstanding of what Hamas and this radical interpretation of Islam, which leads them to pursue this strategy in real time.
Yeah, it's I don't think I can really recover from my astonishment that people can't see this more easily than they have. I mean, it's, when you look at the protests on college campuses, which now have devolved into, in many cases, explicit support for Hamas, right? They're not even trying to draw a line between the Palestinian cause and Hamas, right? There's just, and needless to say, there's no concern for a return of hostages in all these calls for a ceasefire. But they're just actually, they're just nakedly supporting Hamas. And yet, what should be obvious to everyone is that there's nobody who cares less about saving the lives of Palestinian non-combatants than Hamas, right? I mean, this is, when you're looking to see who is the most callous about the lives of Palestinian children, it is Sinwar and his colleagues down there underground. And I just find it so remarkable that people have either lost sight of that or have never seen it. and that we're seeing it somehow doesn't matter in how they're interpreting the situation.
Yeah, I mean, this is the uniqueness. I agree with you. It's shocking and concerning where our world's best academic institutions are creating the dumbest students who can't critically think or get access to their own information. This has been basically the survey-based analysis of the protesters. Like, do you know which river in the sea means? Do you know who Hamas is? What do you know what happened on October 7th? It's just shocking. But I will give you have to analyze it almost empirically on how Hamas has been able to tap into all these human storytelling techniques of the weak versus the powerful, the oppressed versus the oppressor, and the ideal that there is just an alternative. If you just stop, just cease fire now, everything will be better if we just cease fire. And this has been my position from the beginning as a student of war, is that if Hamas was allowed to survive the war, period, as in Hamas, not the ideal, which again, I think the world, to include military analysts, have just every day since October 7th tried to compare this to a counterinsurgency, counterterrorism campaign, which we just are comfortable with over the last 30 years, is what we know, rather than a conventional war mindset of this is a political body with a military holding terrain with political objectives. But the fact that the world thinks that, if you just stop fighting, just stop the war, right? Like you said, they woke up to what war looks like and that it's intolerable. War is hell. It is death and destruction. But one, they want to fail to recognize what the IDF have done to limit and restrict themselves and to prevent civilian harm. But they also think that the world will be a better place if the war just stops. That if Hamas, who they are today, the Hamas that was October 7th, in my interpretation, if they survive the war, they have achieved a massive victory in the history of war. They struck Israel, and as they say, as Iran says, Israel, and then through Israel, the United States, if they survive that, they become these giant legends. I mean, they'll make statues out of them. There'll be celebration days in Iran for Hamas leadership who pulled off October 7th and survived it. And that we will see a much more violent Middle East and world if they survive.
Yeah, I fully agree with that premonition. I just think it's the only answer to the triumphalism of jihadism is to defeat it, right? That it has to be a stark defeat. And so I guess my next question for you is, how likely is that? I mean, I guess before you answer that, you can perhaps tell us what the IDF has actually accomplished thus far in Gaza.
Sure.
And now, as I said, we're waiting to see if they're going to go into Rafah, and I think we both think they should. But what has the IDF done? What is left to do? And how likely is it that they can destroy Hamas? And what does destroying Hamas actually mean? Does it mean killing every last member of Hamas? Does it mean just killing the leadership, or bringing them to justice? And then we should talk about what conceivable aftermath there might be if they do what can be done here. So what have they done? What can be done? And what does it look like afterwards?
Sure. So what they have done, and especially keeping in mind what the objectives were, return the hostages, destroy Hamas as a military organization with the ability to harm Israel and secure Israel's borders. So if we compare to, has Israel been successful thus far, right? I can't tell you who's going to achieve ultimate victory in the war yet. Thus far, Israel has historically cleared dense urban terrain at a pace and with despite the numbers, low collateral damage, low civilian casualty count. Of the 30 battalions, 24 of those being light infantry battalions of Hamas, they have destroyed 20 of the.
I just saw a pink taxi and shows Mexico City. I just saw a pink car and said pink taxi, Mexico City. Fuck, oops.
24 active battalions. They have cleared 75% of Gaza, as in broken apart those functioning military organizations. They have identified the weapons capability, right? Because the rockets are a big part of Hamas's military capability, that they had immense, to include the manufacturing capabilities. So these deep buried weapons manufacturing, as in rocket production plants underground that Israel has found. It has destroyed much of Hamas's terror tunnel networks. It has returned half the hostages home through military pressure, which led to negotiations. And it has now created a situation in which there's only 4 battalions, the Hamas leadership, and the remaining, at the time we're talking, 133 Israeli hostages left to fulfill the objectives of Israel. So that's what they've done so far. Now, the question of destroy Hamas, that gets everybody going, right?
Actually, let me just add one footnote to what you just said. So obviously, we started this conversation talking about how unreliable all the numbers are, and now you just kind of went through confidently detailing the numbers in some basic sense, giving a proportion of Hamas fighters versus non-combatants. But again, what you're doing here is basically taking Hamas's numbers of dead at face value, which we can't really do, but one can imagine it's something like a worst case scenario number, like at the moment 33,000 dead, and we're taking IDF's claim to have killed something like 13,000 combatants and just using those numbers as the framework for the proportion, right?
Right. And this is really gets to a bigger question on that we're in a world in which nobody trusts anybody, right? So they're not going to trust anything Israel says, the United States says, United Kingdom says, but they'll trust Hamas says, which is unique.
Yeah.
But let's say I trust everybody's numbers. That's where I get to,
right.
And everybody's statements, to include Hamas's. I'm taking all the information available and making these statements based on what we know, like the 33,000.
Are we confident that Hamas had 40,000 fighters in the first place? I mean, are those Hamas numbers or those IDF numbers, or do both sides agree on the number of Hamas fighters?
Yeah, it's a great question. No, it's a combination of both Hamas leadership, both the political wing in Qatar and the military wing in Gaza, and the IDF and U.S. and other intelligence agencies' estimates based on a collection, right? What we call all source analysis, a collection of both what Hamas says, what the IDF says, what we can gain, and we have to achieve some type of, okay, we'll agree that this is the number.
Right. So when you say they have, remind me, the proportion of Hamas battalions that have been destroyed or fatally compromised is what?
So 20 of the 24 basically infantry kind of terrain holding battalions. Before the war, there was an estimate of 30 battalions, which includes like the people who shoot the rockets, the headquarters, everything. So of the Hamas military, 20 battalions of their 24 battalions that they had on October 7th have been destroyed. And by destroyed, it means broken apart, so they're no longer functioning as a military unit, able to do their assigned mission, whether it's defend or attack.
And how do we know, is it in terms of the damage to the tunnels? I mean, what are you picturing, or what are you aware of being true there? Where, I mean, it's 400 miles of tunnels. It's just staggering. And when I say that number or hear it, I can't shake the feeling of incredulity, right? It just seems impossible. But accepting that something like that is true, Israel could not have destroyed, no matter how many 2,000-pound bombs they dropped, much of that network. Maybe they took out crucial nodes in the network. What do you imagine has happened, and what is the result? I mean, are we now talking about Hamas fighters and Israeli hostages trapped inside tunnels and, dying of starvation, or what? I mean, what is the reality of that destruction?
Yeah, it's really hard to get a true estimate. Like, nobody's given the sheer number, miles of tunnels that have been discovered and destroyed. But given the way urban terrain is cleared, the reporting of over 1,000 shafts identified, the number of tunnels in which the IDF have controlled, destroyed, as in using explosives to destroy. I mean, I was in one in December along the border of Israel and Gaza that was 2.5 miles long. It was an invasion tunnel. If you were just to take up the number of ones that they have publicly announced and shown the world, it's still many, many miles. But it is a great question, and I've gotten this question as somebody who studies underground warfare too. It's like, will they ever be able to destroy all the tunnels? Absolutely not. And if you get to the realization of like, how is it possible to have hundreds of miles of tunnels underneath a space that is only, Gaza Strip is 25 miles long, at the widest part, 7 miles wide. And if that is really the uniqueness to what Hamas has been digging over 15 years, so many different levels of tunnels. And the IDF have shown the world much
By
of
the
that
way,
and shown how they both identified, like, here's a 2 mile, here's a 3 mile tunnel. Here we are destroying it. It's really hard to get that estimate.
I'm wearing my
but in the
Canada shirt today, so I better
or do it quickly,
better be able to do
identifying
Canada
every
pretty well.
tunnel, and you have to prioritize what is a certain level of a tunnel, and you won't ever be able to destroy them all because you're not going to find them all, but you get to a certain level of fidelity. And what they have discovered is more than anybody thought that was ever there.
Are IDF soldiers going down into the tunnels and engaging Hamas fighters in shooting battles underground, or are they simply
Usually not,
finding
right?
shafts and dropping explosives into them and considering that part of the tunnel destroyed when it all collapses? I mean, what, or are they sending robots down there, or are they doing all of those things? What is underground warfare like in this case?
Yeah, all above. So absolutely, like it started, like we were talking about, with identifying known key bunkers and underground spaces and hitting those with aerial munitions, moving forward. And as the IDF moved forward, like in northern Gaza, if they found a tunnel shaft, they would stop, bring up the special to Israel, the unique forces trained only for underground warfare. They have underground dogs or dogs made for tunnel warfare. And they actually lost over 30 of a very large military working dog, because once you find a tunnel, then you bring up these special units. There were firefights that happened in tunnels. They're very few, though, because once the tunnel has been found, Hamas has booby-trapped it and moved on or to another tunnel. And there was a uniqueness to the approach in northern Gaza versus by the time I visited in in February in Khan Yunis, there was a different approach. At one point, the IDF were flooding the tunnels with both seawater and fresh water to flush the Hamas out and to clear the explosives. Everything has been tried. But by the time I get to Khan Yunis, really, which is, this is a Hamas space, and Hamas is using the tunnels. By the time I visit the IDF in, just a month and a half ago, they were entering the tunnels before Hamas knew they were in the tunnels and basically taking control of the tunnels and maneuvering on Hamas at the same time they were moving above ground. But this is the challenge of underground warfare. You have to develop new types of equipment. Yes, they used the robots, the drones that can work underground. Yes, they destroyed, and really there's only a few ways you can truly destroy a tunnel, like the flooding that did not work to destroy a tunnel, because the tunnels are made of concrete and they have some of them have drainage in them. It's just not a solid tube. So the water's not going to stay in
before,
there.
haven't you?
Where explosive force is really the only tried and true way to destroy a tunnel. And you have to string a tunnel, string mines together along the full width of a tunnel.
Is that a threat?
Imagine it's 2 miles long. It takes a lot of explosives.
And how are they doing any of this while keeping the lives of the hostages in mind? What sort of intelligence do you think they have about the location of the hostages? When they're simply blowing up a tunnel, how can they be confident they're not killing hostages or burying them alive?
Yeah.
I mean, this information you have, and if so, what do you know about that? I mean, it seems to me that the existence of the hostages, as is intended, complicates this picture immensely. I mean, it complicates the prosecution of the war immensely in all kinds of ways. I mean, as you pointed out, it sets the clock ticking in a way that wouldn't otherwise be true. And the idea that you can just sort of bide your time and decide, how you want to respond over the course of weeks and months and years, that goes completely out the window once you've got hundreds of people now being held hostage and mistreated underground. But it's very hard to imagine how they can be confidently destroying tunnels with Hamas in them, knowing that the hostages are somewhere underground.
Right. No, it's a great topic from really the highest strategic level down to that tactical level where you're not going to especially destroy a tunnel without first investigating what's in the tunnel. So most of the destruction
Canada
outside
does
of the
need
aerial
more.
bombardments, which are intelligence driven, like they know what they're targeting a military target underground, and they have some form of human intelligence, signals intelligence, some other aspect to know whether or not a hostage is present with the enemy combatant that they're striking. But once you get close and you're sending those drones, the dogs, everything in the tunnel, the destroying that I was talking about is really after you've exploited what's in the tunnel.
Clue.
Because of that immense risk that I agree with you complicates every aspect of the war is the fact that your enemy's underground, but there is also the possibility of your citizens, the hostages in there, which leads to all even the highest level, which I argued in a Wall Street Journal article that the ideal that there's an alternative to the way that Israel has done it, right? Which does, like you said, would be just to wait a few years, use intelligence to find the hostages and do raids, which is really a fallacy. It's never happened where you have an enemy environment like that because a raid relies on lots of intelligence and immense surprise and some type of like a permissive, because you've surprised, whether it was the Osama bin Laden raid into Pakistan. Pakistan didn't know we were coming for him. They say they didn't know he was there. But to imagine that you were going to build enough intelligence to one day just to do a bunch of raids into Gaza, a hostile environment by definition, who knows you're coming, and that you could eventually achieve your goal of bringing the hostages home a different way is not true. It's just it's not historically backed up. But that has led to this idea of, like you said, it's just going to take you a lot of time. Just leave them in captivity. Let Hamas survive for now, and we'll figure out a different way. It's just not backed up by history.
Yeah, especially to return to, again, probably the least.
Didn't really answer the question I wanted to answer, which is like how confident is Israel that it's not fucking blowing up hostages when it floods the tunnels or blows up tunnels, right?
Comfortable topic here, the imaginary line between the public sentiment of the Palestinians and Hamas. I mean, you're talking about a population that, if it's not entirely supportive of the project of keeping these hostages, enough people are supportive of it.
Who are you listening to?
Problem,
this is Sam Harris with an urban war expert named John Spencer. We've read a lot of John Spencer's articles on stream, and then I've read a lot of Sam Harris in my own time.
Is shrouded by a hostile population that seems happy to collaborate with Hamas's project of keeping the hostages for as long as they want to keep them.
Yeah, but I think this, again, I definitely 100% that factors into what could be done about the situation. But in war, I'm in such a proponent for the law of war. People just don't understand because it's meant to put bounds on the brutality of war, and that there is such thing as an innocent civilian or a non-combatant, but people don't understand what it takes for that person to partake in the hostilities and make themselves a combatant. You don't have to be carrying a weapon. You could be reporting on the enemy that's coming. You could be building things. There's so many other aspects of being a combatant versus a non-combatant, where yes, in this world of Hamas, where they wear civilians, use human shields, use the hospitals, use everything they can to make Israel look bad, it is the greatest challenge for any soldier, let alone an Israeli soldier, to operate within all these different challenges.
Actually, let's linger on that point for a second, because this might help people interpret some video, which is really any way you
compares Iraqi forces fighting ISIS to this. I mean, he's an expert in urban war. There were urban battles in Iraq, right? So, that seems like there are some comparisons that could probably be made there.
You look at it; it is shocking video that I've seen. I think
in urban warfare.
At one point, I saw Joe
Rogan
on
mowing
his
the lawn
podcast
outside.
show the video and
might be able to hear them.
To it as really any.
Was he in combat down there? He did. I think he said he served 2 tours in Iraq, and then afterwards he went on to study urban combat. Yeah, and he's an expert in urban combat. that he went over at the beginning of the podcast. But yeah, he's actually been to Gaza twice since the war started. Yeah, he's been on the ground in Gaza twice since the war started there. 2 tours in Iraq, and then he's an expert in air combat.
Untutored person would, as just
a coward.
Believes he's
that make him a
seen
coward?
Clear evidence of IDF war crimes. And the video is just men who do not appear to be armed being bombed, right? I mean, this, for all I know, this could be video from some other theater of combat. I mean, it could have been a drone attack on men in Iraq. I don't know actually the provenance of the video, but assuming these were Palestinian men, walking amid rubble, being killed, and they're not in the process of firing RPGs or rockets, and they didn't even appear to be armed. How is it possible that a strike like that could have been justified? On its face, It looks impossible to justify.
Right. Really, especially
most of the soldiers that want to kill Iraqis are cowards. I don't think that. I don't think most of the soldiers were soldiers that just wanted to fucking kill innocent Iraqis. I mean, he didn't say innocent, but like, do you really think they're cowards? They might. Yes, because they look like you. Okay. I love the racism.
Especially with somebody who's never seen, doesn't have any comprehension of the way the law of war works in general. And I watched Joe interpret that video.
Island in Japan. I don't know.
And just by the words he was saying, I knew that he didn't have a framework in which to understand what the world was watching in that 20-second clip, right? He said unarmed kids. He actually said kids, which is getting to this definition of what is a kid or an adult, where that line is drawn.
Just being honest, I'm like,
combat situation, right? Which everybody will acknowledge, it's a combat zone. That 30-second clip doesn't give me any ability to understand what was going on, other than
where the fuck
there's somebody who was struck with
probably
a bomb.
Rome.
No idea on what that person was doing before that video started. Did they come out of a tunnel? Did they do something before it? And then did the IDF already know who those individuals were? Again, you can be a member of Hamas, like a designated member, and that makes you a combatant. It has nothing to do with if you're.
I can't believe I just mixed up Texas and Chile's flag. Oh my God.
Carrying a weapon at the moment, or if you're shooting at the IDF at the moment, you're a member of the enemy force. There's so much to that video that is unknown, especially like what were they doing before? Where did they come from? Who were they? What were their intentions? That clearly, yes, the IDF meant to hit them. So they have to, let's say if you did an investigation, say, and this is again where people look at the end results, but the IDF under question would have to show like, okay, how did you know that was a military target? Because clearly they used precision guided munition to strike just those 4 individuals, which again gets to the kind of the false negative that you would have to prove. And of course they're targeting civilians, right? That's what they do. Like, no, you have to see what the law of war, the war crime accusation requires you to know what they were doing. We want to interpret, we see the explosion, like clearly they were targeting those unarmed civilian kids. Like there's so much wrong with that.
We don't know. So I mean, it's a crucial detail that you don't know what they were doing moments or minutes before. I mean, perhaps the full video is showing people who just planted an IED or did something that was obviously the behavior of combatants, and now they're.
I feel like they're giving them too much of the benefit of the doubt. Come on, guys. The IDF can do bad things too. Not impossible. The IDF does bad things too, guys. The whole bullshit conversation to say Israel is right. Hypocrisy. Dude, you can't be fucking racist and expect anyone to take you seriously. Like, you make valid criticisms of Israel, but those have to be independent of your fucking racist European hatred, bro.
They're walking away and then they get targeted.
Or who they were. Like, literally, the fact that Joe says, look, clearly they're not carrying any weapons. Like, okay, that's a data point, but that doesn't mean that you're not an enemy in this combat area. I mean, the power of facial recognition and all these other aspects, you have to know what the IDF knew at the time they took that strike.
Fuck up.
And clearly they targeted those individuals. That's a fact because they did it very precisely.
Thanks, man. Okay.
Yeah.
Timing
Well,
you
I
out
mean,
for like
again,
a little
that
bit.
for those
'cause
who
that's
haven't
just
seen the
too
footage,
unhinged.
this is the footage was not at night, right? So it doesn't suffer from the same, and these people weren't hidden inside of cars, right? So
Right.
it's not analogous to the World Central Kitchen false ID problem where they were clearly striking people they were intending to strike. They just were the
Yep.
wrong people.
In the World Kitchen, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, so you've spoken about what the IDF has already done, and you seem to believe that Hamas
These guys
really
make sense
does
on this
have
topic.
to be
So hard
defeated
to
at the
second
end
guess
of
the idea
this.
from far away.
What
We're
is
in one move,
reasonable?
Yeah. I feel like. I mean, again, a lot of these things are facts dependent. We read a really good article, I think, from Lawfare, where you can't just do results based like legal analysis, right? Because the legality of all this is based on the information you had at the time. So even like, let's say a commander blew up, let's say like worst case scenario, a commander blew up a school full of kindergartners, okay? We could do a legal analysis of that and it could actually come back to be perfectly legal because it could be the case that the commander had 100% reasonable suspicion, or not just it's not reasonable suspicion, but 100% reasonably believed that there were Hamas members there because let's say there was some like Hamas had been operating out of that school before, or and they had their intelligence saying that Hamas units were there. Like it could be the case that there were though that could come back as a legal thing to do because the commander reasonably assumed or reasonably guessed that that was a legitimate military target. Reasonably assessed, I think, is the standard. And it's based on the information you have at the time, not retrospectively the information.
To hope for there, I assume this means that the IDF, by definition, has to go into Rafah. What would destroying Hamas look like, and what would the aftermath look like? I mean, what if they have destroyed Hamas, perhaps not down to the last man, but rendered the whole Hamas project obviously a failure, and now Gaza is this hellscape that has no one to rule it except whatever.
It's not that the IDF gets great. Well, I mean, what do you mean? The difference is what we consider mistakes. Hamas's massacre at Nova Festival wasn't a mistake. They intentionally killed the civilians there. When Israel does something, that's a matter of policy for Hamas. Their policy is to kill civilians. Their policy is to take civilians hostages. When Israel does bad things, a lot of times it's because of a lapse of policy. It's because a soldier did something against policy. That's usually the difference there. Yeah, right. Yeah.
Lunatics can rise up.
And then Israel, I mean, I've read mixed things. Israel will prosecute IDF soldiers sometimes. It will arrest IDF soldiers or fire them if they're found guilty of certain misdeeds, right? Now, again, depending on who's in power in the I've heard that right-wing governments are semi-unwilling to prosecute them, and then they're also lenient on settler violence. I think, again, I wish I had this article on tap. I should have read it down somewhere. I'm pretty sure Netanyahu literally called for the pardoning of a settler who stabbed two Israelis, which that's dumb, okay? But I think another big thing Israel does that Hamas doesn't, Israel hosts its own criticism. Israel has a free press. Israel, up until recently, Al Jazeera operated in Israel. Israel is Haaretz. Israel is B'Tselem. There is no equivalent of that for Hamas. Hamas doesn't host its own criticism in the way Israel hosts its own criticism. There are members of the Knesset that are literally saying that Israel is committing a genocide. I think there's one member of the Knesset, but yeah, there are Israel hosts its own criticism in a way that Hamas doesn't. It's a free press, liberal democracy. Yeah.
The ashes and be nearly as extreme and irresistible as Hamas. It's not going to be a stable victory, and certainly world opinion will continue to cut against Israel. What does destroying Hamas look like in the best case, and how can they conceivably manage the aftermath?
Yeah, it's a great question, and it really gets to this.
I hate the way it's not Israel necessarily deserves grace. It's just that It's just that there's a difference between mistakes and intentional actions. There's a difference between these things. When it comes to like the moral standing of Israel and Hamas, there's a difference between these mistakes and intentional actions.
I guess this misinterpretation of what does the
There are
what does
different
it
levels of
mean to
intent there.
destroy Hamas, where people say it's not possible, right? Because they mix destroy the idea of Hamas versus the destroy what Hamas was on October 6th and its military capabilities and all of its resources that it created and immersed and smuggled.
This looks like it could be in Brazil.
It was
but I
sent
don't
in,
really know.
everything like that. One thing is that what the best case scenario is, and I don't agree, although it is the most likely scenario, that it requires a full ground invasion into southern Gaza, right? Rafah City, Rafah refugee camp, the other areas, because Hamas could surrender tomorrow. Hamas could surrender to include agreement to disarm themselves,
Glad we came to
and
an agreement.
surrender anybody who partook on October 7th and committed those heinous crimes. They could give all the hostages back, and that would lead to a much lower intensity operation that would still, in my opinion, be required, because in order to destroy Hamas, what it was on October 7th, you have to search for its military capability, its remaining rocket supply, its remaining smuggling tunnels, its remaining weapons manufacturing capability. You would still have to search southern Gaza, in my opinion, to achieve the goal of destroying Hamas as both the ruling power, because you don't fight an insurgency against the ruling power. You fight an insurgency for the people or a government against an insurgency. But you have to remove Hamas from power. You have to remove their military capability. So best case scenario is that the remaining 4 battalions are destroyed as functioning units able to do their mission. The Hamas military leadership remaining in Gaza is killed or captured. All the hostages are returned home. Then, like you said, is absolutely the next phase that will determine whether the world views it as a success or not, because the challenge of Gaza is that next phase, the post-conflict phase of rebuilding, reestablishing a different framework, right? This gets to the ideal, which I know will be a big challenge because it hasn't been there yet, is a viable partner who actually has the pursuit of a better life for the people of Gaza as their number one priority, and not the destruction of Israel as their number one priority. This has been the history of the Israel-Palestine conflict, right? Is having a viable partner who will acknowledge Israel should exist, to disavow terrorism, and pursue a path to include by action of really caring for the people. So once Hamas is destroyed, which in my opinion has to be done, then Israel has to help in creating the next governance, the power structures, the security.
I think there's an article that just came out where Biden has recently been calling on Israel to like set up a plan for what happens to Gaza's government after Hamas is removed from power.
Framework, but also, and I think they will, ensure that whatever comes next in self-determination isn't able to gain that much military capability for the sole purpose of doing October 7th or launching rockets as their primary goal.
Yeah, which suggests that, even in an ideal world, a 2-state solution can't really be 2 states in any normal sense. We're not talking about a state that has its own army, etc., because we would have to have a very different set of facts on the ground for Israel to imagine they can live next to a Palestinian state after October 7th.
Right, which
that's why every 2-state solution proposed has had that as the eventual goal, but like not as the onset, right? I have no clue where this is.
And the great lie is the ideal that Israel has been the only hurdle to a 2-state solution, with Palestinians and Israelis living side by side in harmony. The great lie is that the greatest hurdle to that was Israel, versus organizations, whether it's the PA, Palestinian Authority, Hamas, whatever it is, whose sole ideal, its construction, everything it does is actually to attack Israel rather than pursue a better life within it's almost like the diplomatic laziness just two-state solution has been, especially the U.S. administration's goal, right? But nobody can articulate what that actually is in reality, in real terms. And it has been, which is now leading the uninformed of the world on that's the solution to the violence, two-state solution, which October 7th can't become Hamas's Independence Day, right? It can't become Palestinian Independence Day. They did October 7th, and then they should get all the things in return just to make the violence stop. That would just lead to a much more violent world as well. But it's really like diplomatic laziness to think that that's the solution, like without any recognizing the decades of administrations who have pursued that objective and failed.
Yeah. I mean, the reasons for that failure, as you point out, have almost never been acknowledged, but it is another one of these obvious and absolute asymmetries that strangely everyone seems to ignore, which is that Israel has wanted a two-state solution. I mean, not everyone in Israel, but a majority of Israelis certainly have wanted a two-state solution. They have wanted to live in peace with a Palestinian neighbor that would live in peace with them, but that has not been reciprocated. On the other side, there has been a pervasive commitment to not the Palestinians getting the state they want alongside of Israel, but rather for the annihilation of Israel. The existence of Israel has been the thing that has always been put in question on the Palestinian side. And that's just not a symmetrical situation. So you would need a Palestinian regime and a Palestinian population that actually wanted to live in peace alongside Israel for there to be anything like a basis for a two-state solution.
Right. And this is, I mean, to get back to the now, what comes after Hamas? I don't know. And I don't think Israel
Where the hell
knows,
is
but it
Alcatraz? I don't
knows.
know, man.
Like I can talk in
I thought it
certainties
was
versus the uncertainty that Hamas has to be destroyed for the peace of the Middle East
right
and the peace of
there.
Israel and the Palestinian people. Like that's step one. What comes the day after really matters and how the war will be viewed. So Israel has a lot of decisions, but so do the people of Gaza.
But don't you see the untenability of it being a prolonged Israeli occupation of Gaza? I mean, the picture of the aftermath that you're envisioning, does that include an internationalization of the whole project where you bring in some of the Arab states to figure out how to pacify and rebuild Gaza? Or are you actually picturing many years of Israel essentially being the government in Gaza or backstopping the whatever the Palestinian government is?
Yeah, no, it's a great question. So I don't envision that at all, not because of my own thoughts, because Israel says they don't want that. That was tried, and then they left in 2005, and Hamas was elected in 2008 and said, that's not what we want. Despite the accusations of occupation since then, and the blockade and apartheid and all these misinformed opinions. But the other proposition you provided with, like, an Arab nation, all these other actors, is also not present, right? This is Egypt wants nothing to do with the people of Gaza. They're a part of this. If there was a multinational Arab nation coalition who could assist, and of course there'll be rebuilding, but for Israel not to have a part of that, as in for another terrorist regime because the United States wanted there to be an election in Gaza, and Hamas was elected both in Gaza and the West Bank, and then the Palestinian Authority just said, we don't view that as a legitimate election. That whatever comes next, Israel says they don't want occupation, but they will, of course, be a part of ensuring that another Hamas, which they're having to do in real time, and they do own that, right? They own some of that to prevent another Hamas, not just to destroy and leave it in chaos. Absolutely, I agree with that, and that's the history of such operations as well. And I agree with you that in order for this to work, there have to be multiple other nations involved on identifying who is the other viable partner in Gaza, how to rebuild all the structures, not just the buildings, so that they're on a path to a better life than what Hamas was giving them.
I know we're getting to the end of our allotted time here, but I just want to ask you the not so simple question of what do you think Israel should do, must do, will do about Hezbollah to the north?
Oh, no.
Yeah, that's a great question. I wish more people would ask it. and recognize and tell the facts about how Hezbollah. And in my last trip back in February, I went up to northern Israel to the blue line. I walked the line of where Hezbollah is attacking. Since October 8th, it entered the war. A second front was there, and Hezbollah has been attacking since October 8th with not just rockets, but taking out all the security posts and cameras and sending people across the blue line and violating the UN Security Council. I don't, they say, and again, if you want to listen to them say, the reason they did that was because of the war in Gaza, which is interesting since they started on October 8th and Israel hadn't even declared and conducted operations in Gaza yet. But the situation, I can say with certainty, can't continue. There's 80,000 people just in northern Israel who haven't been home in the last 6 months, who are living in hotels. When I go there, they're in the hotels that I stay at because of the daily threat of Hezbollah. And Hezbollah is a much larger problem. And Israel and other nations have been pursuing a political solution because it all doesn't have to turn into war. For Hezbollah to back up to the UN Security Council agreed framework and stop attacking Israel. But if they're not willing, I don't see how Israel doesn't have to also use force to secure its northern border and allow its citizens, which 80,000, like the number almost surpasses people's ability to imagine what that looks like on the ground with all these cities evacuated. 80,000 who can't go home because Hezbollah attacks every day.
I know Hezbollah is a larger problem in that they're a larger force, a better trained force, a better armed force. They have more rockets, which is to say in the end, it's probably a more important problem to solve. But I'm wondering, is it as large a problem with respect to the prospect of civilian casualties if they decided to launch a war into Lebanon? I mean, if the IDF woke up tomorrow and was fully committed to destroying Hezbollah,
wasn't Hamas literally inspired by
with all of its
Hezbollah's human shields,
applicable force available to it? Would they be, by definition, creating as much collateral damage as they have in Gaza, or are things different up in the north? And are the combatants much easier to target without the same kind of loss of civilian life?
Right. Yeah, it's a great question. Of course, it's less density. There are still urban areas in southern Lebanon that would require the restraint on the use of force, but there is a lot more military, because Hezbollah didn't develop the same strategy as Hamas. Of course, it went underground, and it's actually called the land of tunnels in southern Lebanon. Of course, that's what militaries do to protect their systems, and there's hundreds of miles in southern Lebanon. But unlike Hamas, Hezbollah didn't build them solely underneath civilians to get civilians killed. Yes, it would be a much different situation, although the scale is 10 times, right? Well, hundreds of thousands of Hezbollah fighters with estimates of tens of, if not hundreds of thousands of rockets, but they are also much more targetable from a military stance without the civilian harm because they're in mountainous terrain, they're more protected. It would still be a very big challenge for the IDF to defeat
video evidence of Hezbollah using Christian farmers.
It gets to this question, which again, people won't recognize, that October 7th was an existential threat to Israel, not just to southern Israel. They wanted to get to Jerusalem. Hezbollah poses an existential threat to Israel. So it has to respond, hopefully not with military force, but if you have to, then you have to. And it would take an immense war to defeat Hezbollah, let alone just push them back to they're no longer threatening Israel.
I hesitate to pull the question of Iran in here because I know we're short on time, but do you have an encapsulated version of what you think can and should and will be done with respect to Iran, either by Israel alone or by some coalition of forces?
Yeah, I mean, I do, and I think I can do it shortly. That, of course, Iran is the head of all these snakes. First, we have to acknowledge that Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis are all Iranian-backed organizations who are trained, funded, financed, and directed by Iran themselves. So Hezbollah says it. Like, could we at least believe these groups when they say that they act in accordance with Iran's direction? Iran is the big disruptor of the Middle East. You have some people believe October 7th came about because Israel was close to a bilateral relationship with Saudi Arabia, like it has with Jordan, Egypt, and other Arab nations, and that was too much of a threat to Iran, who has its ideals of the Middle East and has pursued this proxy war using its proxies to attack Israel. That's absolutely, and what it did on April 14th when it attacked Israel with 300 drones, cruise missiles, and ballistic missiles, people just kind of, it was a part of the news, but it wasn't like, that's huge. That's historic. Like that Israel as a nation was attacked by Iran directly, not through its multi-year, decades-long use of proxies to attack Israel, but it directly attacked. And it was kind of like, it was in the news. Everybody wants to de-escalate. So it kind of, we'll just keep moving forward. The world has to deal with Iran, not Israel. The United States has to change its position with Iran.
And what would that change look like, or what should it look like? I mean, do you think, I'm sort of mystified as to why, even prior to the attack on Israel, or just with the Houthi attack on shipping, why we didn't decide to just exact some price directly on Iran at that point, right? Just destroying their ports or their ability to export.
So I was going to say we did bomb Yemen, but
oil. It seems like deterrence has completely failed with respect to Iran. In fact, it's reversed. Iran has effectively deterred the United States up until this moment. Strangely, the United States seems more averse to and worried about and just frankly scared of a war with Iran than Iran does.
100%. No, I think it's a great assessment that what we've seen in the last 6 months has been a failure of deterrence. It was a failure of Israel to deter Hamas. It was a failure to deter Iran. It's a failure of U.S. foreign policy to deter Iran from pursuing nuclear weapons to using its proxy forces to attack countries in the Middle East. 100%. But I do understand, because I understand the significance of state-on-state warfare where why can't the U.S. just strike Iran? Well, there are reasons why, because that would open a whole Pandora's box of second and third order consequences. But this is like, the lunacy of Iran attacking Israel, and everybody's like, yeah, just let it go. Just let it go.
Well, is the letting it go moment, is it, to what degree did Iran engineer a flamboyant but nonetheless benign attack on Israel by telegraphing what they were going to do, making it as easy as possible for the U.S. and the Jordanians and the Israelis to nullify everything that was incoming? How sincere an attack do we think that was, and how much of it was just a kind of a face-saving maneuver, which was meant to say, okay, let's not have a war. After we do this, let's settle down?
Yeah. No, I think it's a great question, because it has been the great, again, interpretation of the facts. The fact that even the United States, like, we had no warning. There was no telegraphing. Yes, because it's really hard to move stuff around in Iran without somebody seeing it, from satellites and everything. But there was nothing that was telegraphed, and by the intentions of what was shot at Israel. And so everybody uses the 99% of it all shot down thanks to Israel's defensive capabilities and the fact that the United States helped and Jordan helped and Saudi Arabia helped. And like what world are we living in where, no, that was a legitimate attack with full intention to really cause a massive amount of damage. And
I don't know about that full intention to really cause damage, though. Wasn't Iran literally like broadcasting like, oh, we consider this matter closed, like before the rockets even landed? Like, wasn't this a little, I don't know if I would consider it like a fully intentioned attack to cause massive damage.
Civilian casualties in Israel. I mean, 300 drones isn't I know you'll shoot all this down. Ballistic and cruise missiles. I know you'll get all these, we all know I'm just trying to save face. No, the fact is that they actually had, and that was a technique that has been used in like Ukraine. Send a wave of drones to overload the air defense, then send in cruise and ballistic missiles. Just because it was all knocked down doesn't mean that where intention and actions really matter. But we're living in a world where in the result matters. Like that's not the way it works.
Yeah, so that's another interesting asymmetry here. The effectiveness of Israel's defense in this case in concert with their allies helping them, the effectiveness is being held against Israel as a sign that any further engagement with Iran would be by definition an overreaction because nothing happened.
Right.
They tried to kill you, but they didn't succeed. So you're the one who's now hysterical. What are you doing responding to this? It's the same thing that's happened for years with, Israel having invested so much in Iron Dome and in their bomb shelters that the ineffectuality of Hamas's rockets and Hezbollah's rockets has delivered the message to the whole world that Israel doesn't really have an existential problem because everyone can just keep going to bomb shelters and the Iron Dome seems to work. So, there's really no factor over there. All the while, Hezbollah and Hamas are really trying to kill civilians in Israel. It's an amazing situation. Well, John, it's been fantastic to get you on the podcast and to get your expertise here. You've cleared up.
I mean, Israel's worried about escalating for like its own reasons too. I don't know. Maybe listen. It'd be better if international law worked better and Iran wasn't able to fund all these proxy groups without some amount of consequences from more than just Israel.
I think a lot of confusion, and it's some of my own confusion, frankly, on many of these points. So please keep doing what you're doing. And as the chaos proceeds, I would love to get you back here at some point to bring us up to the minute and help us understand what's been happening.
Well, thanks, Sam, and thanks for having me. A great conversation.
Sick. I really like this point. I should look into during Operation like Cast Lead and Defensive Shield and stuff. Did Hamas but I wouldn't have been around for Defensive Shield, right? Because that was 2002, I think. But did Hamas like update the casualties daily like they do now? Which one was Operation Sword and Shield? Or not Sword and Shield, Sword and Shield is the Pokemon game. Swords of Iron. This is the most recent one. Then Cast Lead was 2014. No, Cast Lead was 2009. What was 2014? What was that one called? Operation Protective Edge. Okay. In 2002 Operation. Defensive Shield or whatever. Defensive Shield, yeah. Okay. Let me just check news to see if there's anything. Israel outraged Biden over weapons threat. Says Hamas loves Biden. Trump's law continues to prosecute. Palestinian civilians evacuated from Rafah. Live video of Rafah, Israeli bombardment. But I've only seen they haven't done a full invasion of Rafah yet. But oh, we have this same tent. What? we literally own this tent. They have been. I think they did a few limited airstrikes, and I think they took control of the border crossing, and I think they did a few other things. But I want to start getting into like actual reading here soon.
Biden saying that he will not supply weapons that Israel could use to launch an all-out operation in Rafah. During that interview with CNN, Biden explained that the U.S. is still committed to Israel's defense and would supply Iron Dome rocket interceptors and other defensive arms, but the president did add, if Israel goes into Rafah, quote, we're not going to supply the weapons and artillery shells used. The U.S. chose last week to pause a shipment of heavy bombs to Israel with Biden saying Israel needs to do more to protect civilian lives in Gaza. Reaction coming in from Israel as Israel's security minister Itamar Ben-Gvir posting on social media after that announcement this message right here on your screen. He did say Hamas hearts Biden. Israel's UN envoy calling it, quote, very disappointing. Now, I do want to talk about all of this here and the latest developments out of the Middle East. Let's bring in Avi Melamed, former Israeli intelligence official and the founder of Inside the Middle East. Thank you so much, as always, for taking the time to be here with us.
Hello, Josh. Thank you for having me.
Of course. Well, first off, I do want to talk a little bit about those comments from Biden, obviously making headlines over the past several hours here. So what would be the significance in that Rafah operation if Biden were not to supply the weapons, the U.S. not supplying those weapons to Israel? What sort of impact does that have?
Well, Josh, I think there are very good reasons why to be concerned about the potential ramifications of that statement, because it may sound almost ironic, but it's not only damaging the United States interest, it's not only damaging Israel's interest, it may also negatively radiate on the Palestinians in Gaza themselves. And let me explain shortly what are the reasons for that concern. First, that statement basically plays to the hand of Yahya Sinwar, the leader of Hamas in Gaza Strip, and basically embolden his refusal. And by the way, it's ironic because at the same time in the Arab world, there is a growing demand from Sinwar and the leadership of Hamas to move towards a deal and to end the tragedy and the misery of the people of Gaza Strip. So this is one thing. The other thing is Biden's statement, though he condemned strongly the robust protest in the campuses in the States, it actually could be a backwind to the protesters, even to escalate their protest in the campuses. The third reason has to do with Netanyahu. One of the major, if not the major guiding line in my view of Netanyahu's policy vis-a-vis the war is the whole issue of his heritage. Netanyahu was very clearly stating time and again saying, Israel will operate in Rafah, Israel will not stop the war until the hostages are back home, and Israel is committed to end Hamas rule in Gaza Strip. So right here, that statement actually cornered Netanyahu in a sense that he is under a lot of pressure of his right-wing partners in the coalition to move on with the plans. And so it may be that Biden's statements, ironically, will push Netanyahu further to the arms of the right-wing partners in the government. And basically, from a Netanyahu perspective, that could be something that could be guided by a political calculation, saying that, well, if I, Netanyahu, will stand against and confront the US president, that will bolster my position politically with the inner Israeli political game field. And finally, most significant, Biden administration came a day after a very serious statement by the commander of the Islamic Revolutionary Guards in Iran, who basically threatened to expand the war against Israel, including imposing a naval siege in the eastern basin of the Mediterranean. Biden statements the next day is viewed very concerned, sort of speaking, by many of the United States allies in the region. And it's a little bit ironic because following the very active and very significant role of the United States in successfully intercepting the Iranian attack on Israel on April 14, that has been rehabilitating the declining image of the United States. So now, unfortunately, it seems like Biden's statement once again compromises that positive process, because allies of the United States in the region, Arab states who are seriously threatened by the Iranian regime, say to themselves, well, if Biden administration is kind of like throwing Israel under the bus in the time of war, how can we rely on this administration? I would say the bottom line of all these things is basically a major question that has to be asked: to what extent that statement, in the end of the day, meets the same goal that Biden himself was setting when he was clearly saying the ultimate goal of this war is to end Hamas rule in Gaza Strip. I'm afraid that this statement is not necessarily taking things towards that direction, and in fact, it may be counterproductive to United States strategic interest, to Israel's strategic interest, to United States regional allies' strategic interest.
Okay. Obama probably told him not to. Awesome comments, guys.
News is funded by viewers like you.
All right,
Please support our work at democracynow.org.
Start getting into the actual reading here.
/give. Welcome to Democracy Now!
There's a lot of stuff to read. I don't even know. I don't even know where to start.
I'm Amy Goodman. Israel continues to seal off Gaza's Rafah border crossing as the UN warns it's, quote, choking off the entry of life-saving aid, unquote. The UN adds many of the 600,000
I haven't streamed for like a few days, so I don't know. I don't remember where we were in our research. I don't remember.
And at the edge
I don't remember
of survival,
what I wanted to read.
Save the Children also warns humanitarian operations will come to a complete halt unless Israel changes course in Rafah.
There's
the
something,
aid
I remember
group says
bookmarking something on
three-quarters
Twitter.
of all child patients that have been treated in a so-called safe zone near Rafah have
Bookmark a lot of
blast
stuff on Twitter, though.
injuries. Tens of thousands of Palestinians are once again on the move, though many say their next destination is unknown with no safe place to shelter in Gaza. As Israel prepares for its full-scale ground invasion of Rafah, Palestinians continue to die under aerial attacks.
We were baking bread. We came to blood and martyrs scattered. We're gathering them and body parts in pieces. The civil defense members came and gathered them in pieces. My friend died. They also picked him up in pieces. Everything is in pieces.
In an interview on CNN, President Biden said the U.S. will stop supplying certain weapons to Israel if its forces invade Rafah.
If they go into Rafah, I'm not supplying the weapons that have been used historically to deal with Rafah, to deal with the cities, to deal with that problem. We're going to continue to make sure
It was this. I wanted to see the
Iron Dome, the ability to respond to attacks like came out of
the stuff for aid.
Middle East recently. But it's just wrong. We're not going to supply the weapons and the artillery shells used that have been used.
Artillery shells as well.
Yeah, artillery shells.
Israel's extreme right national security minister Itamar Ben-Gvir posted on X this morning, Hamas hearts Biden. President Biden was in Chicago Wednesday for another campaign fundraiser where he was met with protesters who...
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Amy Goodman. All right. That guy has to be troll. Do you mean the guy who posted Hamas loves Biden or what? Start getting into some reading here. Let's go, chat. Who's excited for some reading? For some research and reading, guys. Who's excited? Who's excited? Oh, there's some stuff here we have to read too. Okay. Let's go, chat. Let's get fucking hype. This won't even be some of the more dense things we've read. So. Listen, if we can read papers on the Phillips curve, we can read this. Except, I mean, we've already read way more dense things than this, even on just Israel-Palestine, so. Why do we all have 20 tabs open and not use them? I'm usually really bad with tabs. But I close them every time I stream. Because otherwise it uses too many of my computer's resources. So. I'm going to get more viewers on YouTube Shorts if I just play GeoGuessr, honestly. But, you know, I'd probably get more viewers on Twitch if I actually read shit. And I want to read shit too. Yeah. Maybe one day I'll just do a GeoGuessr stream on YouTube Shorts. We'll see how it does. Sorry. I just looked over at my Discord and I just saw the best message I've ever read. I don't know if Zach is here right now. I don't think he is. Do more to race for PPG in case you leave IRL. I mean, I will. Yeah. Yeah. Jesus. I'm reading a message from Discord here, okay? What if Telegram was called Goonergram and Hamas posted twerk videos? I'm gonna shoot myself. That is the worst thing I've ever read. Oh my god. Okay. We're moving past that. Okay. All right. Let's get fucking hype for some reading. It's been like 3 days since I've read anything, so expect me to be bad again. He has to be cooked. It's the brain rot, okay? I don't think I'm in Casey Lee's Discord, but I should be. Are any of them streaming right now? I'm not going to debate them right now because I just want to read. But no, Nikki's streaming though. Okay. Israel's civilian harm mitigation: gold standard or fool's gold? Following the October 7th atrocities committed by Hamas on the people of Israel, the Israeli Defense Forces response in Gaza has drawn criticism for further resulting civilian death toll. The conflict has now claimed more than 30,000 Palestinian lives, with some estimates putting the daily death toll as exceeding that of any other major conflict in recent years. This is in contrast to statements from individuals such as Ron Damer, Israel's Minister of Strategic Affairs, who has described Israel's efforts to minimize civilian casualties as effective and unprecedented. Some commentators agree with Damer. For example, John Spencer, an expert in urban war, has claimed that the IDF implemented more measures to prevent civilian casualties than any other nation in history, and is the gold standard. An analyst who had helped define the field of civilian harm mitigation, worked with militaries to implement it, and developed U.S. policies on civilian harm mitigation as a senior advisor to the State Department, I find this statement misguided. Yes, the IDF takes a number of steps designed to protect civilians, for example, to practice roof knocking and warning technical to residents. But the gold standard for civilian harm mitigation is not a checklist of steps, but rather an interpretive process to learn and adapt. Israel is yet to demonstrate that has embraced this process. More importantly, the data, not just the staggering death toll, but key attributes of the campaign suggest Israel's steps are not working. To be sure, protecting civilians in Gaza is no easy task. Conducting military operations in a densely populated, I guess I should probably take on the first two paragraphs. Okay. Many have cited Israel's extensive steps to minimize civilian casualties in Gaza as the gold standard. Yet the But Israel has not yet shown it can fully adapt. Wait, I muted my browser, right? Or can you still hear? Okay, I did. Challenges. Minimizing casualties in a complex environment. Of the Gaza Strip. Protecting civilians in order to task, conducting military operations in densely populated urban areas of Gaza while avoiding civilian harm poses immense challenges. Hamas hides within the civilian population and uses subterranean tunnels to move weapons and fighters. In U.S. and coalition operations over the past 20 years show that even the most professional militaries committed to compliance with international law face real challenges in mitigating civilian harm in conflicts similar or analogous to urban settings, including Iraq, Syria, and Afghanistan. But after more than 4 months of fighting, it is important to closely examine the question: how is the IDF doing, and what can it do better? Civilian harm mitigation is an emerging expectation in modern warfare, evidenced in part by widespread commitment to declarations like the Political Declaration on the use of explosive weapons in populated areas. It is a critical question for countries providing military support to Israel to inform the nature and level of their continued support. This question should be of key interest to the Israeli government itself as public support domestically and internationally weighs to the scale of civilian harm. What is civilian harm mitigation? Do we really need to? I don't know if we need to fully read this. Okay. What is civilian harm mitigation? Civilian harm mitigation is a relatively recent development, and there's often confusion about what it means. The concept emerged from U.S. military operations over the past 2 decades, but even as the United States is still in the process of institutionalizing these lessons. Among its foundations is the idea that modern militaries consider the protection of civilians in their efforts to comply with international humanitarian law, such as the Geneva Conventions and their protocols. This includes, for example, a process for estimating collateral damage, selecting weapons that will be effective against the target but reduce damage to non-military structures, weaponeering processes designed to find the optimal angle and direction of approach for attack, and developing no-strike list for protected or sensitive targets. Systematic U.S. civilian mitigation harm efforts, for example, were introduced to Iraq to address chronic problems at checkpoints leading to the deaths of civilians. It involved tracking incidents and learning lessons from them. As forces at checkpoints learned to guard against attack while reducing the risk of civilians, fewer civilians were killed. A more mature, comprehensive process was developed in the U.S. and international operations in Afghanistan as a response to mounting civilian harm. Starting in 2006, Afghan leaders in the international community expressed alarm over significant numbers of U.S. caused civilian casualties in Afghanistan, and U.S. leaders saw the issue of civilian harm mitigation, or of civilian harm, becoming a strategic problem detracting from the military campaign. This realization drove a different practical approach towards civilian harm. In late 2008, U.S. and multinational forces began tracking data about each potential and actual incident involving civilian casualties. The original intent of this tracking was to counter allegations of civilian harm, but the data eventually served another purpose. In 2009, Taliban caused more civilian harm than anything. I mean, I would imagine, but it doesn't really change the fact that we should try to minimize civilian harm. Same strategy. The Taliban did not. I mean, my understanding is that Taliban did not use human shielding nearly as extensively as Hamas did. They might have hidden within caves and stuff, and obviously, like to some extent, they're gonna be embedded in the civilian population because it's guerrilla warfare. But I don't think they really had the same actual Hamas strategy of maximizing civilian casualties to gain support from the West. Yeah. In 2009, CNA, a nonprofit research organization, began analysis of civilian harm. Their suicide bombs killed 20. Well, I mean, they're a terrorist organization. So when you're talking about the attacks the Taliban did were to maximize civilian harm. Yes, but I'm just saying when it came to defensively, they weren't hiding behind civilians the same way Hamas was. My understanding, my admittedly limited understanding, but yeah. Data eventually served another purpose. CNA, not-for-profit research organization, began analysis of civilian harm for the U.S. Department of Defense using operational records combined with information from non-governmental organizations. Bikini Woman. Hold on, there it is. I still have to automate it, but I don't. But the program for automating it looked like too much work, so I didn't do it. Because I'm a good streamer. Trump? What about Trump? Are you asking about the Trump train? I mean, you can redeem the Trump train if you want to see what the Trump train is. Put Nancy Pelosi beats pick. I should do that, actually. Oh, you're saying Trump because he said in a bikini woman. Forgot he's in there. I should do that actually, but I take a little bit. But yeah, I'll do it after the stream maybe, if I don't forget and if I feel like it. You don't control me. I'm fucking independent, man. To discover patterns of civilian harm, this analysis yielded new insights and ideal practices. Focus steps that the U.S. and international forces should take to reduce risks to civilians in operations in Afghanistan. These steps were codified and revised in the new international security assistance, force tactical directive, new guidance for escalation of force, and many other measures. These analytically grounded changes reduced the rate of civilian casualties per operation. Overall, civilian casualties fell by approximately 20% in the first year, with additional reductions over time as the process continued. In the aftermath of this exercise, the concept of civilian harm mitigation became institutionalized as a part of U.S. policy and practice. Civilian harm mitigation is a practical and systematic approach to identify and reduce risks to civilians from military operations to the maximum extent feasible. It has two key elements. One, learning process continually identifying risks to civilians and adapting to reduce them when possible. And two, there's a comprehensive process making adaptations, not just in a trigger pull moment of attack, but from design and planning an operation to execution. The process continues as the military focuses response to and learns from civilian harm when it occurs. This comprehensive learning process is illustrated in the life cycle shown below. Wild. Hold on, two, comprehensive process, making adaptations, not just in a trigger pull moment of the attack, but from design and planning an operation execution. I feel like Israel's done that. Israel does this weaponeering shit. Like, I don't know. Okay. U.S. continually collected data on civilians harmed in operations in Iraq and Afghanistan, and changed policies to examine or to continually minimize harm to civilians. Okay. Does Israel meet the gold standard for civilian harm mitigation? Is Israel adhering to the gold standard for civilian harm mitigation operation in Gaza? Spencer, who is chair of warfare studies at the Modern War Institute, makes three specific points to support his gold standard claim. First, the IDF issued warnings in northern Gaza to notify civilians to evacuate before the attack began. Second, the IDF employs calls and texts civilians in proximity to specific areas for attack. And third, the IDF employs roof knocking. I'm not a fan of roof knocking. Using small, non-destructive munition on the roof to create a noise to warn civilians to flee before attacking the structure. Spencer asserts that other militaries do not use these measures, and thus the IDF is an excellent example of civilian harm mitigation. What is his rating? Because he's gone more in depth since then to mention even more things. March 12th, that's pretty recently. Like the map Israel uses and the daily pauses. The daily pauses is a big one that I don't think many other militaries have done in recent history, at least. But not during urban warfare, I guess. This light looks too yellow on me. Hold on. It's daytime, so there's more light in my room now. I want to see. I want my sexual lighting to show more. Or I make it like cyan. That kind of looks fine, right? I like this. Okay. I think that looks good. I think. It's fine. Actually, what if I look at a black screen though? Let me just make it cooler. Yeah, that's good, right? Something like that. I think that's good. I think that's good. Okay. And oh, fuck. Hold on. I need to make my webcam below everything again. Where's my webcam? There we go. Okay. All right. Brown Spencer. Sample. Cited 3 main things that Israel does to minimize harm to civilians. IDF warnings in northern Gaza. IDF phone banking and messaging. IDF employees roof knocking. Third. Roof knocking. I should do like a How effective was the evacuation order in northern Gaza? The initial order for the evacuation was found 1 million people to move to southern Gaza within 24 hours. I'm pretty sure that's not true. I'm pretty sure that's actually not true. I'm pretty sure the 24-hour thing was made up by the UN because I literally got community noted on Twitter. I wonder if I could find a tweet, but IDF warning. Northern Gaza, 24 hours. Debunked. I don't think that. I'm pretty sure the 24-hour thing wasn't true. And it didn't actually end up being 24 hours anymore. Maybe I literally remember a claim, a tweet about it got community noted on Twitter though. So I wonder. Yeah, 24-hour window came from the only from the UN, not the IDF. IDF didn't say anything. Yeah, this is a random Twitter post. Is this guy an Israeli official? Political reporter. Oh, okay. God damn it! Why is this shit broken? Translated, Israel understands will take more than 24 hours, said spokesman. Oh, what if I just... God damn it. What the hell? Do I, maybe with a VPN or something? I don't know. Did come from, this is domestic. Nine Nations said late Tuesday evening that it had received evacuation order. It's from the UN. It's not the IDF. It didn't end up being 24 hours anyway. Okay. It's your order for Gaza to people to move to some of the Gaza within 24 hours. Experts in humanitarian evacuation found this order to fall significantly short of what is practically possible to do. Moreover, even in evacuation, many people cannot or will not leave. We see this even in evacuation orders in the United States ahead of deadly hurricanes. To poor, elderly, those with children, or medical conditions, it can be extremely challenging to relocate. It was not clear where the civilians could safely evacuate to, particularly IDF. IDF struck several of the evacuation routes. Again, that's because Hamas was whatever. Because Hamas was operating near the evacuation routes. Article claims the initial order is to evacuate Gaza in 24 hours. Although 24 hours came from the UN, not Israel. Number days ahead. Hold on. Take a few days. Oh, well, this was in regards to evacuations in Israel from the Gaza border. Okay. Damn it. And I think it was almost 2 weeks. Article. Which mentions no amount of civilians will always stay. Which is true. My view, Israel did as good as they possibly could. With at least 70% fleeing. They were ordered to move to southern Gaza, but that area is not immune for attacks. That doesn't mean anything. Both Israel and Egypt have closed their borders. An evacuation order in this context is never going to be a panacea. Yeah, panacea. But one issued with so little time to react and such poor options, no true sanctuary is of limited value in guarding civilians from military attack. They still have it they still have a duty to warn, even if the other areas aren't strictly safe areas. They also can't really set up safe areas because Hamas will just operate out of those safe areas, my guy. That's the unfortunate reality. Yeah. Okay. Then mentions areas in the south. Also not free attack. Which is true. But fighting was planned to be more intense in the north. And aid was still being delivered to the south. IDF also calls in text areas before attack, but how effective is this precaution? There's evidence these measures can be effective in encouraging civilians to evacuate a building. For example, in IDF operations in 2014, many buildings were struck with very few civilian deaths. However, the operations in 2014 were much lower intensity, both in terms of the number of strikes and the size of the ordnance. In the current Gaza operations, there are so many attacks with such large areas of destruction that just leaving a building would not necessarily protect civilians. We also know that communication infrastructure has been crippled from the attacks in Gaza. In this context, how many of these messages even got through? The IDF does not appear to be providing communications capabilities to bridge such gaps in support delivery of precautionary messages. IDF phone banking has been effective in the past, but because communications infrastructure has been damaged, in the war, and what's the other thing? Oh, and the scale of the attacks are much larger. They are not as effective. Final measures are given as an example as IDF civilian harm mitigation with roof knocking. I don't like roof knocking. I don't think it's a super effective warning. 2014, the effectiveness of precaution seems to have been mixed. Okay, whatever. Finally, roof knocking has mixed effectiveness. Since civilians have to guess the explosion they heard, the roof knock, or the actual attack. May be effective when combined with other warnings such as phone calls and leaflets, but it was really conceived to be used. But bombs, even small ones, to communicate to civilians, or can be confusing to civilians, especially in urban war zones. For example, on a multi-floor building, how many floors would hear this roof knocking? How would they know? Unambiguously, that's a warning them. In interviews after previous Operation 2014, civilians said that they could become confused. Was the roof knocking targeting the building, or was it a building adjacent to them, or was it a high-yield attack somewhere else in the area? The current high-intensity operation in Gaza, it's easy to understand as confusion could be magnified. Or an actual attack on their building. Or other areas that are, yeah. That's why. Ultimately, warnings are only effective in mitigating civilian harm when they are understandable and clear to their party and context. There was a hard lesson the U.S. struggled to learn in the checkpoint operations in Iraq and Afghanistan, while measures taken in checkpoints seem clear from the perspective of the military. The perspective of a civilian in a conflict zone can be quite different. Measures the IDF used in the past, however, lower intensity operations like calls, texts, and roof knockings could have been modestly effective in that setting, but of questionable effectiveness in a higher intensity conflict setting. Precautions not taken. Maybe I should have done a fucking intro. Why did it do that? Okay. In addition to the above measures being insufficient, there are many steps intrinsic to civilian harm mitigation that the IDF apparently could have taken but did not. One notable example is the failure to implement civilian harm mitigation in campaign design. While it's true Hamas is using civilians as human shields, the IDF appears not to be doing enough to shape the operating environment to limit harm to civilians. This was a key lesson the United States learned in Raqqa, where the campaign designed for counter-ISIS operations created the siege that led to more civilian deaths and destruction of civilian property. That campaign design itself created risk to civilians. The same is happening in Gaza right now. IDF also could conceivably be taking precautions relating to campaign design that they not currently do it. Okay, this could be interesting. I don't agree with most of the stuff so far, but this they might have a point here. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. IDF also. Oh well, they didn't actually mention what they could conceivably be doing. Whatever. I guess I'll just quote this. It's actually like got to give some suggestions here, buddy. To tell them what they actually should be doing. Then I'll maybe consider it. Okay. IDF also appears to have adopted a high threshold for acceptable civilian loss in Gaza. That is true, but there are reasons for that. This leads IDF to making targeted decisions to create significant numbers of civilian casualties, such as the October 31st strike on a refugee camp in Jabali. I think we read the Lawfare article, which this probably links to. Oh, it doesn't, but there's actually a good article on this. This attack probably was disproportionate. The level of civilian harm that resulted from the strike is something we have not seen U.S. forces doing deliberately in recent operations. There were a few high casualty incidents in Mosul and Raqqa, but they were unintentional. For example, a case where the U.S. was baited by ISIS to attack a building with civilians in the basement, or an attack, I haven't heard about this, or an attack on an IED factory where a secondary explosion was so intense that civilians in the vicinity were harmed. In contrast, the IDF seems willing to conduct attacks, knowing that scores, even hundreds of civilians will be harmed. It appears that Israel's risk for civilian harm compared to expected operational benefits is significantly different than in the past. U.S. officials who met Israeli counterparts at IDF discussed the process of calculating how many civilians are considered acceptable collateral damage, so that Israel's bar is far higher than the United States would be. Yeah, I actually haven't read about this before. That's, I mean, it's not like funny, but everyone said I've died, obviously, but they fucking baited us in a striking level. IDF also appears to have higher tolerance for collateral damage, let's say. Collateral damage in proportionality analysis is and in the past. And higher than the US would. There are reasons for this. Gaza is more densely populated. Now more densely populated, Hamas uses human shields. Israel is in much closer proximity to the enemy. Hamas has hostages. Israel has to value force protection more, as they are smaller. Yeah. That's overall a much greater risk to Israel and its civilians. Okay. IDF's frequent use. What the hell? Oh, GeoGuessr, you're back. I would agree with you. Fuck some Republicans. Republicans have done nearly enough to deport the parasitic invaders at the border. When they did blow up the Ukraine border bill. They won't give Biden funding for the border, which is cringe. Prosecute the fascistic COVID vax regime, perpetrators like Fauci, and the Fed. And I mean, the Fed is pretty, I don't want, it's not universally supported, but supported by, bipartisan. And the cronyist socialist spending control of Uncle Sam. So true. Thank you, GeoGuessr, for the completely unrelated take as usual. Are you back from, are you here because Gorps has been banned? Can't watch him right now. Gorps has been banned, yeah. I know you told me already. IDF's frequent use of high-yield weapons in Gaza also stands in contrast with best practice for Israeli harm mitigation. In U.S. operations, aircraft would often have a loadout for a range of different weapons, and decisions to attack would consider the minimum destruction as required to achieve the mission objection. Collecting and leveraging data on civilian harm is also a core element of civilian harm. Okay, well, the article doesn't go as they could possibly be making a good point, but they're not actually going that far in depth. Maybe this does though. The thing that they link. Oh, this is Jabalia, which we've already read into the Jabalia attack. No, anyone can be at this point a Republican. To the right wing Republican. Wait, sorry. Now, anyone cannot be, okay, at this point, a Republican, to the right, a Republican, Libertarian, or an ANCAP. Consider within the realm of sanity to deserve voting rights. Thank you, GeoGuessr. IDF's consistent use of high-yield weapons may also not be best practice as showcased best by the I don't believe you should have voting rights taken away. I'll be generous with you, but anyone who isn't on the right at this point is either ignorant or malicious. True, I am malicious. I will maliciously be voting for Joe Biden. Because I maliciously do not want our democracy to be overturned by Donald Trump. That's my malicious intent. Unlike Donald Trump, who doesn't have malicious intent, which is why he's openly planning to imitate Viktor Orban and Viktor Orban's illiberal principles in Hungary. That's my malicious vote. We did Camp Strike. Anyway, job, Aaliyah. How do I spell it up here? Our democracy, oh my god, where some fucking oligarchs will be given out taxpayer dollars to infiltrate the currency for the working class, to inflate the currency for the working class. And invaders are empowered and communist criminals are prosecuted. In fact, dude, I don't, what is your point right now? Do you think Trump would make us more democratic? Is that your point? Because I think Trump is openly planning to make us less democratic. Even if you don't think we're a very democratic country right now, that's fine, but do you think Trump would actually make us more or less democratic? It seems like he's very openly planning on like his Schedule F federal appointees. Like you can look at January 6th, like all of the actions that he did, and he did near the end of his first term, and his stated objectives, and the fact that he hangs out with Viktor Orban, and the GOP is openly planning to imitate Viktor Orban. Yeah, like I don't know what to tell you. His constant attacks on the press, the fact that he literally pressured Georgia on the telephone. Trump would not spend as much as Biden on social programs, and be willing to finish a wall and shit. True. You realize a wall, I mean, I guess you said social programs, but a wall is government spending. I don't know. I think Biden's been willing to try to fix the immigration thing, but Republicans aren't. Republicans are the ones shooting it down because they know it'll help get Trump elected. You're also not a Michael. I don't know who that is. I might actually. No, I don't know him. Can I link? Can I like link this? I wish I could link to. Like, I know I can link to other pages, but I don't think I can link to another heading. Why do you assume I was pro-rape the other day? Did I assume that? Oh, wait, that was forever ago, man. I don't think I did. Are you talking about the woman or bear thing? I don't know. I actually don't know what you're talking about. That was the only thing that could be referenced to is the man or bear thing. I don't know. That was forever ago. I literally don't remember. course not. I don't. When did I say that? If I said that, it was probably true, though. Like 2 weeks ago? Yeah, why the hell would I remember it now? I don't know. If you brought it up earlier, what was it what was the context behind it? Might be true. What? It might be true of you or Muslim. Definitely not me. Yeah, it's definitely true of me, bro. Yeah, and Muslims. Yep, they think that too. That's what they think. But yes, Muslims do believe shit. That is, yeah, those are two different things. Muslims are discriminatory. I was going to say not all Muslims, obviously, but obviously Islam has some problems with women. But I don't think the majority of Muslim people think that women deserve to be raped. No, that's not even disputed by them, bro. It depends where the hell you are in the Muslim spectrum. Collecting and leveraging data on civilian harm is also a core element of civilian harm mitigation. Reporting and tracking data on civilian harm as well as engaging. This is, I think, probably going to be the best criticism. Because Israel kind of stopped tracking how many civilians they were killing. Secular Jews often cringe. What the hell, bro? I'm not engaging this right now. They cringe left. They aren't invading like other people hopping on boats to Europe who are violating the non-aggression principle against European peoples. Bro, again, I literally had this debate before. Like, they're refugees fleeing war, most of them. Like, what do you think? Do you think their intention is to get a better life, or do you think their intention is just to destroy their economy? I don't. And they don't destroy. Actually, we're going to read this later, but actually, there's a new study that came out that actually just showed immigrants helped wages, even in the U.S., even non-skilled workers. Thanks to native immigrant complementary and college skilled content of immigrants, had a positive significant effect between 1.7 and 2.6 in the wages of less educated native workers, and over the period of 2000 to 2019 had no significant wage effect on educated college natives. You don't like when I talk about... So what am I... Bro, just talk about what we're talking about on stream, bro. I don't understand how your mind is still fucked. I'm timing out again. Bro, how many fucking times have I been over this with you? Oh my god. I don't understand. What is wrong? How do you not... It actually pisses me off so much. I don't get it. I don't get how, like, imagine just going up to someone in the street and just talking to them about random things, and then you're like, well, you don't like when I talk about this. You don't like when I talk about this. What are my discussion options? I don't know. Maybe just talk about what they're talking about, or just shut up and watch the stream. I don't. Oh my god. Oh, thank you. The master game of Minar. Are you Minar? Because there's a Minar I've had some chats with before. Minar did not like some of my takes. Okay, where were we? Right here. I'm your favorite. Am I your favorite viewer? I don't know. You kind of... Listen, Carter, if you didn't make as many... Listen, Carter, you realize... Jitty Ox. Yeah, Jitty Ox is my favorite viewer. Oh my God, dude, Jesus, GeoGuessr. If we're talking about civilian harm mitigation in Israel-Palestine, no, you don't just get to say, Jew, I love my fucking race realist, Jew, Muslim rapist shit, bro. It's related because Jews and Muslims, so I can talk about how Muslims are raping your... No, you don't get to talk about that shit, man. Carter, you are gay. You are gay. You are literally gay, bro. You have sex with men. The way I see many people talk about it is either I say Jews are subversive, or Muslims are subversive. I don't care, Judy. Oh my God. Judy, you're so close to being banned. Or so close to being banned. Don't say any shit like, what did I do to be banned? Because you very much know what you did, and you like, oh my God, it pissed me off so much. The amount of times I had to explain every basic social things to you. Collection of data on civilian harm. It's also important to mitigate it in the future and change approaches, or I guess change ineffective approaches. This is probably going to be the best criticism. Shalom, everyone. What's up, Tofu Bean? The United States has improved considerably in this area. A 2018 assessment showed the DoD internal data on civilian harm was severely limited, and it needed to also consider the outside information for the most accurate assessments. Since the DoD has worked to refine this information, including working closely with civil society groups such as Air Wars, and informing interactions with outsiders that can be vital to military learning. This tracking and engagement to improve available data on civilian harm appears absent in Israeli operation in Gaza, representing another area where the IDF falls short. Well short of the gold standard for civilian harm mitigation. In short, we are witnessing what we... I wish they went more in depth. They have like one paragraph for all these things. The IDF employs several precautionary measures they have been used before with no tangible evidence of data collection and analysis. So I started reading second book by Mossab Green, son of Hamas. Oh yeah, that guy. I know him. To be honest, I just adore the dude. The way he comes out with everything is so brave. I don't know he wrote books. What is it about? I would imagine it was about something Israel-Palestine, but how to pace approach to precautionary measures by the IDF falls short of the gold standard for civilian harm mitigation. Telling commentators a lot of the IDF can only cite those measures. But those are pretty effective and broad measures, so I don't know. After October 7th, Israel stopped doing extensive retrospective assessments on collateral damage. Wow, we had like a 5-word streak in misspellings there. Let's go, guys. college. About a story how he joined Shin Bet and stuff. Oh. In a process similar to the U.S. DoD's practice of consulting with civil society seems to be lacking. Auto damage data. What does the data say? The data's been pretty well so far, I think. I've seen Ben Gurion bullshit. I want to left so bad. I don't think so. Palestinians celebrate. This is not really that related. I want to see, is this Minar? It is Minar. Why did Minar... I think, thanks Minar for... Bro, why does Minar even do political commentary if his gaming is so successful, dude? Minar should just stick to this. Then upload in 2 weeks, though. Darth Vader versus... What the hell? I mean, I guess it makes sense, because I do something similar. I mean, I do games, too, sometimes. But, yeah. Oh, I want to check the analytics real quick. This YouTube short stream seems to be popping off, guys. It kind of flattened out now. Well, whatever. Well, 682 subs though. Let's go, chat. Non-font on top. Buy all your non-font stock right now. Actually, well, you should have bought the dip here. What you should have done, really. This hasn't blown up though. This surely is a blow up. Surely it's a blow up. Surely. Look, it's got 2. It'll happen. It'll happen. No way reaction content gets more views than than talking to Sample Text and Isaac. No way. No way that would happen. Oh. No way that would happen, guys. This can't happen. All right. What the hell? Alright, let's get back into it. What does the data say? In civilian harm mitigation, it is useful to rely on metrics to capture the aggregate risk of civilians posed by military operations. One primary metric experts like myself used is the civilian casualty rate, the percent of attack that resulted in harm to civilians. I would imagine the percent of attacks that result in harm to civilians would be pretty high because Gaza is super densely populated and Hamas co-locates with civilians. But what would be more meaningful, I think, would be the ratio, and the ratio seemed within historical norms. Not able to undermine this figure. To determine this figure, since the IDF has not released an assessment of the number of incidents causing civilian harm. Another is the average magnitude of civilian harm per incident. Together, these two metrics capture the overall risk of civilians from military actions in a scale of risk. However, these metrics require information the IDF has not publicly reported. Given its limitations, there is a metric that can be used in absence of this information and presents an aggregate risk of the two measures. The number of civilians killed, average number of civilians killed or harmed per 100 attacks. There's a lot of data. It's not public yet. A useful metric. Determine the effectiveness. I guess, I don't know, the most useful. Of civilian harm mitigation. Is the average civilians killed or harmed per 100 attacks. Again, I think I would care more about the ratio, but because if you're, again, if Hamas is co-locating with civilians, which this article has admitted, this article even used the word human shields, then I would expect almost every attack on Hamas to also harm civilians. But as long as the ratio there is proportional, right? As long as it's like close to, you know, they're like within like 1 to 4 or whatever. Seems like we might be okay with that, right? I mean, the number of casualties has been reported by the Hamas-run Gaza Health Ministry. While some have accused the reporting of being biased, experts have found the reportings in past operations to be credible, with no signs of over-reporting. President Joe Biden saw fit to the aggregate statistic of 30,000 casualties in the State of the Union address, which observers know presumably comes from the same source. Basically, the solution to Hamas conflict is to end aid. Palestinians get stolen by their leadership and bomb Hamas shelters. I don't know why how would ending aid? I mean, it's true Hamas probably does steal some amount of aid, but like the aid they're stealing is like humanitarian aid, right? You understand the number of Palestinians that would die that wouldn't have food right now if we didn't airdrop aid in, for example? You don't sacrifice for enemies during war. But the Gazan civilian population, well, I mean, first of all, you do. You're required to under international law. I don't know what to tell you. You are required to limit your response to protect civilians. That's a requirement under international law. Like that, you do. Hate to break it to you. That is something that you do. But the Palestinian civilians, ethically, well, I understand you don't give a shit about the law at all, whatever. But ethically, the Palestinian civilians there are innocent. I mean, you're going to say they're not innocent since they're all support Hamas, but just because you support Hamas doesn't make you not innocent. You're still a human who's not engaging in combat, still is protected and deserves not to die. Japanese made the nuke to defeat the fascist government were innocent as well. That's crazy, dude. It's almost like some amount of collateral damage is acceptable. Yes, wild. But didn't even we drop leaflets on Hiroshima? Yeah, even we dropped leaflets to warn people to flee Hiroshima, I'm pretty sure. Numbers could very well underestimate the full scale of deaths in Gaza due to widespread destruction. Bodies still buried under rubble. Concerns about credibility may reflect confusion about the reported casualty numbers and what they are or not. They reflect total deaths, but do not include affiliation or cause. This means that we need to do some work to estimate civilian deaths from the war in Gaza. Specifically, the health ministry contains 3 types of deaths: civilian killed by operations, Hamas fighters, since they are non-state actors and not wear uniforms, and normal deaths in the population. We need to separate out a second and third types to reach the actual number of civilians dead from the conflict. Using Hamas's health ministry number, subtracting deaths from natural causes, and Hamas fighters. What number did I use for the Hamas fighters? IDF does not really report the number of airstrikes in Gaza for this. Oh, they don't actually. What did it? When did they? Okay. IDF term includes quote every man being killed. Hamas fighter self that one killed. It's extremely like. I remember this was literally quoted in breaking points. In addition, we need to subtract the deaths that would normally happen in population. Yeah. $54 civilian killed per 100 attack doesn't actually seem that bad to me in this context. Based on 29,000 airstrikes, at least an average, 54 civilians killed per 100 attack. How does it compare to other operations? A roughly comparable operation where we have similar data is urban operations in Raqqa, Syria, against the Islamic State. Raqqa operation, according to DoD reporting, there were 178 civilian deaths and 10,000 airstrikes on average. Were they human shielding though? I don't know. 10,000 airstrikes, roughly 1.7 civilian deaths per 100 attack. This number for Raqqa was not considered to be good, never mind a gold standard. In fact, there was so much concern about the levels of civilian harm and the strikes in Raqqa that the DoD conducted an independent assessment of civilian harm. The claimer, I was not a member of the team that authored the report. Oh. But my guess would be, a lot of times when we did airstrikes in Raqqa, we were striking like military targets that were separated from civilians, versus where that's not really possible in Gaza. Wait, is this just a city? All right. Compared to operations in Raqqa, I should look up how to pronounce it. Oh shit! Oh wait, hold on. Raqqa. Okay, Raqqa. Was actually considered by IDF does not appear to stack up well. Findings of this assessment contributed to civilian harm mitigation. Blah 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 blah. Yep. Air Force estimate 744. Just like these much. What is this? In a report, we also mentioned the DoD estimate is likely low. For our example, the study considered the Air Force estimate of 744 civilian deaths. This was a higher average of 7 per 100 attack. Oh, I mean, that's still lower than Israel's, but. Despite the alarm of a high rate of records, one finds the minimum equivalent in Gaza 54 civilians killed in 100 attacks is 8 times greater than at an Air Force Base estimate and 32 is higher than the DoD estimates. Call it 54 is the lower bound for the Gaza ratio. It's likely far higher than this. It's far higher. Those the miners in California could see the appearance of iron pyrite fool's gold and think they had struck the real thing. Look at the IDF precautionary measures and at first glance think they are practicing civilian harm mitigation, but when evaluating the IDF's performance, as a result, it fails to qualify as gold standard. What's next? IDF has an opportunity to re-examine its overall approach in Gaza. Possible steps include recording and tracking civilian harm, making comprehensive assessments of civilian harm, with attention to causes of the harm and effectiveness of precautionary measures, and considering additional steps they can take to reduce the risk to civilians while maintaining effectiveness. IDF should introduce new measures to track damage to civilians, and I don't know, change this approaching Gaza. Should include greater transparency regarding civilian harm incidents. The idea should seek dialogue with countries actively striving to mitigate civilian harm, including the United States, Netherlands, and civil society organizations that may be more accurate and neutral, such as air wars. Countries that provide military support to Israel should also encourage and support efforts to better protect civilians. This includes providing expert advisory support on civilian harm mitigation, providing capabilities and informants, design and strengthen mitigation efforts, and tailored conditionality. Combination of proactive and reactive measures to promote Israel's will and capacity for civilian harm mitigation, both in Gaza and in the longer term. Key lesson over the past 2 decades is that it is possible for government and militaries to do more to protect civilians in war. That is what civilian harm mitigation is: a comprehensive learning approach to identifying mitigating risks to civilians in ways both reinforce effectiveness and provide better outcomes to civilians in war zones. Civilians in Gaza and Israeli citizens deserve more from the government and forces than rhetoric about not being the gold standard. They deserve to commit to the government and a professional military to do what they can, ask for support, generally protect civilians in war. Right. All right. Israel should also offer support and even condition aid minimize collateral damage. On Israel doing so. Israel should also increase transparency. I forgot some words. It should also increase transparency and consult more with third-party civil society groups. All right. Now we can make this default. Ugh. I don't agree with most of it, obviously, but I don't know. This one was or the data thing might have been pretty good. Although this is the main thing here is going to be proportionality, which like I perfectly wouldn't say. Israel obviously has a high tolerance for collateral damage, but that's because of the situation Israel's in, and because of Hamas's action. Like it's yeah. I want to check. I love the dopamine. I love the dopamine hitting my brain whenever I get views. Hell yeah! It dropped off as soon as I started reading instead of dicking around, playing GeoGuessr and watching Sam Harris. Still 18 views. Damn, bro. Damn. It'll blow up. It'll blow up. It'll blow up. Maybe I'll take up ads on it so it blows up. How about that? I should do that. I should do that actually. Hold on. Where's the promote? Promote. I don't want to do that. I don't have enough money to do that. All right. What do we want to do next? You want to maybe we'll take a Phillips curve break, maybe. I'm going to do a Phillips curve break. I want to read this too, but it's kind of long. I don't know. We'll read it. Fuck it. Okay. Making the title clickbait. The natural rates lie. I figure out. Well, hold on. Hold on. I gotta test YouTube chat because I can't tell. Botrix gets so confused when I stream on YouTube Shorts and YouTube at the same time. It kind of just picks one to join, but like you can see, like it somehow joined this one twice. Okay, that's showing up, I guess. Does it show the YouTube chat too, or the YouTube Short chat too? Do you think? Usually it just picks one, but like this time it has joined both of them twice. Which kind of makes me think it's actually flip-flopping back and forth between which one it wants to be in. Yeah, it's not in the YouTube Shorts one anymore. God damn it. It's so fucked, dude. Awesome, dude. Okay, well. I'm gonna pop this out then and just put it here. Actually, but if I click on OBS, then it's gonna go away. Shoot, I should have it as a doc in OBS, shouldn't I? Oh, but I hate maintaining it. Ah, fuck it. We're not doing that. Okay. I'm just gonna put it here. Okay. The fault in our stars. The problem of policymaking based on natural rates. Policymakers have put far too much faith in unobservable natural rate estimates, and the results have been catastrophic. The views expressed in this blog are entirely my own and not representative of the labor statistics or the United States government. To this day, I cannot read without irritation or even outrage that often repeated cannot expression of the natural rate of unemployment. Natural to the green nature, forest tears, rocks and earthquakes decree at the same time that there should be unemployment. Pace. In 1898, Swedish economist that can't is that how do you pronounce this? Wixell published his masterwork. Interest in prices, in which he canonized the idea of the natural rate of interest represented by R star. In its estimation, If interest rates went above the natural rate, output would decrease and prices would decline, and vice versa if interest rates go below the natural rate. This structure was adopted throughout macroeconomics and remains part of the core teachings of the field. Over time, other stars were added to this constellation, their natural rate of unemployment and potential gross domestic product. Natural rates for interest, unemployment, and potential gross domestic product have become common in macroeconomics and policymaking fields. Throughout Congress, the federal government, and the Federal Reserve, the non-accelerating inflation rate of unemployment was canonized into policymaking based on a presupposed trade-off between inflation and unemployment expressed through the Phillips curve. Nauru determines the lowest unemployment possible without pushing inflation above target. As the story goes, when unemployment is at Nauru, real GDP will be equal to potential GDP, and inflation will be on target. Various statistical agencies, modelers, researchers, and planners sought to unearth these natural values to guide policy in their direction and maintain macroeconomic stability. These estimates, however, are intensely problematic. They prescribe precise values to unobservable, unknowable variables and can lock policy in amber regardless of fundamental changes in the economy. Estimates are revised dramatically as prior ones are disproven by real-world data, and even after re-estimation, the predictive power remains low. Natural rates are stacked on top of each other, with one natural rate relationship determining the others in a way that further removes policymaking from empiricism. The Federal Open Market Committee and other policymakers have recently leaned away from their own natural rate estimates after wrestling with their flaws. It'd be prudent for the Federal Reserve and policymaker institutions to be agnostic about natural rates and instead focus on data-driven policymaking while navigating with an acknowledgement of what cannot be known. Estimates of natural rates, however, tend to assign precise values on original non-known variables, and they often have, or they are often proven wrong by real-world data. Estimates are commonly revised, but still suffer from low predictability and and are often stacked on top of one another. Meaning one natural rate is determined by estimates different the natural rate of unemployment. At first, the floor of the natural rate system is the natural rate of unemployment, usually expressed through NARU. The Congressional Budget Office builds its estimate of NARU for its potential GDP estimates, which in turn feed their policy and macroeconomic evaluations. First floor, I don't want to phrase the same. First natural rate considered is usually natural rate of unemployment. Expressed through NARU. Let's see, I don't want to type it out. Accelerate inflation rate. NARU presupposes the trade-off between inflation and unemployment. Compressed through the Phillips curve. And determines the lowest unemployment possible without pushing inflation above target. Ugh. Fuck, I was like, fuck my arm up. Okay. What the hell? Upsy daisy. Upsy. God, why'd everyone leave when I started doing economic research? Essentially, the gap between the CBO's estimate and NARU and the realized unemployment rate should induce above target or below target inflation. This is the traditional Phillips curve relationship where low unemployment causes higher inflation and too high unemployment causes lower inflation. Interest rates will have to shift in order to bring unemployment back to NARU to stabilize inflation. Uh-oh. There's still problems with this system. For one, the Phillips curve relationship between unemployment and inflation does not hold any semi-rigorous empirical degree. God damn. We read. Oh, I didn't read it, but we read summaries of it, which is basically the same thing as reading it. Basically, when you think about it, basically the same. Kind of an expert in this. What is a rolling window in this context? Also, the Phillips curve is only supposed to be in the short term. Because it's expectations augmented short-term relationship, which means it's arguably not that useful, but it has to be real. Okay. Unemployment is a terrible measure of labor market track, and its historical relationship with inflation is weak. Models have to be calibrated with inflation expectations, and other unobservable to work, and there is no reason to expect any historical relationship to remain stable ad infinitum. Phillips curves have been flat in recent history, meaning that the relationship between unemployment and inflation has nearly completely broken down. As a result, the gap between CBO's long-run non-cyclical unemployment estimate and the real unemployment rate has had extremely little predictive power over inflation. This is despite non-cyclical unemployment estimate being revised in 2021, essentially allowing CBO to develop a model estimate that works as well as possible given prior data. The gap between the CBO's estimate and our realized unemployment rate should induce above target, below target inflation. And the actual unemployment rate should, in theory, be above target, below target inflation. This has never really worked out well. So is their natural rate, which has been steadily decreasing. PCE inflation, trim the PCE inflation for some. I mean, I don't know. Unemployment climbed here, inflation went down, but their natural rate didn't actually change. Part of this is because Phillips curve relationship. It's very flat at best. And existence at worst. in another, because I relies on unobservables like inflation expectations. CBO's estimate is very little. Victor power. Inflation. CBO's NAR estimates are separate from their estimates of non-cyclical unemployment, also fluctuates dramatically based on changing data. Now, it should be said that it is good that CBO attempts to correct their estimates based on the basis of new data. But it should raise questions about the significance of NAR estimates if they shift so dramatically in such a short period of time. In particular, CBO revised up their estimates of NARU in the immediate aftermath of the 2008 financial crisis, and then revised them down and revised down our estimates after the 2018 experience, proved that their prior estimates were too high. Their current NAR estimate would put current unemployment within 1% at a stable minimum, the current NAR estimate would put current unemployment within 1% of its stable minimum, despite millions of job losses as a result of the pandemic. It should be noted that CBO presumes unemployment rates by demographic group were at their natural rates in 2005, essentially institutionalizing massive racial and gender employment gaps in the policymaking. In 2020 kind of fucked us up, right? But have consistently underestimated how low inflation can go. Wait, did I say inflation? Sorry, unemployment. Even if Federal Reserve does not accept from NARU misuse and misestimation, since the recovery, both the FOMC and Federal Reserve staffs estimate a sustainable long-run unemployment rate or excessively high. 2016 unemployment rate sank below both estimates and did not spur excessive inflation, leading to the FOMC estimates of longer run. It doesn't actually have inflation on it though. This is their NARU estimate. No, went below it. Midpoint of FO. Where's the inflation? (2016) unemployment rate sank below both estimates and not spur excess inflation, leading the FOMC estimate longer run unemployment to sink significantly. Even in the pre-pandemic labor market midpoint, FOMC indicates that unemployment should be increased to counteract inflation. This is despite real slack in the labor market being significantly high. before the pandemic. FOMG suggested midpoint of FOMC estimates. Indicated unemployment should be increased. Decrease inflation. But real slack in labor market being significantly high. Let's fight me over labor market slack. I'm used to. Regardless of the quality in our estimates, there was no reason to base a natural estimate on unemployment at all. For one, unemployment is an extremely fickle data point that does not represent the capacity constraints in the labor market. In 2016, when unemployment hit the Federal Reserve, our estimate headline PC inflation was 0.28%, and trimmed mean PC inflation 1.63%. Primary employment population was lower than any pre-crisis period in recent memory, meaning fewer working-age Americans were out of job. This is because headline unemployment metrics do not count discouraged workers to people who are not working and are fully given up on searching for a job. Unemployment metrics only count those who are actively looking for work. The fuck you start streaming in the morning? I broke my sleep schedule talking to Israeli people. I'm gonna try to fix it today and tomorrow. I don't know. We'll see. I don't know. It was just like I didn't want to stream because I was like, oh, I should just stick to my schedule. But it got to a point where I was not fixing my schedule, so I was just like, well, fuck it. Better to stream than not stream. Talk to Israeli people, don't you know they're evil? Exactly. I don't know. I mean, I tagged people on a server and I announced it, so I assume there's a good chance you saw it. But how evil is the IDF is the thumbnail. I wonder if it's worth changing the thumbnail. It only has 18 views. How can it only have 18, bro? It's gotta get more. Gotta get more. I'm gonna make them. I really like this. I think this is the best thumbnail, though. Maybe this? Real's actions. How can I clickbait this without being dishonest? Real's never done anything wrong. True. Accurate. True. And PC inflation was 0.8%. Trend mean PC inflation was 1.63%. Primary employment population was lower than any pre-crisis period in recent memory. Additionally, it does not consider wage compression and growth at all. It's also a lagging indicator. A significant economic slowdown usually needs to occur before measurable unemployment manifests. Despite this, Nauru pervades the thinking of macroeconomists, as evidenced by former Treasury Secretary Larry Summers' evaluation of the current U.S. economy. Third, it suggests, as I read it corroborates my concerns, job openings and quit rates suggest record levels of labor tightness, as do surveys of employers and hiring. Unemployment and employers measure employment measurements. Jesus fucking Christ, I can't read. Unemployment measures suggest some slack relative to pre-pandemic Nauru estimates, but these are imprecise, and record levels of structural changes are likely to raise Nauru estimates. We know wage acceleration is very sticky, but it is coming. Interview with Noah Smith. What? What? Debate Larry Summers. No, he's got econ brain. Just like me. I have econ brain too, okay? The Phillips curve is embedded in. Yeah, if you actually open my brain, there would actually be a Phillips curve in it, like carved into it. I am going to start pressing my economics teacher, though, on a Phillips curve more. Do you believe, I mean, I haven't read any, I mean, it's possible. I have not seen anything about it. I mean, is there evidence of anything? I've only read his economic stuff. I've never read any of his other. I was not on the island with him. I was never on the island with Paul Krugman and Jeffrey Epstein. Oh dear God. Oh no. There's evidence. Link the evidence right now. Also, what's up, Red Radius? I was never on that. Listen, all the elites all these Keynesians trying to sell us a free lunch. Okay, you're an MMTer, so you're really trying to sell us a free lunch. So, look kind of sus for you. I don't know, man. Were you on the island with it, Captain? How do you know about these Paul Krugman things, Captain? A little bit suspicious. My computer was acting challenge. What the fuck? Wait, when was this? 2020? I feel like if there probably I wasn't there. I feel like people probably would have made a bigger deal if. I mean, I didn't hear anything about it. I guess I would have thought Hendricks on confirmed. I mean, I feel like there would have been. A bigger deal made about it if there was any actual evidence. OMG, that news broke libertarians. They were never, yeah, I would imagine. I feel like, but see, like, I feel like if there was better evidence for it, like every single time I even mentioned Paul Krugman, there would be someone saying better chop on it. Yeah, I feel like it would be that, but it's not that. Usually it's. Did you know he said the internet wouldn't be any more effective than the fax machine? Did you know he said that? Did you know he? Yeah. Yeah. Usually it's not the pedophile stuff; it's the internet stuff. The internet fax machine quote: the infamous internet will not have any more effects than the fax machine. I mean, there's just no evidence of. You'd have to I wouldn't think he is either. You'd have to show me more actual evidence. Chat, what's your opinion on whether Drake was actually a pedophile or not? I've only done like a little bit of, I've only seen a little bit of stuff with his Millie Bobby Brown relationship, and like, seems like weird, but like, I don't know if I call him a pedophile of it. I think you need to show more for me to think Drake's actually a pedophile. I hate Drake, so yes. Drake wasn't a pedo either. I mean, I don't know. Like, the only evidence I've seen is like Millie Bobby Brown saying, "Oh, I texted him. I miss him." It's like, that's a little weird. Like, I don't. They're celebrities. Like, I don't really. Like, I don't know. It makes sense. Like, I don't know. It makes sense, I guess. Like, in the setting of like celebrities, like you'd have celebrities texting each other, like sort of regardless of the age gap. Like, is that even weird? I don't think it's that weird. I feel like porn is in people's brains. Yeah. Okay, fuck. Wait, I don't understand this. Okay. Okay, I thought maybe I'm being stupid here. I thought trimmed isn't trimmed PCE. I thought that was removing like energy cost and food cost. Oh, wait, no. What does trimmed mean then? Because this is trimmed, this is X energy and food. Okay. I thought trimmed meant removing energy and food cost. What does trimmed mean? What does trimmed mean? PCE. It was estimated by the staff at the Federal Reserve Bank of Dallas. What? PCE versus trimmed PCE explained. Oh, wait, what is it literally? I thought trimmed meant they were actually doing something to the data. Is this just where it comes from? Oh. Hold on, I'm retarded. It literally just me. Okay. So how I don't understand how it's actually different. It's just calculated with different data from the. Okay, ChatGPT. What is the difference between PCE and trimmed PCE? Do you want to go to grad school for economics? Probably, yeah. Wait, this is what I thought it was. Trimmed PCE is calculated by removing certain. This is what I thought it did. Like energy and food price. Which that doesn't make sense here because usually trimmed PCE is a lot less than headline PCE. I think we satisfied. by what you could have at just an undergrad degree. I mean, I don't know what I'm gonna do really, but I will be way over prepared for my like macro 101 class. Regardless of what I do. I think I'll be a little. Are you good at math? I'm fine at math. Like I'm good at the math I've taken, but like I didn't take the advanced math classes at my high school. Like I took like the easiest math classes at my school, and I was good at them. I got a 100 in the last math class I took. I literally not a single quiz did I get below a 100. So I'm good at the math I've done, but I've only done like the lower level maths. I haven't done like calculus. But listen, we can. I'm sure I can learn it. I'm sure I can. I'll be fine. I'll be fine. Maybe. I don't know. Are you an undergrad for econ right now? Nope. I'm not in college yet. I graduated high school in January. 1 semester early. And I've just been dicking around at home. I've been gaming. I've been gooning. I've been reading. Okay, I still don't understand this. Okay. In 2016, when unemployment hit the feds, if you're at college, you could be debating encampment people. That's true, people. I don't know. Honestly, if I could drive, I probably would go to like a college near me and try to do shit. Or maybe I should. Maybe I should. By the way, I can't drive. But maybe I should I should see one of my friends goes to UNC Chapel Hill. I don't know. But I think the encampment people are. They just don't know. They probably just don't know a ton. Like, I don't. Okay, unemployment hit the feds now estimate. I get that. Headline PC was low, so I mean below 1%. Trimmed PC was 1.63%. Okay. It doesn't really make sense to me why headline PCE was lower than trimmed PCE. What is it? It's headline PCE. Validating exclusion. Unless there was like massive deflation in energy or something, but like did that happen in 2016? Yeah. Well, they won't talk to the Zionist, obviously. The Zionist people. Okay, the prime age employment population ratio was lower than any pre-crisis period in recent memory, meaning fewer working age Americans were at a job. This is because headline unemployment metrics do not count as steroids. Zionist. Why does that not work? Oh, we hit a 7 TV emote. It probably doesn't work in the chat. Whatever. $2016. Can't type into one. 2016. Unemployment hit. Feds narrow estimate, but inflation remained low. On top of that, high wage employment ratio with lower than any pre-crisis period. Memory, few days working Americans work a job. Just because unemployment doesn't account for wage compression or growth, as well as various discouraged workers or underemployment. I guess underemployment wouldn't really be super relevant in this context. Do you publish your own notes and stuff on Israel, Palestine? My notes are public. These aren't public yet. I mean, I can make them. That's not stopping me from making them public. I just haven't done it yet because it changes the layout a little bit. Like you can, because it adds a bunch of shit. Like you can see, this is the Israel Palestine page, and like everything's laid out like this versus my Keynes page. Everything's like it just looks cleaner. I should I should make a notes channel on my Discord. Is what I should do. Oh, wait, hold on. I should just duplicate a different channel. That way I don't have to mess with it. It's like a Alpha supports error. True. This is accurate. I support the forest, right? Who are the people that assassinated Rabin? Rabin was the one that Rabin assassination. Yeah. Whatever group assassinated him, that's who I support. You see, Palestinian national identity is as legitimate. I mean, now, yeah, probably. I would say so, probably. Definitely a time during like 1948. Like I don't know when a cohesive Palestinian national identity came about, but yeah. Duplicate this channel and then just name it notes. Sitting through true site. Also, I gotta fix my socials because I renamed my kick. I don't really care about the department. Unemployment metrics only account for those who actively, blah, blah, blah. It's not considered wage. compensation growth at all. I should say, sorry. This war would be easy for Israel if Egypt would just let Gazans flee south. Yeah, but I understand why Egypt doesn't want Gazans into Sinai. One, because they'd be worried about Hamas operate well. One, because that would be then supporting an ethnic cleansing, right? And then two, because they don't want Hamas operating out of Sinai, because then that opens up a lot of problems for Egypt, and yeah, I don't know. I mean, Israel evacuated all the kibbutzim, right? It could let Palestinians into the kibbutzim, but obviously Israel will be worried about Hamas operating out of there and stuff. I think both those points are wrong, though. Really, you don't think there's concern there? Oh, you're gonna love this, Koptanok. I haven't read the thing you sent me on the natural rate of interest being 0. Recommended thinking requires macroeconomists to wrestle with the constantly shifting nature of the economy, evaluate broad suite of labor markets, slack indicators instead of static looking at unemployment metrics. Policymakers instead take the idea Nauru seriously, or seriously defined in other natural rates through some deviation of Nauru. This means the Nauru derived natural rates, and their recommendations are even less useful than Nauru itself. Israel letting Palestinian civilians is different because many Palestinians also the Jews as Israel. That's true. As provided a fact that many participate in Judah elections. So that could be true, I guess. Despite this, many economists take Nauru seriously. Policymakers, I say. And use it to derive other natural rates. Why does it keep changing the verb tense? Take Nauru seriously. Oh fuck! Why is this under? No. All right. I'll be back 1 second. Let me throw this away. All right. Why does Noah Smith act like a 40-year-old man-child? Listen, he's a little snarky sometimes, but it's awesome, dude. I'm gonna act like a 40-year-old man-child when I'm 40. When I'm 40, that's exactly what I'm gonna do. All right, the natural rate of interest. I still don't understand. I still don't fully understand. This is a funny meme, though. I'm keeping this. I'm posting this in my meme channel. I'll text like this too. Noah Smith is a pedophile. I have no source. Thanks, man. That's true. At the Federal Reserve, the gap between unemployment and Nauru is inserted in the econometric models that staff use to develop policy recommendations to FOMC members. The basic logic is that a higher unemployment rate above Nauru indicates that real interest rates should be lower to combat unemployment, and that a lower unemployment rate below Nauru indicates that real interest rates should be higher to combat inflation. The first problem to this approach should be obvious by now. The unemployment inflation relationship is incredibly weak. Unemployment is a bad measure of labor market capacity utilization. Nauru estimates are often wrong. Nevertheless, the Federal Reserve staff models lend a ton of credence to estimates in Nauru in developing interest rate recommendations. Nauru is used in staff econometric models. Or the gap between realized unemployment and Nauru is used in maybe that maybe Hayek was right about econometricians. Goddamn. Using models recommend to, I guess, I don't know, determine, to inform interest rate policy on the basis that unemployment above Nauru indicates real interest rate below it combat employment. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Do you think it's? I mean, it's. I mean, yeah. I mean, you can say it's a little hypocritical of the people that were like so, and like if you were actually like an anti-cultural appropriation person, and now you're wearing a kaifa or whatever they're called. I think that's what they're called, right? Then it's a little hypocritical, but like I don't like. I mean, it's like an easy way to virtue signal. So like whatever. Virtue signaling isn't always bad in that way. Like, I mean, it's just an easy way to still show your solidarity with the Palestinian people. I should get one. I'd get more viewers if I had one. Except it would actually it would cause problems because people would think I'm a Palestinian supporter. But I am a Palestinian supporter. White people shouldn't be allowed to wear clothes. This is accurate. This is real. First problem, this approach should be obvious by now. Oh yeah. Again, the unemployment inflation relationship very weak. Unemployment is a poor labor market utilization. And our estimates are often wrong. Nevertheless, the Federal Reserve staff models lend a ton of credence to the estimates in our developing interest rate recommendations. Damn. Unemployment. What is this? Hold on, sorry. Unemployment is like the interest rate percent. Take, for example, the natural rate estimates from 2015. In January 2015, Tealbook Federal Reserve staff estimated the natural real interest rate was negative 0.56%. As soon as the unemployment rate crossed below the NAR estimate of 5.1% in December, Tealbook estimated the natural rate of real interest jumped all the way up to 1.24%. These estimates formed part of the reason why so many FOMC members were okay with tapering quantitative easing by 2014, and the result was a measured slowdown in growth and mini recession in manufacturing. God damn. Like this. Fed. That gives a lot of weight. 2 natural rate estimates. Take, for example, natural rate estimates from 2015. The January 2015 Tealbook. Oh, they still have all these? Oh, hell yeah. This should be 1 over, right? Well, too late. Whatever. Critically, the gap between R-star estimates and actual real federal funds rate has also been extremely limited predictive power over forecasted inflation. Aside from in 2008, when the real federal funds rate was far above the staff's R-star estimates, and deflation occurred thanks to the financial crisis, inflation has remained almost totally uncorrelated from the gap. Critically, the early 2007 R-star estimates were far too high in retrospect, and R-star estimates from 2014 and 2015 suggested oncoming excess inflation that never materialized. It took until after significant additional employment growth was made in 2018/2019 for trim mean PC inflation to remain at 2%, and even the Federal Reserve was forced to unwind several rate hikes before the pandemic hit. FOMC members are paying less attention to R-star estimates as a result, which has been a massive improvement for U.S. monetary policy making. Gap between R-star estimates and realized, or not realized, I don't know, and actual interest rates. Also has low predictive power over inflation. 2007, our star estimates are too high in retrospect. Our star estimates (2014, 15). Suggested excess inflation that never materialized. Alright, I don't know. Predicted. Excess inflation never materialized. Significant additional unemployment growth was made by the 2018 and 2019 for trim mean PC inflation to remain at 2%. It's only after significant employment growth in 2018 to 2019. That mean PCE, was it trim PCE? Mean PC inflation to remain at 2%. Even if Federal Reserve was forced to unwind several rate hikes before the pandemic hit. The natural rate of growth. Oh, this graph is so funny. Oh, I hate this graph so much. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Huh. Wow. Final step in the CBO and Federal Reserve econometric modeling is potential GDP, the maximum stable level of real growth that the economy can achieve. Estimates usually line up with extrapolation from prior trends, as real GDP per capita in the US had grown pretty stably, around 2.2% a year for decades. The crucial flaw in potential GDP estimates is that they have been revised down dramatically in the wake of the financial crisis, essentially locking policymakers into belief that lost growth could not be regained. Oh no. Oh no. It's so sad. It's so sad. Take the CBS estimates. They've been revised down significantly since 2005. Reflecting the organization's lack of confidence in the U.S. economy rebounding from the Great Recession. Critically, when the U.S. GDP went above potential during 2018 and 2019, there were no adverse consequences. As said before, inflation was muted, and the Federal Reserve was forced to retreat from some of their rate hikes. No wonder, because the estimates truly did not reflect anything close to the upper level for economic growth. Natural rate, GDP growth, supposed to represent the maximum stable rate of real GDP growth. Estimates are usually based off of Jesus fucking Christ, hold on. Higher trends. But I've been consistently revised downwards. Such a sad graph. MMTers actually like this graph. Well, they don't like it. They just they use it a lot. Seeing. They don't like that it's happening. I mean, but they like showing it. No. Oh, it's so sad. Okay. Take the CBO assessment. They've been revised significantly since 2005. Blah blah blah. Okay. But even when growth went above potential in 2018 to 2019, there were no adverse consequences. As yeah. To abandon and rate hikes because inflation never materialized. This Federal Reserve consistently rises potential GDP estimates. Non-whites wearing clothes is cultural appropriation. That is true. So true. Thanks, Shitty Alex. I'm pro cultural appropriation. I just don't think it matters. I just think culture changes and culture spreads. It doesn't actually. As long as you're not being like doing a negative stereotype. Like, who really cares? Federal Reserve's long-run potential GDP growth estimates reflect much of the same problem. Since 2005, estimates have been revised downward repeatedly, as the weakness from the 2008 economy was believed to be a standard state of affairs. What is a measure of potential of growth? If any time the economy performs poorly, potential simply revised downward. That is a failure of these natural estimates in the last decade. They increasingly presumed that poor economic performance was evidence that natural growth was decreasing and natural employment was decreasing. Instead of being used to illustrate the wide gap between equality pre-recession and post-recession economies, they were used to etch the failing economy in stone and argue against the possibility of improvement. When policymakers decided to set these interest rates, why do you compare Twitch chat where I am not in your face physically? What do you mean? I mean, it's just what the fuck? It's just to show that you're not acting like a normal person. Obviously, there's like a difference, but the same like general rules of conversation still apply, which you would know if you had any common sense. What good is a measure potential growth if it is simply revised down whenever the economy. It's doing poorly. That are being used. Doritos made Burger King waffle flavored Doritos. That's awesome, dude. That are being used to illustrate wide gaps between pre-recession potential and current output, I guess. They are used to etch current trajectory into stone and argue against movement. Policymakers how to set interest rates or score fiscal spending based on these estimates. They were implicitly evaluating the U.S. economy as unable to improve. You ever consider what type of things you like to cover on stream? What do you mean? What do you mean? Do I ever consider what type of things I like to cover on stream? I don't know what that question means. I mean, usually before I stream, I have some idea of like a thing I'm going to read. Yeah. There's whatever links I collected from the previous stream, usually. And they acted on these estimates. They wrote their natural limits into the economy itself and a self-fulfilling prophecy. Of course, unemployment won't go below 5% if every time policymakers work to limit future economic growth out of misplaced fears of inflation. Like when you decide issues like abortion, religion, taxes, immigration, do you preemptively decide that's an arc you want to cover and go, not really. I mean, it's just, again, it's just like whatever links I collected from the last stream, I'll usually go over, like whatever. Or like, I don't know, like what happened with this one, sort of, it was like I was talking to people and I brought up the Phillips curve and then like sample text later DM me and said, hey, I don't really like the Phillips curve. Here's something you should read on it. And that's how we kind of started this whole thing. Yeah. That's what happened with that. And usually most stuff is like that. It's like I'll cover something and someone will say, hey, you should read this on it. But making so much philosophy stuff and you haven't gone up because it's just not relevant, bro. It doesn't, bro. You don't just control my stream. I know it's wild. I know it's wild today. I know it's impossible for you to understand. You don't actually control my stream, okay? Despite this, I've clicked on every single link you've given me. I haven't read a lot of them because a lot of them are from Jewish Bolshevism is anti-globalist. You owe nothing and be happy.net. Said was relevant on your stream. Wait, you said what is relevant on your stream is last stream's link. I've linked plenty of credible. The links I have collected when it like. Here's an example right now. We're reading this article. This is a hyperlink within that article. I'll link this in my notes and we'll probably read it later. That's what I mean. Not the random shit you send from jewishbolshevism.org. No, that's not what I mean. I don't know why you thought I meant that, but that is not at all what I meant. Actually, let me link this right now. And this as well. Each and Ayn Rand are not Jewish. Bro, that's true. But you have sent, I think you haven't even sent that much niche in Iran. You literally have sent links from, I don't think it was jewishbolshevism.org, but like the title was literally Jewish Bolshevik anti-globalist race realist. Like, you send the most unhinged links in chat before. Anyone who's been on this stream has known that, JDR, because you know that. I don't understand. I don't. You're insane. You're so close to being banned. What if I promise not to send schizo? You never follow your promises, though. It's the thing. We can push unemployment up, institute better monetary fiscal policies. No reason to believe we cannot return to pre-crisis 2.2 real GDP per capita growth. Oh wait, I just skipped a lot of this because yeah, okay. The reason 10 and natural race estimates clear: lower interest rates, lower GDP growth, and lower unemployment estimates. It's worth noting that somewhat contradictory to the nature of these changes, although policymakers and professionals clearly believe that employment can go lower and interest rates will remain low, they increasingly bearish on future economic growth in the United States. This is particularly the result of prior misestimation, as overly tight monetary policy from the financial crisis tampered future GDP level and growth expectations. However, it also reflects the last vestige of prior natural estimations systems working their way into current policy. If we push employment up and do better monetary fiscal policies, no reason, yeah. Something like this be okay to link. I mean, this is just totally unrelated to anything at all right now, but like, in principle, this is not, this is okay to link, because like, actually, it's on YouTube. It's probably not that unhinged from a guy with 800,000 subscribers, which means it's not totally unhinged, probably. Yeah. Economics is not philosophy. It simply isn't. I'm not going to pretend like it is to cover your feelings. Have I ever even asked you to do that? I don't know when I've ever asked you to do that or expected you to do that. I don't know why you're saying. There we go. I don't know how much you heard of what I said, but I've never asked you to do that. I don't expect you to do that. There's no reason for you to do that. I don't know how you ever thought I would need you to do that. I don't care. Yeah. Something like 2.2% real GDP growth. What it was per capita, right? Capita growth. Better monetary and fiscal policy. Actually, I think we're getting kind of close to that again after the COVID stuff. After the COVID stimulus, we kind of reached. I mean, that's why we have frying pan charts, right? Because we were below that growth rate for a while, and after COVID, we did a lot of fiscal stimulus, and we reached the growth rate again because fiscal stimulus is awesome. Big W, big Biden W. What I would say is this: economics and general philosophy is important, but the way to know which ethical system, metaphysical, and metaphysics to base said metaphysical system off of is going to be rooted in philosophizing. Not why is that? That's not relevant at all right now. I have not made any claims about that ever, or not on this stream at least. I don't. Conclusions. I see the current path of gradually rising interest rates as the FOMC's approach to taking seriously both of these risks. While the unemployment rate is below the committee's estimate of longer run natural rate estimates of this rate are quite uncertain. The same is true of estimates of a neutral interest rate. We therefore refer to many indicators judging the degree of slack of the economy or whether the accommodation in the current political stance. We're also aware that over time, inflation has become much less responsive to changes in resource utilization. Federal Reserve, in particular, has made significant progress in reworking the natural rate framework under Jerome Powell, beige J. Powell. Oh my God. Leading to increased reliance on market indicators and decreased faith in estimates like Nauru. What a rate of 2018 proved to be too much for the U.S. economy. The FOMC was comfortably backing off and easing policy despite unemployment rates. It is relevant to what you should focus on because you yourself don't have a coherent background in metaphysical ethics. You believe in a very silly, simplistic version of utilitarianism and metaphysics non-theism, but the specifics, reasoning, and research are not there. Thanks, my man. Thank you. What was I going to say? Or what was I going to look up? Oh, sorry. Federal funds rate. Did they end up doing them in 2019? I don't know. Oh yeah, no, they did. But it's not. Yeah, obviously not to 5%. I could probably name at least 20 philosophers right now and probably give you a decent summary of most of their ideas. And you, dude, Jesus, you're like literally just like, what do you think you're proving right now? I'm totally, it doesn't matter. This doesn't matter right now at all. You're just like bragging about, ooh, I'm 16, I watch a lot of philosophy YouTube. I'm so smart. I'm so much better than you. Better than you stupid streamer guy. Under a better policy regime, however, the hikes would not have happened in the first place. It was clear in retrospect the economy remained far from full employment, and the threat of persistent above-trend inflation was limited. Even if policymakers were taking our estimates less seriously, they were still trusting them far too much. Fed has made some progress in relying less on natural rates. Under Jerome Powell. It matters by definition, dude. Okay, I don't care right now. Philosophy bro is a bigger chat than economics bro. Why do you believe Jordan Peterson is much more famous than Paul Krugman? Because more people care about philosophy. And also, Jordan Peterson does self-help stuff, so like I would imagine it's always going to appeal to a much broader audience. Self-help is philosophical. Yeah, but you understand, self-help is going to always apply to a way broader audience in economics. I understand self-help is definitely related to philosophy. Don't you want to be popular? Dude, that's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. Oh my God. I'm not going to... No, Do you think I do what I do to be popular? I'm sorry. If I wanted to be popular, which I mean, I do want to grow, obviously, I would just react to content all day, okay? No offense to my other streamers out there. Political person guy just reacts to TYT all day and he's way more popular than me. All the Gorps just reacts to stuff and he's way more popular than me. If I just wanted to be popular, how do we make money on Twitch? Dude, genius fucking thing. I just want to be popular. I would just sit on stream and react to random news all day while playing games in the background. That's obviously going to be a way bigger audience than this, okay? But I care more about this, okay? There's obviously a balance, right? I cater to my audience still. Yeah, but I do debates and stuff. Wait, hold on. What's this? I gotta see this. I need this ultra wide monitor. Like obviously, like this is reaction content, and it did really well because it's reaction content. It says Destiny, but I need this. I need this. It's the guy who did a shooting in Idaho. What? No. Who? Linus? Not him, the guy on the screen? What? That's him. This is the same person. Okay. I think so. 2018. Clearly show. Still progress to be made. Natural rates may be good in explaining monetary economics to students, or modeling hypothetical economies. Policymaking from unobservables, a recipe for disaster in the real world. It's imprudent to put much stock into one variable, especially table measures like unemployment, as the real economy is an incredibly complex system. Expecting a relationship between any macroeconomic variables to remain constant over time violates the Lucas critique, yet remains part of policy making throughout the world. The credence given to these estimates flies in the face of understanding and deterrent to dispersed knowledge throughout most of modern economics. What's the link here? Oh, it's just Wikipedia. Dispersed knowledge. The opinions of Israel hold on to settlements as long as the West Bank is occupied by radicals. What do you mean? I mean, obviously, like the settlements have too many people in them to like fucking tear them down or whatever. But only Austrians understand interest rates. Thanks, man. Oh, I've seen this guy. This guy debated Warren Melzer. Only the Austrians, yeah. Only, dude. I don't know where you, Kopenhagen, were you here when Gideok said it's simply a objective fact that the economy would be better if Austrian economics? An objective fact. There is no room for disagreement. That the economy of the whole world would be better. I remember this guy. Mulder destroyed him. Mulder did do pretty well. I don't actually remember that much of it, but Mulder did do well. If you don't want to go full Austrian, at least be somewhat basic Chicago school. Not great, but a step up. Thanks. Thanks, man. Policy making on unobservables is a recipe for disaster. And I'll make it at some point. Expecting not just relationships, but Oh, the relationship between any macroeconomic variables constant over time violates. Do you really want to watch at least one Austrian thing I said because it's relevant to what you're discussing? I mean, maybe, but I don't know. It depends. Why should policymakers, especially central banks, to acknowledge that they are always choosing a subset of policy passed rather than reaffirming the fundamental nature of the world? In that respect, they should be agnostic to the natural rates and always lean on the side of supporting income and output over inflation or over fighting inflation on the margins. This is why choosing an output target like gross labor income is a much better framework than trying to optimize intermediate variables like unemployment and interest rates. What's labor income? I read this too. Also, when you were 16, I was going to you. Well, you weren't, dude. Jesus, I'm actually gonna. What? Why you're just bragging? I don't. You just right. You just, bro. I don't know what to tell you. I was reading shit when I was 16. Do you see all those books back there? I was reading that when I was 16. I've been reading a ton of shit. Okay, like I don't know what to tell you. Like I don't. I've read a little Kant, but I can't. But I don't like we all have shit to brag about, bro. You don't have to come into my stream and brag about this shit. I don't care. It's not bro. Is this not oppressive interest from my bro? I'm 2 years older than you, and again, I was reading this shit when I was 16 too. You don't have to, bro. I don't care if you come into my stream and brag about like. I don't see why you feel the need to come into this stream and brag about this. Policymakers should be agnostic about natural rates and lean on the side of supporting income more than fighting inflation. The reason is because most people don't have the same sort of intellectual interests as I do. Intellectual interest. I'm such a fucking better 16-year-old because instead of thinking about girls and boobies and basketball, I think about Nietzsche and Marx and Hegel. I'm such a fucking interesting person. And I need to brag about to everyone. I think about Noam. I'm thinking about Noam Chomsky, guys. Well, you're at your stupid. What are you doing? Your stupid volleyball? I was doing my stupid Nietzsche. You get impressive, guys. Like, who gives a fuck, dude? You're not special. You're not that special. Everyone has their own fucking autistic interest, man. For some people, that's volleyball and basketball and boobies. For some people like you, that's Nietzsche, and that's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine, but you don't have to go bragging about it to everyone. Using output targets. Neoliberal fascist Fed is robbed. Neoliberal fascist Fed, true, has robbed taxpayer through inflation, taxes, and debt. I mean, the Fed doesn't really take out debt. The Fed is not deficit spending, really. I guess the Fed can buy bonds, but yeah. We can borrow from the Fed, but GeoGuessr, if I mean, we're actually reading we're reading it's sort of against this idea right now, but you aren't even like anti-establishment or anti-regime, bro. This is the first time I'm hearing that. What, you're telling me that I'm an establishment cuck like I've always been? I actually haven't always been an establishment cuck. I don't know, like there are problems I have with the establishment, but no, I'm not. I'm generally not that anti-establishment. I think. Why aren't you anti-establishment? I mean, it seems like things are fine. Things are mostly getting better. I feel like the establishment right now allows for changes. I don't think there's any big conspiracy theories that you probably think are going on. When it comes to like white genocide, I don't think any conspiracy theories like that are really happening. Yeah. I mean, there are problems I have with the establishment, but that their mechanism for change, the reality, like all the things like I want to happen in the world could like happen through the establishment. Like, and also I see like anti-establishment people aren't like very effective in government or anything. So GDX is my favorite white supremacist vaccine. The establishment failed. Vaccine, not a vaccine, mandate, COVID lockdown led to the invasion at the southern border and led our generation into $4 trillion of debt through social spending and subsidies. I'm not a white supremacist. You're kind of teetering on that, buddy. Kind of teetering on that. I don't think you're technically one, but you're... I don't know. What do you think of the great replacement theory, GDX? What do you think of that? Shooting output target. Like, gross labor income. I do believe whites are being replaced. Yeah, see. Oh, through voluntary interracial relationships. Oh, hi, Melanie. Melanie, I'm kind of fed up with GeoGuessr. So like, if you think he does anything bad, okay, I give you full permission to ban him. If you don't like something he says, just do it. Just do it at this point, okay? What I have said shouldn't indicate white supremacy. I mean, I don't really like the word white supremacy to describe you, but I mean, white nationalist might describe you better, I guess. I don't know. Avoid attempts to over-optimize variables to unobservable natural rates. Over-optimize against all forms of baseless hatred. True. Well, I mean, you might be in principle, but you definitely don't have. I don't think we went over like the stuff in. I know, like we did like the Syria immigration to Sweden, right? Like with Muslims, and there's like no data to support that these Muslims are committing more crime, but you seem to not like them anyway. All right. I might read one more thing just because I think this New York Times article, it's probably... Even if I didn't commit a crime against you, how would you feel if I broke into your house? Do you think immigration is not equivalent to breaking into someone's house? It's not at all true. I don't understand how that's breaking into your house any more than another family having a child is breaking into your house. Yeah, thanks. I see Kopnanak. I don't know if you're still here. Huh. How do you feel if the Gideox broke into your house? That's true. Oh man, that changes things. But like, I don't know. I've been over this with Gideox before. Like, the actual thing he cares about. He won't admit it, but like, he thinks a Muslim coming over to like Sweden is bad because they're draining resources and they're not white, so that's bad. But a white family having a child, even though that child will actually drain more resources than an immigrant, because the immigrant is already like a fully grown person who can start working immediately, and this idiot child needs 18 years of support and schooling just before he can work. For ending social program. Thanks, Idiox. Yeah, I've already been over this with Idiox, but okay. After this, this is really short. We're probably going to play GeoGuessr and chill for a bit because I'm kind of tired already. I'm trying to. When did I go to bed yesterday? I don't remember, but I think it might have been at like it had to be at like 4 p.m. or something. I don't remember at this point. I don't know. It's so broken. Sleep crystal's so broken. It's so fucked. Fruits of evil. Wonkish. As Brad DeLong says, sigh. Greg Mankin, I know that guy, challenges the administration's predictability, relatively fast growth, a few years from now on the basis that real GDP may have a unit root. That is, there's no tendency for bad years to be offset by good years later. I always thought the unit root thing involved a bit more of deliberate obtuseness. It involved pretending that you didn't know the difference between, say, low GDP due to a productivity slowdown like the one that happened from 1973 to 1995 on the one side, and low GDP growth due to a severe recession. For one thing is very clear. Variables that measure the use of resources, like unemployment or capacity utilization, do not have unit roots. When unemployment is high, it tends to tends to fall. What is it here? What? Together with Okun's law, this says that yes, it is right to expect high growth in the future economy if it is depressed now. Simply, or we have very simply solution economics. Cut tax. Yeah, you've said this 100 times today. Can you skip this and go to GeoGuessr? I mean, we have one paragraph left to invoke the inner thing. Growth forecast now involves more than a bit of deliberate obtuseness. How can you fail to acknowledge that there's huge lack of capacity in the economy right now? And yes, we expect fast growth. Oh, okay. Why don't you agree with them? A lot of reasons. Because imperfect competition for one, and natural monopolies and common resources, and sticky wages and sticky prices. What else? And free banking seems to be too volatile. Like it, yeah. Like bank runs just seem to be too volatile, man. Oh, they just stopped doing it. Yeah. I thought sample tech actually sent me that Austrian versus Keynesian business cycle thing. Open a GeoGuessr shop, please. The GeoGuessr shop is so dumb. Also, I shouldn't be forced to pay for others. Thanks, man. Well, 50 purple pants. Dude, I don't. How much do I have? I have 0. I do have coins though, probably. Or what? Wait, daily coins. 40 coins. Can I buy anything with that? How's that unreasonable? Oh, because of sticky wages, sticky prices, because of the fact that you have not made your own wealth. I mean, first of all, I mean, any land or resource rent should be extracted because, I mean, you didn't make that at all. Secondly, society has provided you with a lot of capital. Yeah, you have not made your own wealth. I mean, every input uses government infrastructure. Like, yeah. What is the excuse of why I be able to keep what I have in a free society? Why I shouldn't be able to keep what I have in a free society? What do you mean? I mean, if the excuse is you haven't earned it, then I mean that kind of works as an excuse, right? Oh, I can't check my saved videos on TikTok. I can't check my saved videos on TikTok. I hope I liked it. I don't know if I did. There's a guy who wrote a book I like who actually has a really simplistic explanation. The avatar looks like somebody. Yeah, it looks like me. That's me, bro. I'm not gonna be able to find it. Hold on. Myth of free trade. Secret. Yeah, I haven't. What are you on with ultimate result of government deeds? Yeah, I mean, like, well, no, he's probably doing the fucking dessert theory of entitlement or whatever. Can you go bald for the stream? If someone donates, you'd have to donate a lot of money for me to go bald. Here we go. I love this video.
I bet you a lot of people on this video channel, that's what they're going to argue below the line. So what do you say to that?
People who say that taxation is theft have this view that they have created their wealth on their own. Now, this the view of taxation might be to an extent justifiable if we lived in the 16th century where everyone was a subsistence farmer, more or less. Yeah? But today, in order to create wealth, you need a whole range of public support. You know? You need the legal system. You need government investment in research and development and science. You know, you need government investment in the infrastructure, government investment in education and worker training. And you are creating your wealth using all this. So what you have created is actually a joint production of your own entrepreneurial skill or labor or whatever you have put in there with contribution from the whole society. So saying that this is a theft actually is saying that I'm going to steal the public bits, you know, as if it is mine. Yeah?
But even the legal system, you understand how the legal system is set up to protect property, right? Like that's part of the legal system. Like the legal system protects your property. Therefore, you should probably pay into it, right? So it's not really theft, is it, buddy? You can almost hate this guy, but he's kind of big. Yeah, I've read one of his books about free trade. Yeah, I think I like that.
A lot of people on this video.
Can you remind us, or Milton Friedman's like actual economist, but I can't. I've read a little Milton Friedman. A young, charismatic, inquisitive person. Milton Friedman believes in taxation and also the Fed. Yeah, that's true. That's true, actually. Yeah, I hate to break it to you. He actually does believe in the Fed, except he believes in the fixed money supply increase to K rate or whatever it's called, and then Yeah. He even argued for the negative income tax. He literally wanted to give poor people money. He's negative income tax field, which I like the negative income tax, but this is Italy, right? What? Epic. Hold on, give me a second. I want to change the stream title. Shit. Also, why is there no audio? No, I don't know why there's no audio. I can't hear anything either. It's not just. Oh wait, are my headphones just disconnected? No, they're not. So why? There's no audio for this. Okay. I don't know why there's no audio. Audio tab. I don't get it. I don't understand. Whatever. Now let's play the chill hop. Oh, Melanie. Oh, Fred 1 and Fred 2. There's Fred 1. Libraries or bridges? I guess bridges? What the hell? Wait, is this Singapore? I don't know, bro. Singapore. I'm guessing Singapore. Where's Singapore? Oopsie. He's not Jewish. He's Christian. Zach, I'm not. There's no way. Wait, I'm not. Oh my god, this is gonna be so fucking annoying, dude. Oh my god. Where's bikini? Bikini. Wait, deadass guys, right now, can we all hop on my kick and I can host Destiny? I think it'd be really funny to do it while I'm doing this. Hold on. Oops, that's. Hold on. Oh, shut up, kick. Everyone go over my kick right now. Oh, he's
the way that you act towards me.
He's talking to someone. Never mind. Okay, I want to turn Fred Zone off now.
Shit, you already know.
Oopsies. Let me find no copyright chill hop. Oh, dude, I love this song, bro. Let's play some. Let's get some Kevin MacLeod in here. Why is it? It's my computer's fucking lagging. Oh wait, what did JDX do? He hasn't done it. Don't fan him yet. He hasn't done anything too bad. Guys hearing this? Pretty sick, dude. Angry chickens. Dude, this place is awesome. I don't really know where this could be. An LV? Las Vegas? Hell yeah. Well, wait, you know what we can just do? I don't know how I didn't think of this. We can actually just react to Destiny. Oopsie. When I put a song request, I think I'm stopping the music for a second, because I can just farm Destiny's content. What did I think of this?
Lets people get away with lies. It's not that they're skilled
This is what
liars.
people come here for,
The best
apparently.
liar is someone who lines up their lies with the vulnerability of the other person.
Yeah.
So as you become centered, then it will become very clear. You can operate with freedom, without burden. You can act spontaneously. You can perceive what's going on and perceive it as it is. And so then in what to do, should I compliment or not compliment? Your mind will say, okay, this person, you know, I can say this authentically and
You
it
eat fries
makes
in
them
place of
feel a certain
McDonald's,
way.
yeah.
So I can offer this person this compliment on a regular basis. It doesn't do me any harm. I'm not trying to cultivate some niceness, and I'm not trying to take advantage of them or groom or anything. What does it hurt me to offer? If an old lady needs help crossing the street every time she crosses the street, what does it hurt me to help them cross the street? If someone else needs to hear that they're beautiful on a daily basis, what does it hurt me to tell them that they're beautiful? And then as you perceive, you'll also be able to see this is harmful. Now this person is becoming dependent. Now if I don't compliment them, I will ruin their day. Right? You'll be able to see all
I know
of those
some
things.
places
It'll
do
become
that,
very
but I don't
clear.
think.
And then you'll know
McDonald's
what
does.
to do. It'll become easy.
Okay. Okay. Let me summarize some advice and then spit it back at you, and then you can tell me if I'm roughly understanding this. That I'm spending too much time in my head trying to intellectualize like these social interactions and thinking about it from other people's perspectives, and I guess I'm missing the forest for the trees.
Leave their
To some
McDonald's
extent, and that as
separate
I'm talking to
chicken
people,
nugget from,
instead of trying to
fries.
think so hard about like, well, what do they want to hear, or what would be a way
I mean,
to
I don't
optimize this
know.
interaction,
Wait,
whatever.
what do you mean meaty oil?
I should just think of things that I appreciate, compliment
I mean,
people
that,
authentically
like,
for those
this
things.
isn't that big of a deal to me.
As I do that, I'm probably going to foster friendships that are more aligned with what I would want anyway, because they're appreciating those compliments. Those people will be pulled a little bit more into my headspace. They'll appreciate those compliments, and it'll help me see the way that other people compliment me. I won't be filtering it as hardcore as I do through my mind, like I'm expecting everybody else to. Yeah, and that through, I guess, fostering those types of engagements with people, those interactions, not only will it make my interactions with them better, it'll help me more clearly understand their interactions with me, I guess, kind of. Is that, yeah, am I close?
I think you're close.
Okay.
But I think, once again, I'm seeing a lot of trees, but not the forest.
Chicken certainly not vegan.
I'm a very
French fries
discreet
contain
trees
beef
person,
flavoring
sorry,
and widely
yeah.
known. Oh,
No, that's
damn.
okay.
Oh, no.
So, so
Oh, no.
that's okay, right? So
Oh,
I think
fuck.
that
Oh,
this,
no.
there's no doubt in my mind that this will help you in some way.
Okay.
I think one thing that I would strongly encourage you to do, so this is
yeah, it's not even made with real beef. Oh,
is
okay.
pay attention, Stephen, to the boundary
Fries
between
are
you
vegetarian.
and another human being.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that you do, you know how to do this. I think this is why, like I said, I'm serious when I say I think you can hold your own with a lot of heavyweights, and that can't happen unless you're centered in here.
Sure. Can you expand on that a little bit when you say beware of the boundary between you and other human beings? What do you mean when you say boundary?
Just sub.
So you're
It's
okay
that
pissing
easy,
people off on
bro.
the internet, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Because you're over here and they're out there.
To some extent.
Right,
I mean, I
so-
can do it in a live debate too, but there's a
Yeah.
separation, like in terms of relationship, friend
You are
group,
not
everything.
your feelings are not dependent upon another person's feelings. This is fundamental.
Yeah.
You can say things that upset someone because you are centered, and if they want to get upset, they
I'll
can
give
get
Jared
upset.
2 subs right now.
Now, let's take the case of your grandmother.
Please
Why
don't
are
do.
you
No one
worrying?
give me 2 subs.
get
I don't want these
irritated.
fuckers to have
Your feelings
subs.
are tied to her feelings. You want her feelings to change so that your feelings will change.
Vegetarian, don't consume meat, but I imagine most restaurants vegetarian
partner
foods
is
prepared with- I
unhappy,
mean,
this
most
makes
restaurants
you
are pretty good about that now. Ever since more
her
people
happiness is
have started
dependent on
becoming
your
vegetarian.
behavior.
But I
There's
don't
a
even eat at
tangling
restaurants
up
that
of you
much.
and another.
But most restaurants are pretty good about that.
This
Like,
must change. In one, you know how to do this. There must be separation between you and the other person. The other
like,
person
I don't
has
think
their
it's
own
that
feelings.
big of a
If they
deal.
want to
Like,
worry,
I
let
don't
them
like
worry.
it.
What is it to you?
If the same fucking
If you
stove,
care about them, by all means intervene in some way. But your feelings should not be tangled up in
like
this.
this doesn't matter. We
Okay,
have
wait, I'm
10
sorry. Let me summarize.
10
Okay, hold on. Okay.
10 drops of meat oil are in my fucking
Okay, so
burrito.
before
Like,
I'm thinking,
it's just not that big of a
what are the
deal.
things that I can say to evoke in them, things that make me feel better, but rather you're saying that I should take a more honest approach in how I communicate with other people and let them feel what they feel without making
Wait, I
my
don't
feelings
know.
relying on their feelings.
I'd even say forget the first half. I mean, I'm not saying it's wrong, but this is the key
Or the,
thing. What
the
I
first
want you
half
to-
was the wrong part. Yeah, it's like this is what I was saying before. But you're saying I should just do this particular thing, right?
Really
so what I want
yeah,
you to
they don't
pay
really.
attention
I mean,
to,
they're
this
pretty
is
good
all
about
you
that.
need. You don't need to do anything. Remember,
Because, like, what if you're allergic to meat? Like, you understand, like, there are people who are actually allergic. Vegetarians are really healthy meat. Maybe we got good for the nutrients. More vegetarian don't provide as much. Thanks, man.
tangled up. Oh, they'll feel offended if I don't.
Gordon Ramsay hates that stuff. He does.
Your feelings, I feel offended.
There's actually Gordon Ramsay actually like I think I've seen a clip of him getting mad at like a restaurant for grilling the veggie patties on the same grill that they grill their meat patties on.
And the beautiful thing is you have this figured out because you've already done this. 90% of Destiny is good at this. Steven sometimes struggles. So just notice the independence of you from the outside world. And then the beautiful thing is you can circumnavigate this globe.
Okay.
And when you become more and more independent, in turn, what will finally happen in the final stage is you will actually be joined with the other people.
Okay. Yeah. So then my other question relating to this is like it's like a limiting principles question, but maybe you just kind of got there in a roundabout way. Is I'm sure there's a way that you could practice this in a way that would be
I don't know. Is this
toxic.
this is Sydney.
Is that
Yes.
just intuitive? So like if my
No,
partner
you're
was
right.
like, yeah,
So-
like my
so
mom
people who
died, I
do
really
not-
need a conversation. And I'm like, I don't really
Texas.
feel like
Oh, wait,
talking
no,
about that. I
Chile,
deal with
right?
emotions. That would probably not be a good thing, right?
No,
Yeah,
no. So,
yeah.
so,
somewhere in
so
Chile.
this is so the path of spirituality is a license for assholery.
Yeah.
Damn it. Why would
So
I
this
guess all
happens
the way up
all
there?
the time, and it comes from a logical
I don't know
application
what this
to
is,
it, as
bro.
opposed to a what I would call spiritual or authentic application to it.
Mm-hmm.
So if I say, like, I'll just give you an example. Let's say, like, living in the present. Or let's use this example. So, right, so not have your feelings tangled up with another person's feelings.
Mhm.
Now, this what some people will
Can't even
interpret
tell
that as
what that
if you're
is.
feeling hurt, fuck you.
I really
you're
don't
hurt.
know.
I'm good. This is totally fine. Leads to assholery.
Oh, you
I'm
know
not
right
saying
there.
Don't care about another person's feelings. So it's in what we leave out. What is absolutely not good
The
is to have a
Spain?
seesaw between your emotions and someone else's emotions.
Okay. I don't know if you've ever heard of this before, but this sounds very similar to some guy. It's a 3-minute YouTube video or whatever, but it has to do the difference between like compassion and empathy. That it's really good to feel compassion for people because it means that you're aware of their feelings and you take them into account with your actions. But empathy, where you just feel what they feel or have a reaction to their feelings emotionally, is a very bad thing. And it doesn't really help as much. Yeah.
Yeah, so it
Same
can be
state.
bad.
Got it.
Yeah, not
if
necessarily, but
if you look at medical doctors and psychiatrists, we are generally speaking more sociopathic than the average population, and psychiatrists, I think, are more sociopathic than the average doctor. This is not because we're all evil. This is because if we have the torrent of empathy
I don't know,
that runs
Thailand
through our
maybe?
brains, we will
Cambodia?
get torn apart.
I'm gonna guess
wonder,
Cambodia.
How can you deal with suicide?
Oh wait, no, maybe this
Be
is
depressed. The only way you can do it is by being
China.
centered. It doesn't mean that you can't be compassionate. In fact, it offers you then become a stable ground for people who are drowning. So you're right that if misapplied, if incompletely applied, this results in problems. Absolutely. The beautiful thing is that if you understand the essence of it and you
Japan.
live out the principle, it will become clear.
I need to get better at telling the difference between Chinese and Japanese because I can't do it.
Okay.
Cool.
Wow.
Thank you so much for this conversation. I feel like we're at a good stopping point.
Yeah.
Not to.
Oh, he's about to end it.
Do you
That means
want-
I can
do you,
host him.
Wait. Scratch that. I would like to talk about, or I think it would be interesting if you've got like 5 or 10 minutes. Just my community's bothered me so much, and I watch some of the videos. Would you like to have like a quick, like 5 to 10 minute back and forth on the conversation that you had with Dr. Mike?
Sure.
Okay.
I don't know if 5 to 10 minutes will be enough. I do have to go in about 20 minutes at the top end.
We're not
but
going to dive
I'm
super deep
more
into
than
this, though, yeah.
happy to talk about what you want to talk about.
Yeah, so I've noticed that people obviously come at you a lot for distinctions relating to. Oh, also, before you do that, thank you for the last conversation. I appreciate that. No, I don't know that we were originally going to talk about that, but yeah, thank you. I've got a lot of good notes.
I loved it.
Yeah, thanks. For the
Oh, Zach sent me a
Eastern
DM. I
medicine
wonder if
versus
it's some
Western
dumb.
medicine,
Oh,
or
imagine if. Hold on, I
No,
gotta check it.
Ayurvedic versus what's the name for Western medicine? My God, I just forgot.
Allopathic.
Allopathic. That was it. Yeah, medicine. Yeah, that obviously you catch a lot of heat. I'm sure you've seen comment sections YouTube video like a lot of
Didn't say
people go back
something
and
dumb,
forth.
bro. Me in the car when I'm driving into a house with a
feel like I
cow is under
understand
it and
obviously a lot of other
it's
people have
dead.
different
Yeah.
feelings. So I guess asking you, I guess like point blank for how you would lay this out. What do you think
Who's
is
Zach?
the?
I don't know.
What do you
Ask
think
your
is like
mom.
the role that either Eastern medicine or understanding in Eastern medicine could or should be playing when it comes to
yeah,
integrating it
man.
into Western medicine
Get
or,
fucking
like,
fucked,
contemporary,
dude.
Mental health treatments. Like, what do you think is like the most appropriate role there? I guess. Yeah.
So I think it's so. The first thing is I was taken
That's Zach.
aback by the Dr. Mike conversation. I was
Isn't
not
that
expecting-
misogynistic?
and it
I
took me a
don't. I don't
while
think
to
so.
figure out what was
I
going on
mean,
and to
yes, and I am a
recognize that
misogynist, and I
his
hate women.
heat is coming from other
Melanie
people
knows.
talking
Melanie
about
knows how misogynistic I am.
So, and it was really weird.
I
because
hate
I was
the
like,
19th
I'm
Amendment.
confused why you are framing things the way that you are when you ask me about them, because that's not actually the way that I think about them. So first of all,
I
here's
hate
kinda what
women
my
so much.
journey
Oh my
with
god,
Eastern
can't
medicine
stand them.
was. So I was
That's
quite
why I've
skeptical.
never touched one.
And then saw some things in India that I considered to be medical impossibilities, and even to this day are considered medical impossibilities.
Okay.
So, but once you see that, then you have to wonder, like, what's going on. And by the way, this sounds very grandiose, but this is actually true of meditation. So let's remember that, like, 60 years ago, the idea that meditation could have a positive impact on your mental health was considered a medical impossibility. So what I've come to understand now is that in Eastern traditions of medicine, they used a completely different set of compass. They used a completely different compass to develop a practice.
Consider reading William Lane Craig. I haven't read a lot of William Lane Craig, but I've
We think that our realm of
I've
data
seen this
is
stuff
very
about the
good, but our realm of
cosmological
data has
argument.
some critical
I've seen this stuff about it. I actually have a whole
The simplest
book here.
of which is
JDR,
something
you'll like this.
called
This is
external
straight
validity, which
philosophy,
we
dude.
all know in medicine.
Why
We
is
don't
there
even
something
realize
rather
that
than
you
nothing?
can
I mean, it's weird.
design
You
a
can't see
system
it,
of
but
medicine that doesn't have an external validity problem.
whole book
So I'll
basically
give you an
addresses that
example of what
question.
this means.
Yeah. Also,
So
wait,
we
real
think
quick.
that-
Can you define when you say external validity? Are you just talking
Yeah,
about
I'm
like
going
a pure?
to define
yeah.
that.
Okay. Good.
Yeah. So we have something called a randomized controlled trial, which is a large population-based study. in which we take 1,000 people, 500 we give placebo, 500 we give an intervention, then we measure the average.
I love randomized control studies.
Now, at the end of this trial, let's say that there's a 30%
When we add 10 subs,
improvement in
guys.
something like depression. When I give this patient this medication, what is the expected benefit in their depression? Do you know?
The expected benefit, well, I guess you would expect 3 out of 10 patients you give the treatment to have a statistically significant improved outcome relating to whatever you're studying.
30%, right? So nuance, right? But what is the actual benefit? We don't know.
Sure.
So our system...
Wait, when you say actual benefit, are you referring to like the underlying physiological stuff, or are you just saying like how it appears in their life or what a benefit looks like? Or?
So the average benefit for 500 people may be 30%, but whether this person will get 0% benefit, 50% benefit, 90% benefit, we don't know.
Oh, sure. Okay. Gotcha.
Right? And people think, well, of course you can't know because you can't see the future, but this is a wrong way of thinking because our system of medicine, this is so hard to understand until you see it done the other way. This is kind of like saying like, okay, like, you know.
Wait, sorry, what'd you say? Can you play the game Destiny 2 while you debate?
Like you don't, that's a bad analogy. So I'll give you an analogy from my personal life. So
Hell yeah.
We don't realize that our consciousness has a localization in space until you have an out-of-body experience. Once you have an experience of your consciousness being in a different place outside of your body, every moment of our existence, our consciousness exists within our body because that's where it is all the time until you have an out-of-body experience.
Okay.
Why are we talking about out-of-body experiences right now, bro?
You can electrically stimulate this part of the brain called the temporoparietal junction, and you can trigger an out-of-body experience in someone.
Okay.
So in RCTs, what we do is we look at populations of people, and our system of medicine is designed to look at the average benefit for the average person. It's not trying to figure out what works for a individual.
Can't really tell where,
Because
though.
we're looking at our systems of science are population-based. So you're going to get a population-based answer.
Yeah, by definition, if you're doing a big RCT versus like a case study, you're looking at literally the average.
So the Eastern
You're a fucking
systems
genius,
of medicine don't look at populations. They look at individuals.
Okay.
So their system of medicine is based on sample sizes of 1. Okay. This is also why, and there are a couple of benefits to this. So a lot of the stuff that I taught you today, Vasana and Glishta, these are not concepts that were discovered through RCTs or research.
Thinking cap on
These
right now.
concepts
True.
have been discovered through RCTs and research. You have people like Aaron Beck who came up with the concept of automatic
I don't know.
thought. We know that there's
Japan,
cognitive
somewhere,
bias,
Tokyo,
but
something.
We can arrive at the truth from 2 different angles. The big difference is that if you get a PhD in psychology, you won't transform your life. If you spend the same amount of time doing yoga, I truly believe you
would
will
have
be
been closer to me,
more
Zach.
different human being. So when you're dealing with sample size of 1, if you look at let's say meditation versus psychotherapy. Psychotherapy in the practice of medicine is about on average changing people.
Have you considered debating? I have, GDOX.
I don't know if this makes sense. You can read a study
I've debated
about
political
dopamine
person
detox
guy.
and tech addiction.
And I've debated
It's
my
not gonna
Marxist
result in
Leninist
you
teacher.
reducing your tech usage. Right? Information doesn't create behavior.
I have no clue what the fuck this is,
So
bro.
if we look at the yogic system and the Eastern system, they operate from a subjective place. They don't operate from an objective place. Now, that has all kinds of problems.
Okay,
but the
Zach,
beauty is
where's
they're
this?
operating subjectively. So they know what works from the inside to make a change in your life.
Oh, this is Denmark.
That's what yoga is about.
It's Denmark.de,
It's about the pursuit
Denmark.
of happiness, not about. And we can do scientific studies about, okay, you have to make 100K a year.
Goated.
If you don't want to get
Fuck.
divorced,
Well,
have a commute
same
that's less than
play.
45
Well,
minutes.
I mean,
we have all these kinds of.
Wait,
all
this
data.
isn't even in Denmark. That's
But if
in
you're
Germany.
someone who
Whatever.
makes
Oopsie.
$30,000 a year,
Oh,
you can't apply
Deutschland.
that information. This is the problem
it's
of
Germany
external
too. Damn.
validity. The problem of external validity is for a scientific study, how easy is it to apply this conclusion to people outside of the study? So
Okay,
it's
hold on.
totally
I want
fine
to
say,
just play that.
a
one more
great
game
example
real
of this is there's a medication called, can't believe I'm blanking, olanzapine.
Okay.
And olanzapine
No, this
is
isn't,
an
though.
amazing medication if you look at a clinical trial. It reduces symptoms of bipolar disorder, reduces symptoms of schizophrenia, improves anxiety,
Is this just
helps people sleep.
New York?
Awesome
I don't know.
medication. When you give it to patients, it doesn't work well. Do you know why?
some kind
In the
of
real world.
confounding variable that's like hampering the ability of the medication to work, or what?
Causes them to gain 80 pounds, which
Okay.
when you are in a clinical trial and you are being paid
They're gonna make a
to
second
take the
account and
medication
use free sub,
day
but I
in and
couldn't
day
figure out
out,
what do you
and they
mean
are
use free
measuring the
sub?
blood-
Do you have
blood
Amazon
levels,
Prime?
You will take it even if you gain 80 pounds.
If you have Amazon,
So this is just a shortcoming that demonstrates
I thought you didn't have
the
Amazon
problem of
Prime.
external validity.
When you, how would you deal with because I'm sure there are some people where, and real quick, you said your hard out is like in 13 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, people would argue with you and you'd say, sure, you're talking about reasonable limitations, but these wouldn't be limitations of
I'm
external
gonna guess
validity.
New York. I
These
don't
would
really
be,
know for sure if it
these
is,
would
though,
be
but-
these
Oh,
would
it
be
was.
restrictions or further things that you would apply to a study to
I
make
use
it.
my Prime sub
like
on
you would look
someone
at like the
else.
drop off.
Well, you realize you only get one Prime sub
or you would try to
per
control for
Amazon
other
Prime
variables or
account,
whatever in
unless
order
you have
to-
two Amazon Prime
so
accounts.
we have trials that do that. So
Yeah.
I love something called naturalistic studies.
Okay.
So there's a beautiful trial called STEP BD, which is an awesome trial of bipolar disorder. That is a naturalistic study. So it
I'm
wasn't
gonna
a
make a new one. You
randomized
can't.
controlled trial.
You
So
have to pay $99 for Amazon Prime, unless you're gonna pay for a second Amazon Prime account.
There's good reasons why we
You only
have
get
that,
one
but there's
Prime sub
advantages and
per.
disadvantages.
Yeah, of course.
So
Doesn't
a
the sub reset
naturalistic
every
study
month?
is
It
one
does,
where
yeah.
You give the medication to people, and if they want to take it, they take it. If they don't want to take it, they don't have to take it. Kind of thing. So there's naturalistic studies that I personally like prefer. So when I
You get
see a
1 month
naturalistic
free
study
Prime
on
anyways?
a particular condition and what works for
do
it, like
you?
I'll lean into that more.
Sure.
Even without
I had a
Prime?
huge debate with a friend recently
That was
over
easier.
the efficacy of a medicine, and we had a big disagreement because they said that the medicine was really was high. I don't remember we were. I don't know if it was on stream or off stream, but they were arguing that a treatment was incredibly effective, and I said that it wasn't really that effective because most people just won't do it. You get like these huge drop off rates, and it's like the medicine really only matters if it's both effective at treating the thing and if patients are likely to stick to the particular regimen, which was like a
I have no clue.
So
This might be
think
Asia?
even when you
Wow,
say
shocking.
best,
I think it's
what are
somewhere
you
like in
measuring, what are
Thailand
you including, right? So when you really understand research,
or
you begin
something,
to
but I
realize
can't-
that
I
like,
can't really
there's
tell,
all kinds
honestly.
of flaws in all kinds of research.
Zoom out.
Now,
way
going back
past
to
that.
like where does alternative medicine fit in?
Sprite.
So my area of expertise before this whole Twitch thing happened was actually evidence-based complementary and alternative medicine. The whole reason I got accepted into residency at MGH in Harvard was because I was like, I'm interested in evidence-based complementary.
Russia. This is definitely not Russia.
I was in my first research lab doing EEG readings of meditators because I was like,
But
what
I
the
don't
fuck
really
is
know.
This? This is bizarre. In
I'm just gonna guess
2002.
Thailand.
And so I'm a big believer in using scientific
Philippines.
validity to understand what is good and bad about.
Oh, I should have guessed
alternative
Philippines
medicine.
actually, but
There are
whatever.
a couple of problems with that, though.
Okay.
The first is that. So the first thing, here's why I think it's important. right?
Ecuador.
So, like, it's so interesting because like on the internet and in the allopathic world, I'm kind of viewed as like radical, but like when in
Okay,
the Eastern
not
medicine
Ecuador.
world, I'm viewed as allopathic.
Sure.
So I think that there's like advantages and disadvantages to both. The first
sure you
problem
were
with
about
Eastern medicine
Bye.
is that they have not
Don't
rigorously
leave yet.
tested
Wait.
anything.
After
So we don't know.
after
Out of the
I'm about
1,000 treatments
after
that
they
Ayurveda
end this
has,
conversation.
we
I need
don't
everyone
know
to go over
which
to my
ones
kick
are
and
more
watch me on
effective
Kick,
or
so I
less
have enough viewers to host
And the
Destiny.
huge
It'll
problem
work,
is that
guys.
if you ask
It'll
Ayurvedic
work,
physicians, they all have this tacit belief in the same way that allopathic have tacit beliefs that they're not aware of, that they're all effective.
It's not a
This
leading
idea
by?
that one
Oh,
is more
yeah.
effective than
I
another
should've guessed that
is
from
absurd.
context,
It's just
but-
about the patient, right? Because they have a sample size of one. So they don't think that the medication is ineffective. They think that it is ineffective because of this particular patient.
Okay.
So this is like a big bias. So I think we should absolutely test them.
So super. I think it is,
100%.
but
That's what I'm interested in. Now, there are a couple of other challenges.
I'm looking
with
for
that.
like a speed limit sign, because then
The
I can tell if
first
it's
is that
Canada
I'm
or
a
the
clinician,
US.
And what I've learned from meditation is that like I feel a personal drive and an acknowledgement that
Oh wait, this is
we
EU
can't
somewhere.
wait for RCTs.
Or maybe it's
in some cases.
New Zealand.
Okay, so like when I have a patient who comes to me and says, I want to learn meditation, the process that I go through with them is that here's what the data shows. Here's a set of specific practices. So there was just a huge, I think, trial that came out that showed that mindfulness training for adolescents can potentially harm
Hold on, I'm gonna guess.
Mental health.
Interesting.
Really fascinating.
I really don't
Huge
know.
trial. So
Right
do I
here in
think that
Hungary.
mindfulness can harm
Oh, damn, Finland.
adolescents? Potentially it can, but I don't think that
Oklahoma?
mindfulness is bad.
Not
I think that
Oklahoma,
this is
no.
where there's so many flaws in the mindfulness research. What is the quality of the
I don't know
people
what
who are
the
teaching
where
mindfulness
this
for
is.
this trial that has 8,000 students? This is not a Zen master. So if we're measuring like what meditation is truly capable of, we have this 8-week course that you take to get certified. You maybe meditate a grand total of potentially 8 hours because no one checks whether you do anything at home.
But
we have 1,000 people teaching meditation. How qualified are they? Who the fuck knows? There's no way to measure it. There's no test. There's no certification. What used to happen is you spent 30 years training with a Zen master. At the end of 30 years, you don't even get your mastership. It's not even guaranteed. So the whole system of Eastern medicine is developed in a particular way. We don't know what's right or what's wrong. In my experience, there is a lot of utility to this. The problem is that the amount of time it will take to verify, for example, the manifestation of a tantric mantra, I don't even know if we're ever going to be able to scientifically verify that. I can design for you a trial that would do it, by the way, but I don't think we're capable of running that trial. So now the question becomes, when you're sitting with a human being, this is what the question that I deal with, is what do I do for this person? Do I wait until science can figure it out? That is not always the right answer.
Yeah.
And the whole reason that we have any research on meditation is because people decided to not wait. Right? People decided to start intervening, start studying it. The belief of the efficacy came first.
How do you,
And
so, because the big counter to that idea then would be that somebody would make the criticism of, well, what is it right for a therapist or a clinician to essentially experiment on a patient? Like, what if they're suggesting a treatment, there is no data for it to work, and not only does it not work, it ends up like putting them in a worse spot. Yeah.
No. So let's be clear. Yeah, that's a very good. That's why I didn't finish. So I go through a process of something called informed consent.
Okay.
Right. So what I do when I'm teaching meditation to people is I say, here is the research on mindfulness. What I teach you absolutely.
I love mindfulness. I love the base Sam Harris
Here
mindfulness.
Are the expected outcomes that you can get based on the research. At the same time, I've been to India and I've learned all kinds of weird esoteric shit. All this stuff qualifies as mindfulness, for sure. But I believe that this particular branch of mindfulness will give you a potentially greater clinical benefit than this other branch of mindfulness. The minimum expectation is based on the RCT. Now I give the patient a choice. Are you willing to try this or not? What do you want to do? And 99% of the time, it's sort of a mood issue because the reason they're in my office in the first place is because they're coming to me to learn this stuff. So informed consent, like you can do alternative medicine under your license of a medical doctor. It just falls under your license. And if there's a problem, then there's a problem. So one thing that I never do is give them expectations for things that are, like, in my opinion, not scientifically verified.
This might be Oklahoma, guys. I'm looking at this. Maybe this is Oklahoma, guys.
So I'll make dietary changes based on Ayurvedic things.
What if this is Oklahoma?
Medicine. I don't do Rasa Shastra, which is like purifying, balls of arsenic in ghee by melting it for, letting it boil for 8 hours and then making it into a concoction and then giving it to people. I don't do Panchakarma, which is things like enema and all these other kinds of practices that people do. I don't do anything like acupuncture or acupressure. I focus on yoga,
I've been here. This definitely
Tai Chi, and some amount of like
definitely Oklahoma,
change.
bro.
And the reason for that is because those are the things that have some evidence support behind it. So what I kind of do is look at the Venn diagram of,
Illinois,
Ayurveda says eat fewer potatoes and eat more sweet potatoes. But as a medical doctor, I feel totally fine saying, hey, eat more sweet potatoes. We know here's what the science shows us about this kind of diet. If you're eating more vegetables, eating more this, and the Ayurvedic diet isn't like, eat fried chicken. So they're all going to be in the positive direction anyway. That's kind of how I practically do it.
Okay.
Now, the last question I think you had is like,
this is Russia
approach to Eastern medicine. So now I think the last thing is that, I think that some of the foundations of Eastern medicine can be clinically very useful.
Crimea,
and when we pull a treatment out of Eastern medicine and put it into Western medicine, we lose something for sure. This is also something that's hard to understand, but you can't understand this until you realize that there is a way to practice medicine that exists outside of the disease model. And this is what confuses a lot of people because in Western medicine, we treat diseases, we don't treat people. And people, like a lot of like fucking cam people will say this kind of shit, but I mean, it's very precise. Like your diagnosis is not you're Steven. Your diagnosis is bipolar disorder, and the treatments that we have are for bipolar disorder. So we remove the individual from the equation when we're developing diagnoses and treatment. There's nothing individual there. Does that make sense? That's the purpose of an RCT. Now, practically, clinicians have to overcome this because we know as clinicians, this is why you can't get an AI yet to practice medicine, because we know that you,
I want
Steven,
AI medicine.
Your bipolar disorder, when bipolar disorder manifests within you, it will be completely unique. And even though this medication works on average,
What if this is
for
Oklahoma,
the
guys?
average person is bipolar disorder, I know from the second I step into the office as a clinician that your mileage may vary. So in the practice of clinical medicine, we introduce individuality.
Not Oklahoma, guys. It's France.
I think the last thing to consider is that I think scientific verification of CAM stuff is fantastic.
Real quick, could you say that term twice now? CAM stuff?
Yeah, complementary alternative medicine.
Okay, gotcha.
I
Okay.
don't know Doja Cat as.
So scientific verification of that is like something I'm completely
Oh,
in
no,
favor
this
of.
is-
I've
you know
worked
what?
in
I've been
labs,
here
like I was
before.
in
This is
a
actually- this is
Tai Chi
actually
lab
this
in
channel
medical
hungry, you
school.
know.
Worked at this place called the Benson Henry Institute.
It's hungry. It only is the same place. I'm only
You know,
I
don't think we should be.
You know, I've been to both of them, so I probably just mixed them up.
Completely not scientific about it.
Okay.
But I think that if we look at medicine, and I think meditation is kind of the best example of this. So I'm kind of curious. I don't know how familiar you are with research, but if I did analysis, if I tried to figure out what makes a sandwich. So let's say I'm a scientist and I'm trying to discover what makes a sandwich.
What the hell is this
Do
shit,
you
bro?
know what I would likely discover?
They're like
about
the
what's
fucking rice
important?
fields in
What are the-
Cambodia or
what is
something.
the minimum I need for a sandwich?
Is it going to be like an ingredient or a human being assembling the sandwich or
So
a
let's
country-
say let's say I'm a scientist and I'm trying to understand what a sandwich is.
Okay.
So like I go out and I take
I'm
a
just gonna
bunch of
guess
sandwiches
Cambodia.
and I measure them, and I put my findings on something called a scatter plot. If you know what that is.
Sure.
This may be like a stupid question because I'm asking you to read my mind. Do you
That's
have a
fine.
sense of what I would discover?
Do I have a sense of what you would discover? I don't know. That as you
Let's
include
say, like-
more conditions or things like shapes or ingredients or whatever that you would hone in closer and closer on some general concept.
Yeah, so
of-
practically what would happen, right? So and this is a thought experiment that I'm creating in my own head. There are lots of arguments against it, but this is kind of just my take, and I'm trying to explain my reasoning. I'm not saying this example is 100%.
Sure.
So here's what's going
Right
on in
on.
the research on meditation. So this is just to illustrate what I consider to be one of the weaknesses of, and it's not that this is good, but it is a temporary shortcoming. Over
Cheap
time,
bikes
it'll
for
fix
sale.
itself.
Okay.
The question is, can human beings bother to wait?
Sure.
So if I take a sandwich, and I'm a scientist, and let's say in the same way that I'm a scientist studying meditation, I don't actually know what this is. I'm not a Zen master.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a bunch of people who meditate, and I'm going to try to
Yeah, this
understand.
might
okay,
actually
like,
be
what-
Florida. I don't know.
What is it to meditate? So I'm looking for the
gonna guess
common
Orlando.
variables, sorting out the noise, right? Because in this spiritual tradition, they
maybe-
worship this
didn't we
god.
see
in this
water
spiritual
earlier? Maybe this is
tradition,
more
they bow to
coastal,
this guru.
so maybe we
what
should
does
guess,
it
like,
mean
Miami.
to truly meditate? I look at 1,000 different traditions.
Australia,
and
damn
I
it. Damn
track
it.
what the
Damn
elements
it.
of meditation are.
What the fuck?
So if I were to do
What
this
the
for
fuck, dude?
sandwiches, I have a PB&J.
Ah,
I
what
have
the
a ham
hell?
and cheese sandwich. I have a Subway sandwich. I have a hoagie.
Oh,
I have
no.
a po' boy. I have
I'm a
all
pro.
these kinds
You
of
were
things.
not a pro.
And
I
take
trusted
each
your
of these
guess.
things
Oh,
and
hi,
I plot
football.
the ingredients on a scatter
What's up?
plot. What I will
Oh, no.
conclude is, what do you think out of all the sandwiches I named?
Listen, I'm
what
goated,
has the
actually.
highest
Look at
correlation?
this.
What's going to be
Okay,
at the top?
bowl,
My guess would be like 2 pieces of bread and some butter or something.
fucking Europe car.
Absolutely. Two pieces of bread. And then the scientists will conclude that all of the other ingredients are literally noise. And what
Yahoo.
makes a
So this
sandwich
is France.
two
This is
pieces of
France.
bread.
France.
Then a scientist will go, I have discovered what a sandwich is. I've heard that people really like sandwiches. I'm
Oh,
going
yeah.
to open up a restaurant based on my scientific understanding, and I'm going to serve sandwiches. Enter my first customer. Here's 2 pieces of bread. Enjoy your sandwich. Enter the next customer. Here's 2 pieces of bread. Enjoy your sandwich. The next customer. Here's 2 pieces of bread. Enjoy your sandwich.
They drive it on the left.
This is what we
wait,
do when we
my
pull
YouTube Shorts
Eastern
viewer
medicine
might actually be
out
the
of
most
Eastern
useful
medicine
viewer.
and study it in a Western way, because we're trying to focus on the things that we know how to detect. Not
West
what it's
Virginia. I
actually
don't think
based
this is
on.
West Virginia.
And
This
you
looks
can
like
argue
this
that
looks
2
like a
pieces
Euro
of bread is
country.
anything but a sandwich.
Sure.
The sandwich is this other thing. It's the stuff inside that.
Thank
makes
you,
it a
football. You
sandwich.
might actually
But in
be
a scientific study, you
a
won't
useful
detect that
person.
at the beginning.
Sure. Oh, yeah, I understand what you're saying. Okay.
Over time, then what you'll discover is that
so
this
this
doesn't
is
seem
not
to work out,
America.
and then someone will discover, oh, it is 2 pieces
the
of
hell?
bread plus something in
What
the
the
middle.
hell?
So we're doing that with meditation. But in terms of what is the advantage of adopting the Eastern perspective, because if you're a single scientist and
That
you
is
go
so
and
West
learn
Virginia.
how to make a sandwich,
It's just not. It's
then
not.
the trial that you design is going to be so much better.
Yeah.
Because you know what it is.
Which is why case studies and everything are so important, even for psychology.
Oh, I guess Chile. Watch
stuff,
this. Watch him be right. Watch him be right. Watch him, dude.
I'm gonna comment on that because it's a whole different thing.
Sure.
But in terms of Cam, like I think it's fine that I get a lot of heat on Ayurveda because I think that's like, I mean, even internally, right? So we had a stream.
Bro, he was right.
We had a stream on Ayurveda. Someone posted a lot of stuff. I made some claims that I didn't understand the research very well.
Thank you, football. You're my one useful viewer. Thank you. Let's fucking go.
Like this is not as strong as you.
Thank you, dude.
And then the
Wow.
subsequent streams we've said, hey, like we even pointed that out, and then now
An
like,
actual
when I talk
useful
about
viewer.
Ayurveda, I'm
Can
much
you
more
believe it?
careful.
Can you believe
I've
it?
been much more
Unsubbing.
critical of the research. There's all kinds of other problems that people
Thank
don't
you, football.
realize.
Wow, you're not
The
bad
simplest
at
of
this
which
game,
is
bro.
like most people don't
Taiwan.
recognize that India has its own set of like scientific indices. They have a
Or
whole
maybe it's
research
Japan?
operation,
I don't know.
which if you Google Scholar, you will never find.
Yeah.
There's literally hundreds of thousands of research articles that are published in China and in the United States studying
I would guess
Cam
Taiwan
that
and Japan, but
you
I don't really have a
cannot
good way of
find
telling them
unless you know
apart.
what it is. And
South
it's
Korea?
actually
Oh.
crazy. I'm tempted to screen share with you.
How do you know it's South
We can do
Korea?
it later because you're 2 minutes past your heart out. I'm I'm eating your time, but
But like, I mean, the page looks like it's like from GeoCities. If you
Huh?
remember.
What's up?
I'm kind of familiar with this. I've done a lot of like Israel Palestine.
Is this your
research, and
house,
sometimes
bro?
For some stuff you're looking for, if you don't know how to type in
Oh,
Hebrew
it's
or Arabic, you're
Japan.
never going to find any of the
Yeah,
information.
so
I understand what you're saying.
and so
Oh,
then
he
when
guessed
people
it
say,
before
like,
I
this is
even-
not
oh,
scientific,
thanks, man.
like, we need to understand that.
How did you just tell me how you know it's
between
Japan?
Europe and the
Also,
United-
what's up,
between
my
Europe
South
and the
Korean
United
viewer?
States
I'm assuming it's
and
South Korean because he
predominantly
said,
the
huh? I assume she said South
English-speaking
Korea.
world, when we index all of our research, there are 2 countries that have the same number of people.
I'm just here to
as
shit
the
on
US
Destiny.
and Europe
Thanks, man.
put together.
Yeah.
Low cam
And
equals
they
Japan?
have their
Okay.
own research indices, which like people don't realize.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of difficulty in like fathoming like other epistemic frameworks, and I think there's a lot of interesting conversation
Yeah.
we had there. But yeah, fuck, maybe at a different point it'd be fun to chat about. But yeah, you're at 3:43 EST.
Yeah. So did that answer the question to your satisfaction?
No, not really. We should wait until we have a longer thing.
Okay, what are the
feel
remaining things?
Well, I feel like I have a decent understanding. I guess my main question is, it feels like when I watch you answer for Ayurvedic medicine, it feels like when people ask me about questions where it's like, I don't necessarily believe in this as much as you think I do, but you want to take the opposite side, so I'll give the best faith representation, and then people think that you're, my impression is more extreme than you actually are, or maybe you are that extreme and I can't tell. But so like even in my own community, like I've had people say like, oh no, like Dr. K thinks we should prescribe Ayurvedic treatment instead of SSRIs, or Dr. K believes this or that, and then every single time it happens, I'll look at the clip and it's like, I don't think it's actually what he's saying. But it would be interesting to dive through some of those things, because looking at your conversation with Dr. Mike obviously knows infinitely more about medicine and anything relating to being a physician than I do, but he didn't have a good grasp of like the philosophy in terms of like the differences of what was going on. So it would be interesting to dive into that at some point. But yeah, we can do that in the future.
So
I think. Yeah.
I think there's functional utility. So there's all kinds. I mean, this is such a not nuance, but there's so much fascinating stuff about like Ayurvedic doshas are not real. They're never going to be real. They're all heuristics.
Sure.
But just because it's a heuristic doesn't mean that it doesn't have functional utility.
Yeah, because people.
Bro,
have a
guys, this is
problem with
Oklahoma.
understanding that,
Oklahoma,
like,
guys.
humans aren't real.
Guys, Oklahoma.
But there's an underlying fact of the
Guys,
matter. that it's mapping
Oklahoma,
onto,
guys,
which is why there's
guys.
different
What if
epistemic
it,
frameworks
guys?
in
What
terms
if
of
it's
it might be that
Oklahoma,
there's a
guys?
dosha
What
or
if
something
what if
that
it's
you never
Oklahoma though?
understand from
I could be
a
Oklahoma.
Western framework, but from an Eastern framework, you'd find it. And even though a
I
dosha
don't
is
think
not
it actually
real,
is Colombia,
it's
though.
actually
I'm pretty
mapping
sure
onto
this
something that might
is.
give you a unique ability to diagnose and prescribe something that you
Yes.
wouldn't have. Yeah, that's what I drilling into.
So the concept that things can be
Right,
heuristic
Oklahoma,
but not
guys.
functionally useful is not something that
They're talking about Ayurvedic
most of
medicine
the
right now.
physicians
Oklahoma,
that I've interacted with.
Oh, it wasn't
consider
Oklahoma?
on a daily
Damn, why
basis.
wasn't
They
Oklahoma?
absolutely understand the concept.
What
because
the
we have some
hell? What the
heuristics
hell,
in medicine,
guys?
And everyone's kind of familiar with that.
Yeah.
But like, I think that's really confusing for a lot of people, and a
Yes,
lot of people
Oklahoma,
who
you
are
are. I did guess
anti-cam, which I think it's fair to be, get caught up because there's no biological proof.
Guys, whatever
of-
the Oklahoma though.
right? Which is fine. Like I think
I don't
you
know,
need
Japan maybe,
biological proof.
something?
I know that sounds really weird. I'd love to have it. I'd love to investigate it. But this also gets to things like consciousness and non-material realms and
It's not
all kinds
low
of weird
cam.
fucking
I don't know.
left
Road
field
circuit.
stuff.
Wait,
But
why
very
he had the
practically,
fucking
what we
weird
do
Japan?
know
So
is
this
that-
is like somewhere. It's
this
got to
is
be
kinda
somewhere
what
in
we know
Europe.
is the people who investigated in
Australia?
these ways developed practices like
I'm gonna
yoga,
trust you.
meditation,
Watch.
and Tai Chi.
I trust.
And we absolutely see that yoga and Tai Chi are clinically superior to simply moving your body. And the more that we study the
what do you
neuroscience of it, we see
you're not gonna like
that
my
there are
position in
mechanisms at play
Palestine.
that
I
regular
am
exercise doesn't attain. It
so
doesn't mean that
probably a little bit
Qi
more
is
pro-Palestinian
real.
than Destiny
it just means
is,
when
but
they investigated Qi, they stumbled upon
probably
some
How do
biological
this guy is so?
mechanisms which
Thank
seem
you,
to be
football. This
functional
guy knows his
without
shit.
ever
This
doing a
guy is
biopsy or
useful.
an X-ray.
Thank you, man. Oh my
So
god.
I think that's kind of
By the
like
way,
where
if you
I
want to
am. I'm
watch,
happy
you're
to
watching
talk
an
about
YouTube
it
short
more
still, I
at a
think. If
later
you want to
date,
watch
but
horizontally, you can either
I
go to
love
my
talking about
Twitch,
stuff. I
which
think
is
it's
less
so cool,
delayed,
and I love
or
teaching
go to
about
my
it.
YouTube, and I stream
it's cool.
horizontally
Like,
there
I don't
too.
think it's like I mean,
Just
I
in
get
case if you want to have a
there's
better
all
view,
kinds
because I
of
know it's like stretched
flaws
and
in
shit
what
when
I'm
it's
saying too.
when it's on
Like,
shorts.
so I can point out the arguments and counter arguments and stuff because I've thought through all this stuff a lot.
Yeah,
which is like,
I wish that people were just a little bit better at there are like at the end of the day, if we had a huge shock,
Guys,
I don't know if I would
Oklahoma.
agree much with Eastern medicine at all. Maybe, maybe not. But I think there's a lot of value in being able to step into somebody else's like epistemic framework and see what value you can draw from that, or maybe they've got a way of looking at a particular problem that you just never would think of looking at on your own. And I think that throwing aside all of that, and then also you brought up a really good point about how it's the classic materialist problem to where, oh well, I'm a materialist, and it's like, really? Well, what if I showed you a thing that wasn't material? And I go, well, if I can measure it, it is a material. So everything is materialism. So you've defeated all forms of non-materialistic stuff, because if you can perceive it in any sense, you call it material. In the same way that, like, for Eastern medicine, if there's stuff that's discovered that's working, that's not Eastern medicine anymore. Now it's Western medicine. And it's like, okay,
So
well, it's a little unfortunate that you can incorporate every single thing that I found that works into your system. And now I'm like, yeah.
That's something that we also see, which is that
Draw a
generally
conclusion from your own
speaking,
opinions
things
that
are no
don't watch
longer
Destiny have no
considered
way.
complementary and
Oh,
alternative
sorry.
medicine once we have scientific
You said you
verification of
discriminated
them.
against
And so then what happens is,
so
let's
I
say we've got
assumed
allopathic medicine and we've got
so I assumed you
CAM.
knew. We don't want to
This
talk about
thing
it. That's
works
fine.
in
No, we can
CAM,
talk about
and
it
then once
for a little
we
bit.
study it, it becomes a part of this
Basically,
medicine.
I think
This is
in a
what
current
people will
conflict,
oftentimes
Israel
say.
basically has the
There's a
moral
huge
authority
problem
to
with that
go in and
argument
try to get rid of
because
Hamas, try to get
what
those
that
hostages
means is
back.
that you're defining this by
I don't think
that
there's
which
really
doesn't
much
work.
evidence of them deliberately targeting
so you will
civilians as a
never
matter of
believe in this
policy.
because
There
you're
may be
taking
certain
this and you're
things that
putting
we
it
can
over
look at,
here,
like the
which is
flower
what we've done with
massacre
mindfulness.
that
Like, no one
happened,
would
where it's say
consider- I
like,
don't know if
hey,
people would consider
you know,
mindfulness complementary alternative medicine anymore.
this is pretty fucked
So
up.
there's
Maybe
a
there
lot of
should be an
historical
investigation into this.
perspectives and
Maybe
stuff
they
like
use
that, too.
excessive
Love
force
to
here,
talk about it.
but I don't
So
think they necessarily have a policy of
Well, thanks a lot.
deliberately
Really
targeting
appreciate the conversation,
civilians.
the personal and the impersonal. So
I think they're perfectly in the right to go into
Take care,
Gaza
man.
and
Yeah,
try to
have a
get
good
rid of
one.
Hamas and to try to
Adios.
get their hostages back.
I am going to do this.
I think they tend to do a good job at protecting civilians.
Wow.
Okay, everyone, go to my kick right now so I can host him. By the way,
Cringe.
I need 5 viewers. I need the 5 viewers.
What is this? Don't care. Don't care. I think I need to load my washing machine real quick. What now? Hold on. My flight leaves at 8:30 tonight because my debate is at 10 a.m. tomorrow, and I didn't feel like flying out at 5 a.m. Let me go. I'm gonna go throw laundry in the washer. Give me a second.
No, fuck, he's leaving. Fuck.
The rift
No.
is calling. Yeah, we'll see. Hold on one sec.
Info, where do you get this from? I get it from a lot of the
I'm
research
gonna
I've
play for you,
done.
We do. We always have things to play. Turkey Tom. It's going to take me like 4 minutes. 1 second.
I can show you my notes.
He's one of the most successful creators in the gaming space. He's collaborated with huge names like Mr. Beast, KSI,
Damn it. You
and
gotta
at
wait till
one
he
point was
gets
a member
back.
of the Dream SMP. Since his days there, several high-profile names have faced major cancellations. Wilbur Soot's career was basically ruined because of allegations by his ex-girlfriend Shelby Shovel, while George Not Found had to fight tooth and nail against allegations of SA by a small streamer named Katie Bugs. And all of this is fresh off the heels of the provably false allegations directed towards Dream. Now, Quackity is on the chopping block, as is his massively successful Minecraft
open source?
server.
Yeah, you
the
can check my-
QSMP is a
yeah.
project of Quackity, being the first ever multilingual
can- oh,
Minecraft
shit.
survival multiplayer server with
Hold on,
live
my OBS
translation.
device. Oh,
Quackity
Piggler
speaks
17,
both
thanks for the
English and
follow,
Spanish,
man.
meaning he's been able to communicate with a much wider audience than the average creator.
Wilbur Soot was accused of like biting people and abusing his ex-girlfriend. Hold on. You can if you want to. Oh shit, hold on. My shit's fucked right now, guys. Hold on. Oh, Piggler 17, thanks for the follow. I don't know why I thought it'd be anything else. My Discord has my notes in it, and I can send the link as well in chat. But if you want to go to my Discord, that's where the notes in there updated shit. But oh, no problem. So dumb. Oh, what? Piggler 17. Can't believe you followed. Is this your first stream? Is this? How'd you get here? Oh wait, so I didn't realize. By the way, football, you switched over to horizontal. That's good. Actually, it's my second stream. Sorry, the chat's a little broken. Thanks, a very profile statement, but always curious how that was, I think. Yeah. I mean, we'll go over it a lot more later. It's just like we're kind of winding down right now. What do you want to right now? Oh, what's up? Bro, how long is he going to be gone for? Or is he already... There was pause, damn it. Oops. Oh, let me pop out the YouTube chat so I can so he could tell me what the answer is. Why is this Why is this shit so fucked? I hate Opera. Like, I need to download fucking Waterfox or whatever the shit was. Alright, tell me, what's the answer, dude? Maybe it's just USA. This does kind of look like USA. Yeah, speed limit 25, yeah, it's USA. It doesn't really matter where. Okay, randomly guessing there. Okay, and this guy, can he come back already? What the hell? Guys, I need all my Kick viewers to stay. And also the YouTube people, move over to Kick if you can. Destiny watching, he just plays his fucking boyfriend's videos when he leaves.
Even respond to George about his meetups with bad or skeppy tweets. And George had a stream a while ago where he mentioned that Quackity hadn't even confirmed he would be at TwitchCon to him, despite attending, and that Q seemed to turn down George wanting to go to Mexico with him. Trouble was brewing behind the scenes. It was at this point Quackity shifted the scope of the server from just Spanish and English to the rest of the languages.
Oh, he's back. Okay, wait, can I host him? Oh, shit. Guys, I need more. I need the Kick viewers. What happened to them? Everyone, go back to Kick right now.
Traffic, okay.
Industrial Revolution is consequences. Polling. Go to everyone. I have 6 viewers. Go to Kick right now. Kick. Go to Kick. Everyone go to Kick.
Would you buy a Tesla now with FSD? Why do I feel like I know what that is? FSD. Front.
What's Kick? It's a different live stream platform. Just go to it. Everyone go to it right now, baby.
Let me quick throw up a 940 real fast.
He's not gonna get 940. Oh, come on to Twitch. No, don't. Nope. Stay on Kick. Everyone stay on Kick. More, give her fun. Yeah, awesome.
What? Oh no! Wait.
Oh wait, shit. Okay, I'm about to end stream, guys. Thank you everyone for watching.
If I average, wait, this would have been.